Sometimes what we need is a soulful song that can bring us all together, heal our hearts. But in times like these, we might need a song like this. I still want to learn to play piano. I could be practicing every day. I keep saying I'd love to start running. I'd be in shape if I had my way. But there were always aliens to think about, Illuminati and the puppet state. Chemtrails poisoning the populace. No use trying, it's much too late. Big crock conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, truth I never will admit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. I spend my days hiding in the basement, isolated as I can get. I sink down deep into my wormhole, the dark side of the internet. I might have liked to drive across America, camping out in the old RV. I'm too scared of queuing on and on and on. They'll hack my brain with the new 5G. Big crock conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, the truth I never will admit. Gives me an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. Fist clenched, strangling my iPad, apocalyptically entertained. I'm sweat drenched, paranoid, it's this bad, pure adrenaline in my veins. Least I finally see I have no choices, 'cause everyone's controlled by the deep state. Long as we believe in unseen forces, we never even try to change our fate. rock, conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, the truth I never will admit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. I feel better. I hope you do.
There you go.
Drum beats and guitar riffs to the World Wide Web, from one countryside to the next. It's an international love affair, and new music is our gift to the free world. Our freedom of expression is only limited by our creativity, so we stand together, and because of it, our voices are unlimited. We represent every corner of the world as we broadcast our message to every country, state, city, and town. Our supporters have expressed tremendous gratitude for taking the high road and giving them free music again to the world.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight is a very special night for our show here because June 5th, 2020 was the date of our very first broadcast. Our guest, by the way, was Jason Quitt, and we were talking about the Port Chatham Hairy Man Bigfoot case. And it's been an incredible journey so far. I wanted to mention a few funny things. Since the show began, I have been doxxed 3 times by disgruntled people that we have covered or otherwise angered. Some of them are those people I like to call cosmic con men. I have had 14 total. In 2 years, I have had 14 total angry lawyer letters or threats of lawsuits. All of those mostly from cosmic con artists unhappy with our coverage of their cosmic connery. But along with all of the bad, there was also, someone implying I have pedo friends, may indeed be a pedophile myself. Total garbage. There was also somebody making a video making fun of my paralyzed eye. I've had my wife threatened actually in the live chat by name. That was after we were doxxed. Someone claiming they were outside of our house during a live broadcast, making ridiculous threats right in our live chat. But along with all the bad, there have been some tremendous highs. And I suppose we've had a lot of, a show like this, we've had a lot of peaks and valleys, some tremendous high points, some tremendous successes. But to be honest, there has also been some tremendous failures here. I have crashed and burned a number of times, but I think that's okay because I relate these things to Evel Knievel. It's my Evel Knievel analogy, which was actually suggested by a friend. People would show up to see Evel Knievel, and half the people were showing up to see him successfully complete an incredible jump, and the other half were showing up to watch him crash and burn. And I suppose our show has been a lot like that, but I have never been afraid to take the jump, to take that leap, to try something that would lead to a big victory. I hope that never changes. Along the way, we have made some tremendous friends and allies, and the audience has grown and grown. Of course, we've also made our fair share of enemies, but that has been due to our coverage here and the fact that we truthfully cover these strange and esoteric subjects. We pull no punches, and really going forward, we give no passes to anyone. And I hope that continues as well. So it's been 2 years since we began our journey. Everybody loves these panel shows. Me, I'm kind of 50. Sometimes they're fun, but sometimes it's a big chaotic mess. So we're going to try to lay some ground rules tonight, which is let everybody speak before speaking over them, or try to. I know it gets chaotic and sometimes there's delays. Yeah, that's about it. Just try to be respectful of everyone. For those unaware or just joining us, tonight is the Truth Seekers 2-year anniversary show and celebration, and we have invited all of you to join in the panel discussion with us here. The link to do that is in the live chat. It's pinned right at the top. You just click on that link if you have a webcam and a microphone, and please wear headphones. Because if you do not wear headphones, it turns into this echoey mess for everyone involved. The only other requirement is please no nudity. Obviously, that's not allowed on YouTube, and occasionally somebody jokingly will do something like show their privates, put their webcam on their we can't have that tonight. So please be respectful of that request. We're going to start bringing in our panel members. First, we have Ron from Cosmic Neighbors, who... if I ever meet him in person, I'm not sure if I'm going to shake his hand and thank him for getting me started on 3D printing, or if I'm going to punch him in the face. Because it has quickly become an obsession of mine. And he kindly sent me a smaller, like he had a spare or something, printer. And as soon as I got that thing working and used it and saw the potential, I went out and bought a bigger one, a 12-inch by 12-inch printer. And next week, I'm buying an 18-inch one. So there you go, Ron from Cosmic Neighbors. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, man.
I told you. I'm
Yeah,
printing out all day today.
it's not just me too. My best friend is my neighbor at the cabin. He has a big house, like a real house, across the street, and he has become equally obsessed. So every weekend I go to his place, and he's showing me files he's making in Blender, and we're working on some computer case projects. And he printed this whole dragon. I wish I would have taken a picture. I should have showed you. It was something crazy, like I think it was 100 pieces, and it all snaps together. This whole dragon, and it's like posable. It's got arms and legs and a big tail, and it's all posable. And yeah, so it's not just me that you got obsessed with this thing. You've got my neighbor going too. Next week I'm buying that Mega 18, so it's an 18-inch printer.
You know what? A program is free. It's called Mesh Mixer, and what you can do with that program, you could actually, like when you download models, you could actually edit
slice them. Oh yeah, edit them.
You could re-slice them like into a higher poly, like more triangles, and make it much better. But
yeah, well, I'm relying. Yeah, I'm relying on my neighbor who has really delved into the software a lot more. If I need to do something, he's helping me to design a computer case and some other stuff. So let's bring some more of our panel members here. We have, I forgot to play it. It's a short clip, Ron, so stand by. We're going to play, before we bring William Conundrum here, we've got something of his to show everybody, and that is his UFO's Got Talent. Let's check it out, friends. We'll be right back.
The truth is that we've never proved one, but there are things flying around up there that we haven't fully identified yet. And keep in mind, there are basically 1 billion galaxies in an ever-expanding universe. I mean, you can't even get your mind around the sheer number of things that are out there.
Give me that little feeling that you get on your testicles. Not testicles, sorry, on your arms.
I do not know.
Yeah, it was your sister's ass.
But we're doing this through a technique, a meditative technique and a protocol, which you can all use and practice. And practice makes perfect. I'll tell you, you need to practice it for it to really work effectively. But the concept is what you need to understand. How does it work?
We'll look at it. We'll look at it.
This guy had the attitude like he's a god of ufology. And I'm like, he needs a reality check.
Oh, mate, what you've just done to my nipples there.
I can't remember how much it cost, but I remember thinking it was incredibly expensive, but maybe I'm cheap.
There's one person doing everything, and that's my wife, okay? So give her a big round of applause. Thank you. So when we do this work, when we're going through this law of one material, it to me is, par excellence. It's the best stuff there is because they're making very, very complex statements.
Where you can sign up and get great content like this.
Community, I'm a nice guy, I don't need this.
But yeah, they worship the cow. And maybe the aliens do as well.
Caution, caution, caution. Let's see.
So the question is, if indeed the Pentagon knows much more about UAP than they let lead on, can they get away with misleading the United States Congress, the public, and indeed all 8 billion of us humans at large? It's a great question. I don't think they can.
How dare you spread false allegations?
You muted, Rich.
Oh, no.
Let's see.
So there we have it. We'll bring in some more panel members. We have the Sixth Senses here.
Oh, hey. Yeah, I just wanted to stay for a short bit here because I want other people to join in on this. I mean,
well, we can have up to 10 until we get to the limit. You're free to stick around.
Yeah. If it comes to be that there's more people than to handle, then don't feel bad to.
Yeah, there's more filling in, but we're still well under the limit.
I just want to tell people how fun this is. You get your word in, you get the chance to say, well, almost whatever you feel. It's such a relief, and we want to hear what you have to say. I mean, I think for the most part, we like to have fun and just joke around and shoot the shit. I mean, that's what we are. But I really would like for other people to join in, as many people as possible. So thank you, Stephen, for having me. I mean, and think of this, people. If Stephen will let me on the show, he will definitely let you on the show.
Yeah, we have a pretty low bar. I mean, look at these clowns. These clowns we let on here. We let anybody here. Right? Yeah, we put the link right in the chat. Let's bring on Will Carnundrum next. He is the author of this UFO's Got Talent series, which is kind of a niche market there, but it's very funny. And I want to thank UFO John Doe for a kind and generous 99-cent super sticker. Very kind of you. How you doing, Will?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got a lot more of those planned?
Videos?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? Yeah, I'm going to keep going with it. And I'm just going to keep going and going and going and going until there's nothing left. And then maybe I'll jump on to something else. But for now, I'm into ufology. I'm into it, 100%. So that's, of course, it's going to my go-to. I'm going to do it, right?
Alien Scientist is here in the live chat and says send him a link in the live chat or in Twitter. It's pinned right in the video, but I'll send it to you on Twitter right now as well. So give me a moment, guys, and then we'll bring in some more of our panel. We got a whole bunch of people waiting in our green room. We're getting them sobered up and ready for tonight. You remember that one? You remember that one panel show where the guy got drunk? What was it? It was Bobby Dogstone. He got drunk and fell over in the middle. Yeah,
that was awesome. And nobody got hurt, so that's cool. That was awesome. Oh my god. I'll get the link for that.
Do I sound good? Do I sound okay?
Yeah, you sound perfect.
Yes, sound fine, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Fine to me. If anybody's level's really too low or really too high, please let me know. But only if it's really an issue.
Testing 1 2 3 4 5. Testing 1 2 3 4 5.
Some people are extreme audiophiles and complain no matter what the sound is like.
Everybody sounds real good today. Everybody, all of you.
Yeah.
Well, I got this new mic, right? So for my birthday, and this is what I use my voiceovers now for. It used to be my phone and a stupid headset.
Sounds great.
Sounds much better, much better. And we have Lord Ludicrous Plaid is here.
Oh God!
Yeah, right, man.
I thought I was
bad.
Okay? Yeah, we can hear you, dude.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations, 2 years, man.
Yeah, we I don't know why, but we didn't do this last year. I think it was because it was busy. It was just a crazy busy time, so we barely acknowledged the 1 year anniversary. This year, I didn't want to make the same mistake. And we'll bring in some more of you. We're now at we're gonna this might be the first time that we're gonna limit it out.
Oh, look at that.
Mr. Brown is here. Welcome, Mr. Brown. And Michael is here. Welcome, Michael.
Hey,
and
Michael.
we have James Pepper and Underdog 412.
Woohoo!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, Steve, I just wanted to say congrats on the 2 years, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, you've been here for a while. I've seen you in live chat for a while.
Yeah, thanks, man. And I'm hoping you a speedy recovery too, man, with whatever's going on with your
Yeah, I
health.
just have some minor issues that I need to deal with, but I've been putting it, you know how you put those things off and then eventually you say, I gotta deal with it. So,
Trust me, man. I know. I got a 10-year-old daughter, so I know, man. I get it.
Yeah, I got a doctor's appointment on Wednesday and then probably blood work and all this other tests, and it turns into a whole thing.
Yeah.
Fun stuff.
Yeah. Fun stuff.
I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm back stronger than ever, man.
I'm gonna keep using you, Steven, in my videos, so you'll never. And you have enough stuff out there I can use. Right? Don't you worry.
There we go. I think we're loaded now. But that's
my God.
quite right. And Mr. Brown is here. Not familiar with you, Mr. Brown. You're muted. You have to unmute yourself.
Oh, bro! Shout out to you, man. I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on, bro. I'm just here, bro.
That's all that matters.
I believe in aliens, though. I believe in aliens. They're out there.
There you go. There you go.
Okay.
You guys, man.
We like everyone, man. We like everyone. We take you for who you are, not for what you believe in necessarily. I mean, hey, people believe that unicorns fly around their yard and smoke their pot. And hey, believe whatever you want. No, it's all good, brother. It's all good, man.
I'm against all the mainstream religions. That's for sure.
Yeah. Some of them are a little out there, man.
I'm wondering if Bobby Dogstone's going to show up because maybe he's already passed out drunk and he forgot or something. Send him the invitation.
Bobby.
Craig Magic is here. Says, congrats, Steve Cambion, on pissing people off for 2 years. Yeah.
There you go. Oh, yeah.
There's a few people trying to join, but the studio is full with 10 people right now. So if you're trying to join and it won't let you in, just try again in a few minutes.
I don't want to act
Steve,
out of pocket, but
and
what's
if you
the
need
channel
to, Steve, you could
about?
bounce me. I mean, if you need to get somebody in.
Yeah, why don't you bounce out and bounce back later or something?
Yeah.
That's what everybody should do. We'll try to get as many people here.
Yeah, we'll cycle it
All
up.
right, well, we just removed Ron. He's the first volunteer to get axed.
You can do that to me because,
Hey, Steven, can you give me a little clue about what the channel's about?
Yeah, we talk about strange and esoteric things, aliens and, UFOs and strange mysteries, but we also focus on all the con artists that are very prevalent in this thing, selling garbage.
That's right up my alley, man. That's right up my alley. I got you.
You're in the right spot.
Yeah, it's a mix of things. Quite a mix, actually.
You're in the right spot.
I like the mix.
I think I'm in the right spot.
Hey, Steven, there's that. I posted the Bobby Dogstone where he. Bobby Dogstone.
Did you post it on Twitter?
Yeah. I got the link right there in the chat. So.
Okay.
Oh, I can link it to your channel. Yeah.
You need.
I got it. I got it. 6 cents.
Yeah,
I got it. We'll share it. This is funny.
Yeah, it's great.
And
do you need anybody else to drop out?
Maybe that would be a good idea, but like I said, if anybody that drops out, just come back later because it might only be busy for a short time, and then we'll have a lot more.
Steven, you can drop me out now, man. I just wanted to make sure that you got the link there, so you can drop me out, buddy. I want somebody else to have a chance. Yeah.
All right. Let me. This is new to me. This is the first time I've been kicking people, so I'll kick you from the.
You can kick me too.
Kick from studio. There we go.
Shout out to
Kick, yes, so we can
I
get.
could go have a smoky smoke.
Let's see this here. Let me get back to this. This is one of our other panel shows.
Jesus Christ!
Oh my Lord!
Oh dear. Well, it's a good thing that I'm soloed because one of our panel members just fell over drunk. That's what right now on this shit show. One of the panel members just fell over drunk.
Oh, no.
Welcome back to our 400th live show celebration where we have people celebrating. Panel members are celebrating so much they're falling over drunk in the background. Panel members we have left.
Thanks, 6 cents for clipping that. That's
Sounds
great.
like me.
Hey, I'm
Hey,
gonna
you can-
dip out, buddy. I might come back a little later. All right, Steve.
Yeah, Steve, you can knock me out. It's okay.
Yeah. So anybody who was trying to get in, now is a good time to try because we're kicking people. So there's space. See that I kicked people, and now nobody's trying to get in.
Do you feel powerful, Steve? Do you feel powerful?
No, actually, to be honest, this is very.
Steve.
I'm trying to do 10 things at once, so it's kind of stressful.
Sorry.
Oh, we do have a taker. We have Chris K is here. Welcome, Chris K.
What's happening, guys?
Good to see you.
Good to be here.
So, Steve, I just had a few things to say. First off, congrats on whatever this is for 2 years. Yeah. But, so you do really good research.
This is.
That's, I respect that. I was wondering if you were familiar with sam.gov or grants.gov. They're good areas to do additional research because you can see what grants are available and who applies and all these things. Sam.gov is like a government list of government recognized companies. Dun & Bradstreet is a private version of the same thing. Good resources. They have a lot of information about corporations and LLCs and all these things if you want to dig stuff up about companies that people make. And then there used to be, what was it called again? The Influence Mapping Project, but Donald Trump shut that down because he didn't want people knowing where his money was or where it was going or where it was coming from.
Yeah, that's convenient, isn't it?
So, well, I mean, the Democrats didn't really like it either, but they knew it was useful, I guess. But so then there was a private one recently started up, the Corporation Wiki, and that's like a paid service, I guess, but it does the exact same thing. I think maybe they have a copy of the database, but there's a number of companies now, and if you search a name of a corporation or person, you can see what businesses LLCs they've started, what corporations they've started, etc.
Oh, that could be useful when you're following money around.
And you can look up the United States government and is listed as a corporation on a Dun & Bradstreet.
That's interesting.
Well, I mean, technically it has to be by the way that the whole thing is set up. But yeah, so sam.gov, useful for government projects and companies and contractors. Grants.gov is also useful for seeing what contracts. Local chambers of commerce have a lot of valuable data. Corporation Wiki, let's see what else. Yeah, that's basically Dun & Bradstreet. That's all good. So, and also, the biggest one, I think, SEC filings. If there's a corporation in the U.S., they have to file SEC filings, and you can they can't lie when they file.
You're right. Yeah,
it's illegal.
It's against federal law for them to
exactly.
So
whatever they say in investor reports, they have to tell the truth in the SEC filing. So it's a more bedrock piece of data to look at, which is potentially useful. So that's just to turbocharge your research efforts because you do a good job with that. So I want to see that.
No, yeah, good. Those are good leads. I have some private companies that get a lot of government contracts that I happen to be looking into right now. So it's funny that you mentioned that to me now. I made a note of those sites that you said. I'm going to check them out because
awesome.
It's tough to find. It's tough to follow the money sometimes because one company will start 90 other companies or something, and they're all getting government money. It's this big swamp out there. It's tough to get through.
Yeah, a lot of what happens is a lot of these corporations, they'll have a holding company sort of that's where the research and development happens more or less, and then they basically farm. Once they have a technology that works, they put it in its own company, and that company takes care of operations and sales and making actual money. And then they pay a tribute to they pay part of their monies back to the main company, and they just you keep popping out startups with different technologies, and that's kind of one way that it's done, serial innovation wise through the government grants and stuff. Yeah.
Can I add some 2 cents into this?
Sure.
If you go to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission website, you can look up their licenses for all these companies, and there are these resumes, and you can search it. You can, if you know how to do the search engine, and you can search up companies. Like the other day, I was trying to find out.
I'm hip.
I'm trying to figure out why Westinghouse has a bunch of radioactive cooling ponds. You can see them from
Interesting.
Google Maps at Sunnyvale. And so I was able to find a license that had somebody who worked there who wrote down exactly what they did there. And you can't find it. It's supposed to be classified, but it was actually in the license.
Ooh.
And so you can, if you know what to look for.
That's funny. That's like a workaround, right?
It's a workaround.
Or someone would go to jail for that sort of thing potentially if it was an accident.
Oh, here, welcome, Jeremy. Alien Scientist is here. Welcome, Jeremy.
Oh, hey, how's it going there, bud?
Jeremy.
Good to
I
see
think you're muted.
Oh, and one gripe I do have, Steve, about your channel. So like, just because people just because people are con artists or bad people doesn't mean they don't know something about secret projects or aliens or whatever.
No, but it does go to their credibility, doesn't it?
Think about how many bad people are in government anyway to begin with. Like, some people
How
are
to
gonna
mute
be-
you, Jeremy, until you get that squared away.
Because like that, it's
What
just
I'd like to talk
use
about
it on
what's
Twitter a
the
lot.
Russian
you know?
affinity to Christianity. The Russian affinity to Christianity. What's all that about? Why is 90% of the Facebook groups Russian bot farms?
There's a lot of
Christianity. Why are they doing it?
The bot farms have been like a way they really started that in like 2011, I think, maybe like 2014. I noticed like a kick in of the bot farms and the influence. They're called I call them influence bots, and it's almost like
it came right after that house nigga Obama.
Oh yeah. His administration, they snuck a lot of stuff in during the Obama administration for sure, with as far as privacy rights and stuff. There's like Miter Corp and Palantir. There's a couple of these organizations that do a lot of data.
To give you a 1,000-foot view of why this is happening. Basically, the middle class has been eroding in the U.S. for a very long time. So people who are advertisers found out at some point around 2014 that it was more profitable to influence people instead of influencing people to buy stuff. It was more profitable to influence their political opinions or other things instead for the highest bidder. So basically, if anyone's
it's about money more than influence.
It's all about capturing attention.
So if anyone's ever watched, what was it called?
Jeremy, you're causing a lot of echo, so I'm just keeping you muted.
So yeah, if anyone's ever watched, I'm blanking on the name. Person of Interest, good, much like very very underrated show. Everyone should watch that. But basically, we're in the universe where what's it? Samaritan one. If anyone's ever seen Person of Interest, so that's a bad place to be.
You just say Sumerian.
No. Person of Interest. Go watch that show. Basically, it's two supercomputers that are fed with social media data to control humanity, and the evil one supposedly loses at the end. But
I thought we were getting into Sumerians and ancient civilizations. I was
unrelated.
Sounds like a documentary to me.
Sounds like a David Wilcox.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not exactly accurate, but
That's my niche right there. Religions and ancient civilizations. That's my niche. That's my go-to. I was about to.
Okay.
Hey, Steven, do you have any thoughts on
pose? Look at that.
Representative Burnett interviewing Lou Elizondo recently?
Yeah, I did see it, but I thought there was a whole lot of nothing.
Everything, this whole live just fucked up. I think the government just.
I saw it's like a lot of hype up for Elizondo as like being this man who's going to go and testify, and when he testifies, he's supposed to like let everything out of the bag and bring all this information out. But I really feel like that whole TTSA thing was a CIA operation and a psyop to begin with.
Absolutely. And you know what, Jeremy? You know what's weird? He's going to go and testify before a foreign government about what could possibly be threats to American airspace. I don't know how he can do that legally. Like, I don't understand how that works.
And that's why I think he's lying, because in the hearing, they said they would pretty much go after somebody that would say something or do something like that. So they're not even looking at him.
I don't think it's necessary that he's not lying. Let's be sure they can't like have a counterintelligence agents like straight up lie, because people like us would catch them. All right, and it's too easy for that. The way they operate is that they come in and they created this whole program to offer CIA friendly disclosure narrative. And they created all this ATIP program and all that other stuff around it. That's my theory anyway, is that they created all this to try to bring disclosure out. It looks like someone created this to pop the lid off the can, but it more looks to me like they tried to reframe all this stuff, cover up all the stuff of the past. We're gonna forget UFO. We're gonna forget that term. We're gonna call everything UAP now. So now there's a disparity in the documentation and the literature of the terminology itself, and then we're going to move forward with this CIA friendly disclosure narrative that only leads back to Bigelow and the programs that we want them to find.
And
So
to get more
I think
right?
Bigelow and Harry Reid perhaps contracted with Lou Elizondo to utilize his counterintelligence chops to cover up the fact that the $22 million deal, the sweetheart deal that Harry Reid set up for Bigelow, his friend, was to study werewolves in Nevada. So they had to obfuscate that entire program by
poltergeists and dino beavers as well as werewolves.
Don't forget the poltergeists and the dino beavers.
Oh yeah, they're bad out here in Canada.
I think Green Street did a great job, man.
Oh, he did. Absolutely. Yeah.
It feels like that they're trying to reset set, you know.
Yeah, they are right now, and
it's going to be the new Roswell or the new.
Yeah, and did anybody notice that the new talking points from Lou Elizondo's camp were given out, because several different UFO show hosts or whatever personalities, researchers, they've suddenly started calling him the UAP portfolio manager now instead of former ATIP director. Now he just managed the UFO portfolio, which basically means he had a folder on his desk with some UFO photos while he worked at the Pentagon. I don't know what that means. It's another made-up term for a position that never existed for Lou Elizondo. But several different UFO show hosts are using that terminology now, both of which that I have found are super friendly to Lou Elizondo. So it's almost as if he's recreating his narrative or trying to, backpedal now that he's been found out.
But I feel that if he was telling the truth, the government would not let him talk.
He'd have consequences.
But that's why they're letting him go. And he's saying what he wants to say because it's a made-up story. And it's no threat to American, defenses or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and if anybody is unclear about what his motive is money. And that's clearly, it's very clearly displayed because he filed an IG complaint letter. And in the letter, he certainly says, if you guys keep on telling people that my stories about being a director of a UFO program are fake, I'm going to have a hard time earning money for me and my family. He says, I'm paraphrasing, but he says, you guys at the Pentagon who keep batting down my garbage stories are making it hard for me to make a living for my family. So his whole plan is to make a living out of UFOs. It's very clear.
Yeah, you always the right way to do this is you make a living doing something else, and then you kind of do this as a hobby, and
works for me.
Then you're not beholden to any monetary interests.
Yeah, that has worked very well for me, and there has been let's just say larger fish in the pond that tried to swallow me up with a little bit of money, and to me it's really not worth it. And thanks, Carolyn Barnett, kind and generous $4.99 super chat says happy second anniversary, Stephen. We love you, man. I need everyone to praise the cash. It's a special day. Yeah, praise the cash. Thank you.
Yeah, man. And contrary to any like rumors that are going around, I never got any money from anyone to have anyone on my show, to go on anyone's
Everybody
shows.
thought.
So,
Everybody
like,
thought Jeremy.
sell out.
Everybody thought Jeremy turned
Doesn't
to the
Third
dark
Phase Moon
side.
pay you?
Listen,
Doesn't-
I'm trying to reach out to people everywhere in the community who have an audience and just try to be friendly and work together to get better information out to the community. That's all my real goal is to try to expose these bastards, because this is like we're in the final hour, the final battle with this UAP task force and these hearings, and we have an opportunity to get this stuff out if the CIA can't successfully run their PSYOP and cover it up for another 50 years like they did in with Project Blue Book. We can't let that happen again. So that's more my end goal is not to make money on any of this. I've made way more money doing tile in my own construction company than I have ever made in ufology. And
But take for example someone like Christopher Mellon, though. I mean, that guy comes from a family with all the money in the world, and he's Undersecretary of Defense and Intelligence. I mean, he's really throwing me for a curveball as far as Lou Elizondo goes. They seem to be two different characters, but colluding in the same pursuit.
It'd be great to sit down and have a
conversation.
conversation.
That up to me. I don't get it.
I would love to sit down and be able to talk to Mellon like off the books and or on the books. You know what I mean? Just to like.
Spooky says, "Happy anniversary to this crazy idea." Kapla! Yeah. And listen, we have more panel members. For those just joining us, this is our Truth Seekers 2-year anniversary celebration. Anybody can join the show. There's a link to do so in the top of the live chat on YouTube, where you can email me or message me, DM me, PM me on Twitter or Facebook, and I'll send it right over to you. And we have joining us documentary filmmaker Darcy Weir is here.
Damn.
Good to see you.
Hey, Darcy. What's up, man?
What's up, Darcy?
Welcome, Darcy.
Oh, yeah, that sounds great, eh?
Darcy produced the TR3B documentary that I was in as well, and also appearing in that film was Todd Lochner of Secure Team.
Oh,
so
did you guys do?
Darcy, we still can't hear. Mike,
oh, sorry. I was just see how long it would last for.
We can't hear your mic, Darcy, man.
Yeah, we can't hear your microphone.
Yeah, I've still got to watch.
Sorry, I was just saying, Steven, I
oh, there you go.
Your show, and you're going through some shit right now, but you've climbed out of it obviously pretty easily with all the support you have from people around you. And
thank you. Yeah, it's just growing pains. I'm good with it. It's bound to happen.
Yeah,
I'm always fond of the saying that they don't try to tackle you, Darcy, unless you're the guy running with the ball.
Well, hey, I went on this Jeremy Reese guy's show, and there was quite a lot of that riffraff going on, a lot of shit talking, and apparently Manny 503 messaged him after the fact and said, "Hey, I watched this documentary you're in. I didn't know you were in this. I would have never sent my troll army after you guys if I had known you were in this." But hey,
jeez.
That's what happens when you work with Third Phase, I guess, eh?
Stick away from actually, yeah, this is one of the gripes, I guess. The politics aren't the useful. The digging is the useful. Like that's the best thing that's the thing you do best. Like finding the information and putting it all out there, Steve. And that's really
yes.
Oh yeah, you get sidetracked by garbage and drama sometimes. It's bound to happen. Sure.
I mean, I guess some people like that, but I think
more people are here for the information. That's the valuable part of the show. But what some people don't realize is there are guys that are doing 5 or 6 or 7 shows a week, and largely they're just telling people their opinions or offering a lot of speculation. To do those deep dives and get that information takes so many hours to then dump on a 1 hour or 2 hour show. I wish I could do more of it. I'm going to try to focus on that going forward.
Well, all of mainstream media and social media is built in such a way that those people who can do shallow, quick noise that doesn't matter ultimately those are the ones who are rewarded, because social media just looks at the amount of content, not necessarily the quality of content, especially when it's very ambiguous about how to judge the quality of content. They don't bother. So that's the challenge. And honestly,
Right. Like calling
it's
people
better,
pedophiles
or hidden when
or
you're
making fun of their
uncovering.
disability.
It's better to be hidden when you're uncovering data like this, and then you just like team up with a big documentary filmmaker or like a famous person. At some point, you will be discovered by someone who has an audience, and then they'll have a massive amount of data to throw at people over time, and then you suddenly have quality data being dispersed to people instead of shitty data being dispersed. Like, that's the sort of partnership you got to look for long term, or occasionally.
Oh yeah, but there's a lot of politics in that too. Some of the bigger channels don't want to help some of the up and comers because why should I help him? He could be competition for me in a year or two or a few years. You know.
Well, you got to show that you're an advantage to them. That's
Yeah, you got to trade the line.
And also, a lot of them, it's their stick is getting the shallow stuff. So you're not.
Yeah, you're right. Lord Ludicrous or UFO John Doe with $1.99 super chat. I don't know, so we'll ask Lord Ludicrous. He says, "Why is Lord Ludicrous holding 2 panel spots?" Let me see if we can solo him.
I don't know. I was
so
having some internet issue.
Because he's the Lord.
He has it all.
Yeah, you can drop that one. You can drop that one out.
No one gives me the raspberry.
Steven, I am your
I don't know how I got 2.
Use the Schwartz. Yeah. You got to use the Schwartz.
Yeah, I'm trying. My blood level's a little off for the Schwartz.
There we go. There we go. Now it's a party. Somebody's saying I suck cocks in the live chat. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, they heard you do.
Word on the street.
They heard. Yeah.
Hearsay.
Yeah. I wonder who that is. I'll give you 3 guesses.
It's probably an anonymous account from somebody who's jealous. Look, the thing is, too, is that you have an intelligent conversation about the frauds out there that are they've taken over the UFO research space, and somebody has to do it in an intelligent way, not in like a below the belt, pathetic, bully way. And
it's tough. I try to just be facts and evidence, and then I start thinking about. Listen, for those unaware, I get messages and emails all the time from like retired people or people on disability that gave a whole lot of money to some of those fraudsters. And I hear all their stories, and then when I start talking about what their latest crap offerings are, I get pissed off, because they really are. They take advantage of a lot of people on Social Security, a lot of people on disability, a lot of people on fixed incomes.
Sounds like a lot of Canadians to me. It sounds like he's targeting Canadians.
Bring it on, buddy.
Oh shit, eh?
And people in the South too. Stephen, I can't delete that other. While that's on there, I don't know. You'll have to knock that other thing off there.
Delete what? I'm sorry.
The other Lord Ludicrous one.
You guys heard
of okay.
Robert Bingham?
Yeah, I can't get it to delete. It's like frozen on.
Oh, okay. I'll kick it.
Yeah.
From studio. Yeah. For those just joining us, if you want to join the panel, the link is in the live chat on YouTube. Please wear headphones and no nudity. That's all we ask.
Nope. I wanted to show so I know how much you love them, Stephen. I have my Third Phase Moon first time they come out with merch. I got a T-shirt.
You got to send me that. I'm going to wear it on air.
Yeah.
You going to show it?
Yeah.
Can you burn
Give me
it?
a second. All right.
Yeah, and you'll notice everybody will remember that they came in my live chat. There we go.
Yeah. Is that real?
Yeah.
Third Phase of Moon.
That's terrible.
That's quality merchandise right there. Shut up, Ron.
That's old, eh?
No,
it's an
Third
old shirt.
Phase.
It's been washed. So
It says Third Phase of the Moon, and it has Mars.
Did somebody draw it with cranes?
Isn't that a red moon? Isn't that like a moon during an eclipse?
A blood moon?
Yeah, it looks like a red moon.
I can't see through the shirt, so.
Oh, very good there. Yes, thank you for sharing. I just want to remind everybody that they came in my live chat to argue with me on the last show, and I said to them, that if I had an employee that did what their employee did, I would fire them instantly. Don't you think that that's gone too far? They wouldn't say anything. Because that was all orchestrated and planned by them, the three of them, I think. I'm entitled to my opinion.
You know what?
If somebody had did that worked for me, I would fire them instantly. You just can't do certain things.
Steven, with all that stupid stuff that he said, the other thing is that's what that guy, like, his show lives on. It's all noise. That's all it is. It's just noise because nothing's being added to ufology
It's like
with that
drama
crap.
queen shit. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that's it. Besides that, anybody could just read the news. You know what I mean?
Well, that's basically what he does. He doesn't. It's very surface. It's very shallow. You know, his coverage is about as deep as a pie pan. You know, he doesn't look into anything. He doesn't present any new information. It's just like, here's my opinion about something I read about today. I don't think that adds very much value to anything.
He's got to pump out a bunch of shows every week to like get the YouTube algorithm to actually notice his channel. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's the structure of social media.
Well, he also shows a lot of UFO videos. When you show UFO videos, like when I post a UFO video, I get way more views than anything else that I do. It's just kind of crazy.
They just want to like see something for 5 minutes that makes them happy in the afternoon and then go to bed or whatever.
Yeah, or something cool. Sometimes UFO videos are just cool to watch. And welcome biblically.
A lot of people just don't
God's
have
perfect
the
spouse.
at the end of the day to really dig into this stuff.
And there's two videos that captured my attention in the last week. One was from the Miami Air Show, and the second was from the Queen's Jubilee. You guys have any opinions on either of those videos?
I think the first one is a bug. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
I looked at it.
I got both those videos queued up right now, Steve, if you want to put them on.
Yeah, sure. If you
The
got them,
Queen's
share your
Jubilee,
screen, and then I'll allow it.
That
right there.
has me. I'm 50-50 on that one.
So this one was interesting, the Buckingham Palace UFO. You'll see it.
Maybe the lizards are flying by to say hello to her during her party.
Maybe
well,
this is
an
what happened.
air show, a display of air dominance and modern air might and technology and stuff. So,
and I've seen it in multiple videos.
Yeah, but a child could have released a balloon on accident. I mean, you know,
that could have been a bird. I think because
Yeah,
it's
I think
perception.
Could,
you know?
yeah, I'm just saying out some coulds, and cameras can make things look weird, you know.
Where was this? Where's the UFO?
True.
Oh,
You
that
know,
ball right there?
they show they show a close-up version of it in this video. It was filmed from a couple different angles. Again, it went right across the tail smoke, so the tail smoke, which is interesting. One idea is that there's some interesting technologies that are out there, so we can comment about some things that maybe the public doesn't readily know about. Maybe it's a stray balloon, but man, it's moving awfully fast, and it doesn't look like a parallax effect because it looks like that whatever's filming them and chasing them in that direction, it's not moving towards the direction of the travel of the object. So
could it be a drone?
One said it could be a parallax effect.
Could it be a drone?
What I think this more looks like.
It's interesting.
What's the raw
it's definitely
footage?
interesting.
I think it could be a drone.
Yeah, taking footage of the flyby, and it just they just didn't use that footage,
Yeah, it could be a drone that just got caught right in the middle of the tail smoke there, and for some reason couldn't be focused on, so it looks like an orb. It's out of focus.
Yeah, especially if it's surrounded by smoke, it's hard to focus.
Fair
on.
use.
This is a video that I think if you type in talking plasma balls, Pentagon talking plasma balls, you'll get this video in YouTube. And they can literally use lasers to eyes the air in a certain position.
Laser-induced plasma, right, Jeremy?
Yeah, they induce this laser plasma in the air, and there's a bunch of military contractors who've been working on this sort of thing, including T.D. Barnes, who was the former special projects manager at Area 51, who I interviewed on my channel last year. And he told me that all these pilots are seeing is this technology. That's all that's in those videos that have been released. That's all that they've put out so far has been this type of technology. And You know,
and
when I
that would
look at
explain, Jeremy, wouldn't that explain some of the strange effects like instantaneous acceleration or disappearing or any of that kind of stuff? Because
absolutely
it's not a physical object. It's laser
it's not a
induced
physical
plasma.
object. So the
Yeah,
time
you
travel.
can direct it. You can make it move. You could turn it on. You could turn it off. Right.
Right, and if your enemy doesn't know what this is, you could scare the ever living crap out of them. You know.
I'm bouncing
Steven,
off.
Or the
Steven,
public.
happy
Steven, I'll
anniversary.
start it off for you just in case.
Thank
This
you,
is
Darcy.
fair use. You hear me?
All right, yes, and Darcy just popped off. I keep getting notices that people are trying to join, but we've had too many people here. So there's an open slot. Try again. You'll get through this time. Now, you're watching Truth Seekers. This is our 2-year show anniversary celebration and panel. We've got lots of friends and other show hosts chiming in here and joining us. Jeremy, alien scientist, is here, and we're sharing this footage from the UFO that was captured over the Great Britain Jubilee. I still think it might be the reptilian alien saying hello to the Queen, because she's like their one of their projects.
But it could be the mission of them.
New phone, who does? Except that they've got multiple angles on it, which is odd.
Carrie is here. Spooky, welcome, Spooky.
Howdy. How's it going?
Good.
Can you hear me? Is this working?
Yes.
Cool. Hello, humans. How you doing?
Hello, humans.
Hey, Jeremy, do you have the Miami Air Show queued up by chance?
Yeah, that's at the end of this same video, actually.
Here, we'll put it back.
How many people you got waiting to jump in, Jeremy?
I don't know. I get a notice.
Emmy
I get a
video.
notice when somebody tries and they get bounced.
Okay, I was gonna say you can drop me if you need, if you want to get that somebody else.
So this
needs to
object
move or
looks like
whatever.
it comes up from
I
the
can jump in
water and
later.
it rapidly accelerates upward. I mean, unless the wind was blowing this, it's really hard to believe that a bird could, take off and accelerate this quickly. From
Can you do that again?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it's a bug very close to the camera.
Mick West said it was a bird at first, and then he's like, "No, it's got to be a bug."
Could it be a ball? It's like a kid throwing a ball towards up to the beach.
That'd have to be Superman or something.
Quick.
The football,
I'll be
man.
honest
The
with
ball
you.
accelerates.
I'll be honest with you.
But it looks like
I
it
flew
originates
pigeons when I was young.
far
I used to
away.
fly pigeons. I have 1,400.
Yeah,
of
well, the
them at one
flashing
point.
makes it look like a bird's wings flap. Oh,
There's certain pigeons called flights that they have white tips on their wings, and they could be black, red, whatever color in the middle, like a
Yeah,
magpie.
I just want to make sure that we cite fair use. This is transformative work. We're discussing and critiquing the videos we're sharing. This is covered under fair use and certainly allowable by law. Fair use.
Fair use.
Steven, can you pause it at where it comes right from the water? Like, it starts at the water? I just want to see
I think
this.
that the Jubilee footage is better than this, though. This could be, like literally anything close to the camera. I thought it could be a bug, a ball, something,
Look how far away it looks like it originated.
Yeah, I know. Like, where's it coming from? Like, where's
It,
it?
it could be the angle. If it's a bird, it could be going a lot slower than it looks based on the camera angle.
It doesn't look like it's that far. It looks like it came up right from there. It's all perception. See?
But
It
nobody's
looks like-
there throwing it. Like, nobody's there to throw it. Like,
Well, if the bird is, yeah, it's weird. But anyways, someone in the comments mentioned I didn't finish up my gripe there that was talking about. So yeah, when I mean, when you say like people are like con artists, therefore they don't know X about UFOs or whatever. Correlation isn't causation, and there's a lot of bad people in the government. So it ultimately it's a non sequitur. So anything that you try to find via sociology is limited in the conclusions that you can make from it ultimately. So that's why it's better to stick to the science if you can.
well, that's what I'm saying. It looks kind of fake because in the beginning, just as it gets into frame, it seems like it's traveling.
Look right
fast.
here.
And
See,
it
right
slows
at
right
this
down.
swimmer's head right here. Right here, there's something that appears just for a second. And right here,
A
right
glitch in
here,
the
and right
matrix.
here is
Wait.
something that appears like something came out of the
So
water
wait.
or
No,
Could be a glimmer.
bug.
See, it's a wake or glimmer.
It could be a
off the water.
reflection.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a reflection.
It almost looks fake because of that, like because it looks like it's getting thrown.
It's a cut over.
Yeah, because there's some reflections in the foreground in front of that other
Right.
swimmer. You know, you see the glimmering off the water.
A bug definitely wouldn't do that.
But
are those two people in the beginning of the video right there? The man and husband, or the man and husband, husband and wife there?
Yeah, the bird.
Looking.
Yeah,
at
if somebody can send me the original, the highest res of the original video that they can, I can try to zoom in and stabilize it and see if we see flapping, because that's all it took for that other video, that Apache helicopter video.
Oh God, that
was awful. That was so awful, so awful. We have based Texans joining us.
Yeah.
Welcome,
I caught a
Based
UFO
Texans.
yesterday. Actually, 2 in one frame. I don't know what they are, so they are classified as unidentified.
I got to see a UFO fly over my town.
No, that's what people like, man. People love watching
Right.
the videos and doing the analysis, and then you
Right.
know, and the argument too, because you got like the Mick West being like, no, it's a bird, or a bug, or
Yeah, but see, Mick West, I will say this, like, sometimes Mick West is very science-based and he has an actual explanation that he can prove, but I don't like research by proclamation to just say, well, it fits the characteristics of a bug, so it must be a bug. That's not,
Yeah, I agree with that, and he does a fair bit of that, and I've seen him like comment on some science stuff, man, and I'm like, man, he's really, he got like certain things wrong, like he'll mention an element, and I'll know what he meant, but like he got it.
Yeah,
wrong.
but he is a really smart guy, you know
what's
game
annoying?
programmer before everything else.
No, but that's the thing. That's what annoys me with people. It's like Mick West is a really, like Jeremy just said, really intelligent, and sometimes he could be dismissive. But the most annoying thing is the constant thing you always see. What? Oh, this comes from a video game creator. You know how hard it is to make video games and everything.
Yeah.
You know how much, first of all, how much money this guy made, but how hard it is like that. But they make it sound like he's drawing stuff, and that's their argument. Because you made video games means you can't comment on anything else in life.
Yeah, these are the same people, that tell me I'm an idiot because I remodel bathrooms, and like the ones who are gonna have to
Well, I
call
think
me
people
when
are
they fuck it
making
all
video
up.
games to be
Yeah,
warned anyway.
go
right?
try to live off of a physics research grant before you because some listen, Jeremy, I know a guy who's researching. He's an academic. Let's just call him an academic, and he is making so much little money for the incredible work that he's doing in robotics and AI, but he's making pennies. Any like really good contractor that does anything, carpentry, painting, construction, tile, can make twice as much as he's making right now. So that's a stupid argument. Sometimes it's just about feeding your family. You know, I'm sure Jeremy would rather just do science all day, but he's got a family to feed. You know,
exactly. I mean,
the people mad at Mick about him being a game developer weren't mad about Linda Moulton Howe using a game developed photo for a alien. I mean,
Ain't that the truth?
Good Lord. You know,
it's just
which another reason I say, well, you know, second anniversary to Stephen. Thank you, man. Between Stephen and alien scientists and Marshall, you know,
there she is.
Dan, man.
Can you hear me? Or I was trying to fix my headset, but it wasn't working.
Yeah, we hear you. We can hear you. We hear you fine.
Yeah, it's easy
I
to
wanted
always
to
be
ask
right if you
something.
pick softball arguments, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Base Texans.
I was going to ask, what did y'all think? I mean, this is an alien subject, but what do you think about all the food industry buildings being burnt down?
Oh, I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned about that. I
live in
believe
Texas,
that.
obviously, and just in my neighborhood, there's been 3.
Yeah, if you want to get into a real conspiracy rabbit hole, start looking up food processing plants burning down all over, not just the United States, all over the world. And
yeah,
that's
especially
crazy.
in Texas.
And
part
also,
of the reset.
Like you could
It's
literally have
important.
a whole day of food conspiracy documentaries, and
I'm going to do
not
that.
watch them
That's
all.
It's on
So
my list.
the one thing I wonder about
food and fuel.
How does it come? Is it actually? Is it just statistical? Because there's a lot of food processing plants across the world, and a lot of them cook the food, so they have heat sources. So how common is a fire under those conditions, and especially how common is a fire when, like they've been strapped for cash for a year or two, so they don't like.
Yeah, coronavirus degraded a lot of maintenance and infrastructure in the United States.
It's hard to say. What I want to see is like, okay, there's people reporting on all these this year, 30 of them, but like what I want to see
how many were last year, the year before, the year before?
Is it an uptick from previous years, or do we just have a problem with fires in like food prep places in general?
Or is it a perception problem too? We're watching
no
now
investigative journalists looking into this.
Well, I will. It's on my list to look into.
Yeah, and all the free energy
Yesterday, an
inventors that are
18-wheeler lit a flame. They said there was like a bomb or something on it. I don't know the whole story, but I seen it on the local news for DFW. They said there was an 18-wheeler on that just lit a flame. It just blew up like there was some kind of explosive in the back of the 18-wheeler. That caught my attention.
There was a 18-wheeler carrying hot dogs or something. Hot dog.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
On Memorial Day of all days, that blew up.
So again, like these are anecdotes and individual cases, and they and people seem to see a. I mean, it seems like there may be a pattern here, but I want to see more hard numbers to back up that pattern, kind of. I mean,
You ever watch that? You ever watch the Superstition episode by Darren Brown, where he literally trying to figure out the pattern for the code of like what's causing it to go up, and none. It's really in reality it's caused by two goldfish swimming in a tank, crossing a line in the tank in the background, and they come up with all these crazy ideas for what's causing the numbers to go up, but it's actually controlled by something completely random that's totally not in their control.
But even
I did find one site that said, although it says, quote, although no data is kept on fires that occur strictly at food processing facilities, the National Fire Incident Reporting System tracks fires within broader categories like manufacturing, refrigerated storage, and agricultural facilities. In 2019, the number of fires at all manufacturing and processing plants in the country topped 5,300, nearly 15 a day.
There you go. So these are anecdotal things that the news media has pulled out.
Well, maybe I'm just on the fly.
So this is
it's at least some more data to compare to it.
Yes.
Just be careful of these fact check sites. They're all
I know it needs more digging.
crap.
I definitely would need to dig more. I am planning an entire show on that conspiracy, and I'm going to try to get to the truth, regardless of what it is. I want to know.
I'll do some research.
Snopes is not real research. It's like if you did a research paper in school and you only use Wikipedia.
Yeah, I will say this.
You want to
though,
look and see how many
there is a real possibility of
shut
huge
down.
There is a huge possibility, despite these fires. There's a huge possibility of big food shortages coming, but that's because of the Ukraine and Russia situation. There's currently you can't get fertilizer out of Russia, who supplies many of the world's biggest farm countries with fertilizer, because of the war and all of these countries saying, hey, you can't do business with Russia. And additionally, in Ukraine has been called Europe's breadbasket. So they're a huge supplier of wheat. Obviously, they've been distracted with the war and all their major cities getting blown up. They did not do the planting this year that they would normally do.
They actually did do some planting, and they were able to.
But not as much as usual,
we also
though.
Had that
but much lower, and they account for 25% of the wheat market.
25%, yeah.
I'm not sure if you're familiar with the guy named Peter Zeihan. He's a geopolitical strategist who does great work. You guys need to check him out. But yeah, so Ukraine is responsible for the potash fertilizer. They produce a lot of the potash, and then Russia produces some of the natural gas formulated fertilizers. So both of those going offline at the same time is a big issue.
I just want to mention that joining us now is the panel member that got drunk and fell over the last time he was here.
All right.
Watch
we'll
out.
See how sober he is. Bobby Broadway, welcome.
Bobby Broadway.
I never got drunk.
Welcome, Bobby. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, but Russia also recently just stole a bunch of the grain from Ukraine. Also, there was
a lot of propaganda too, though.
Dude, yeah, they were
Well, China wasn't China going to invade Taiwan and Tim Pool like
lining them up boats, just filling them to the brim.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh and Artemis, for kind and generous super sticker. And I forgot earlier, we're gonna thank everybody for praising the cash. Thank you, Josh and Artemis. Very kind of you.
This is Trixie from Truth Seekers, thanking you for your generosity. I'm gonna praise the cash so hard, I'm gonna teleport myself on board a sexy tic-tac UFO. Thank you for your generosity.
Hey, Steve, let me
That's so
say,
weird to see Jen do that.
I watch you all, and I compare what you're doing with what my research into the defense contractors. And so, like the other day, you had a thing about space debris. Well, space debris before 1968 was full of strontium. It's very radioactive. They put these tiny little reactors on satellites and things, and they're all up there. If these things fall in the next 4,000 years, they're just going to spread radiation all over the atmosphere. But well, one thing I do need for y'all to know is that places like Area 54 and the Nevada test site, the uranium that is spread out all over the place from the atomic bomb blasts is everywhere. If you have a fire or even drive a car over this thing, at 300 degrees, it turns into a gas. You can breathe that in. So be very careful if you go out there. Don't have an open flame anywhere near the ground.
So that's the tritium, I assume?
Yeah, it's also it's the whole gamut. It's going to be uranium, the plutonium. The plutonium is very close to the site. It falls out almost immediately around the site. And so at Jackass Flats, you don't want to go there. They tested out a nuclear engine where they ran rocket fuel through basically a nuclear reactor. And guess what happened? It just irradiated the entire area. And so that's how they make the hypersonic rockets, is using basically a nuclear reactor, and you force liquid oxygen through it. And that's how they actually move around in space, is through that type of propulsion. It's very efficient. It's also terrible to have in the atmosphere.
That might have been the older technology. I think the newer stuff uses phased energy, directed energy type
Yeah,
stuff.
my father got my grandfather a book about the nuclear airplane project long ago, and I had a friend who was at GE, and he asked if he could borrow that, and he never gave it back. And he said he denies that he borrowed it in the first place now. So like $700 book about the nuclear airplane project probably shouldn't have even been on the market, and it's gone. Probably sitting somewhere at GE now.
They got it's you can find that on the Internet Archive. They've got a lot about that. The problem was with that whole system was basically they said, well, if this airplane crashes, you just gave the enemy a working nuclear reactor. So that's what killed it. But
also the fact that the Geneva Convention, they didn't want it countries irradiated completely by it. But I guess our government didn't care about that factor, I guess.
No, they had this terrible plan. It was Operation Plowshare. They wanted to detonate 25 hydrogen bombs underneath the mountains between Barstow and Los Angeles to create a train route. And it would be underground nuclear explosions, but they all had the potential of breaking out in the open. And Mexico is actually who stopped it, saying, well, this is going to increase the radiation over North America significantly if any of them come through. But they were coming up with crazy ideas like that all over the place. It was just the Wild West of nuclear energy. And today I found out that Biden has reactivated several uranium processing plants. One of them is Portsmouth, which is in Ohio. They were supposed to be, my field is trying to clean up these sites. They decided, no, we're not going to clean it up. We just reactivated it. And
So I don't know if they're competent or not, but if they're competent, they would be processing uranium to sell it to thorium reactors, like people making thorium reactors, because to start a thorium reactor, you need some initial uranium. But like if they're not competent, they're probably just making uranium again for our own nuclear reactors to supplement the coal. But I hope I don't know. I hope they're being smart about it at least.
It's a
I
weapons.
doubt it. They're being whatever's cheapest, so then
Yeah,
they can add on a couple of $100 billion more to do whatever the hell they do with all that missing money.
Yeah, the Portsmouth plant makes uranium for the bomb. So that's.
Oh, you know what I just realized? I have to apologize. Bobby Broadway is who's here, and it wasn't Bobby Broadway who got drunk and fell over. That was Bobby Dogstone. So I apologize. How are you doing, Bobby Broadway?
Good. That's okay.
That's why.
Sounds
That's
pretty
why Bobby
British.
said I'm not drunk when he came in. I heard him say I'm not drunk.
If he was Bobby Dogstone, he would be. That's the way
right.
It works.
So actually, the thing about those food places blowing up, that's a good example of, or it could be a good example of political astroturfing. So I mean, who has a vested interest in seeing media like that pumped out a lot? Food companies. They're inflating the prices of food above and beyond what the supply chain restrictions suggest the food price should be, and they're making more profit than ever. And I'm sure, like, that's what I was saying earlier about political astroturfing. So instead of companies paying people to advertise something, now they pay people to put out news articles which manipulate public opinion towards an end that serves a food company or an energy company or whatever. So that's
imagine some of those emergency food prep companies floating all of this. You know what I mean?
I mean, honestly,
that's a good angle.
So there's so much. There's over 10,000 companies that have this business model now, where instead of directly advertising with an advertisement, they'll make a fake news article or a fake opinion piece or a fake piece of media that suggests an idea that whether or not it's true, it serves the interest of some company. And that's why we're in a post-truth era, because we're inundated with so much of these things that they're not even structured like ads, so we don't necessarily recognize them as ads, but they're trying to manipulate our behavior in other ways than just buying things.
They're not trying to. They are.
In this territory because
they're definitely doing it. Yeah.
About this. So, like, as a society, like, what can you once the complexity of these is beyond what the average person has time or energy to look at, then how do they ever find base truth again? Like, that's the fundamental problem.
It's the problem also is with, like, what you're saying there, like the famous words they created now, misinformation and disinformation. But there's a major problem out there too, not just with the social media, it's with the so-called mainstream media. And the so-called fact checkers and all that, like, where it's just an echo chamber. And, you know, when, like you said, if people don't have the time, or maybe they don't have the brain capacity to do the research or understand what they're reading, so they depend on reading a title or listening to the news, and they take that as gospel. And what's being pushed out is garbage.
In order to be a free thinker,
you
can't afford that. That's the problem. And yeah, too many people fall in. Yeah.
I want to thank Jimmy Church for a kind and generous $1.99 super chat. He says that I need my own crystal skull, bro, and I need some shit myself coffee too, I guess.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't order.
Thank you for
I wouldn't order it from him. He might have somebody put a hex on it. You know,
Jimmy Church showing up to our party is
Go back, Clay.
Typical.
We gotta get you a crystal skull now.
So one way, by the way, to determine whether someone's legitimate or not is to see if they'll engage in real conversation with people who don't agree with them. That's why everyone likes Joe Rogan, because there's hours and hours of conversation, so people can accurately gauge that he's like a real person who has legitimate opinions and like is open to new ideas. That's how you escape.
Listen,
because if someone's describing something in 5 minutes, it's not going to be the truth.
But the thing is, the people that like that's a good example, Joe Rogan. The people that always go after him, those are the people you don't trust. Because anybody that wants, you don't have to agree with my opinion or my
anybody
statement.
that wants to stifle free speech, I am totally against.
Exactly. But a lot of people make their opinion like it's superior than everybody else. Like, who's the arbiter of truth, they act like. And
so there's more to this. Yeah. So the government itself is full of these quasi-governmental organizations and corporations and the executive branch and all this bureaucracy. So they also pay these same companies that manipulate like the public to push their narrative as well, because they're not competent enough or structured to have that conversation with the American people. So that's why you have they're just using that existing structure, and that's the wrong way to reach people in reality. And yeah, they're trying to they have their own agendas and stuff, and like they're trying to be a voice of authority, but it's like with Noam Chomsky, you have to have legitimate authority. You need to prove that your authority is legitimate, and you can't just say we're the government, therefore our authority is legitimate anymore. That's the problem. Like they've burned the people too many times on this. So like, yeah. Anyway, but beyond that, like, I agree. It's a good heuristic to find those legitimate people, and whoever's trying to shut down the legitimate people, don't trust them. I agree. That's a decent heuristic for those who don't have the time to really go into stuff. Find people who have legitimate opinions and do legitimate conversation. And whoever's
and I'm sorry, and people out there listening, please do not use Wikipedia as a main reference. All right, because you can find out simple stuff. If you don't know about something, you want a quick little summary, you can find out. But that's all edited by people. Okay, so don't take that as gospel, because most of it's BS. But if you want to find out, hey, how many episodes was it this series 10 years ago? Sure, go there. But like for any stuff that you're going to make a decision in your life or have to do a research paper, not the place to go.
But at the very least, look at what Wikipedia cites. At the very least,
yeah, look, see what it says, and then go
and read the sources. Most importantly, is go like at the bottom, the footnotes, right? For whatever every bit of information, make sure you read through every source in those footnotes.
Yep.
If you claim that you've researched something,
and see the edits,
and look who funded it.
Well, when I get censored by Facebook or Google or Apple, they would usually send me a message, and I sit there and point out that the Apple buildings are toxic waste sites, and the company didn't tell you about it. So that's my response to them. They usually approve my stuff pretty quickly after I tell them that.
Well, have you seen Norm Macdonald's Netflix? New Netflix.
And two other common things that happen are when people they push a narrative that they know is going to happen anyway. So with the food shortages, we're probably going to get food shortages anyway because the global economy is basically been shut down for 2 years. So yeah, there's people who are saying, oh, these places are being bombed, therefore don't trust the government. That's just pushing. That's like, yeah, like there's a lot of reasons not to, but that's just pushing the government off a cliff of like, yeah, like there's parties who don't want the government to be stable. That's a good way to destabilize it, to sow mistrust. And then when the result happens that they said would happen, it's not necessarily for the reasons that they said, but then they have fake legitimacy because they predicted a thing and it happened. So causation is not always, like, correlation and causation are different, and it really takes discernment to get to the bottom of things.
Yeah, it's another great logical fallacy where so many people get lost in that trap of causation and correlation.
Exactly.
And it's not necessary to have an opinion about everything also. Everybody.
Very true. Yes, actually.
It's okay to not know and just admit that you don't know, that you're not an expert on something. That's what Norm Macdonald said in his Netflix special. I thought was really a good point, that everybody nowadays has to have a fucking opinion about everything, man. And they're not experts. They don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah,
just because they have a phone and they hit Google. That's life. Google.
Well, last year they were experts on coronavirus and infectious disease. And
this year they're experts on Russian history and war.
And Ukraine, yeah.
I just want to mention Spooky is here, who helps out the show a great deal. And we have done this for at least 2 other channels that were close to being monetized. So I would certainly like to do it for that one time I was abducted by aliens. So I'm putting in the video description right now. Help Spooky, Jamie, and Briana get to 1,000 subs. And I would like, we have more than the necessary viewers. If you guys all go over there and subscribe.
If you'll all go over there, I'll high five every single one of you.
Right,
I'm already subscribed.
To 1,000 subs. Many of us are already subscribed, but if you're not, now would be a good time to do it. And if you enjoy this content here, I'm certain that you would enjoy their content over there. Let's help them get over the hump. They are
coming up this week is going to be a whole episode analyzing.
They just need 23 of you to go over there.
23. We can do this.
Come on.
We've worked so hard for this.
I'm going to copy. They did work so hard for this. Hold on. I'm copying the video.
Yeah.
The video.
Get them
The link to go subscribe to them is in the description of this video, and I'm putting it in the live chat right now. I need 23 of you to go over there and help them get over the hump. You know how hard it is? That
978. 978. Come on.
Good. They only need 22 more.
Anjali is in the chat.
Oh. Greetings and salutations, Anjali. I'll send you a link if you want to join.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
It's our 2-year anniversary show.
I'd be very interested in chatting with her.
Is that really hard?
While we're waiting, does anyone think that there'll be Senate hearings in the next month or 2 months?
No, I think it will be about a year.
That's what okay.
But
I'm on about 6 months, maybe.
The hearings won't get anything.
I figure 6 months or longer, yeah.
The hearings won't get anything because nothing that's truly secret is in the government anymore. It's all in quasi-governmental organizations, which are private institutions not reachable by freedom of information.
Yeah,
I agree.
They're protected by export control regulations.
No, but that's what we need to deal with because they're doing that now to avoid the FOIA. That's it, go private, and then that's a zip. But there has to be, I don't know, somebody with big bucks that could push for this
nuclear
because
energy.
The thing is, you got government. It's still government working just because they're a private company they're working with. They're still working with stuff that deals with what we're paying the government for.
Here's how you get them. Most of these quasi-governmental organizations and private companies went through the SBIR grant program or various other government grant programs to fund the development of these technologies. Therefore, that's government money. Therefore, the government has a legitimate reason to be able to get that information, at least internally, under controlled conditions, and then they can decide what to declassify. But yeah, these companies can't just run away with our intellectual property that the taxpayers paid for. That's trillions of dollars worth of anti-gravity craft, etc. that private companies have just walked away with.
Yeah, look what they did with the railgun. That was big at Y12. I grew up not far from Oak Ridge and spent a lot of time four-wheeling and shit in the mountains up there and saw all kinds of lights, way off in the distance because they've got mountains you can get on top of where, they've got the wind turbines and stuff for not solar, but wind power or whatever. And you can sit up there at night and camp out and do all that stuff. And you'll see they're probably drones, but they were doing railgun technology there. And they were also developing new thermonuclear weapons while they were there also.
Seeing what I've seen, I don't think the railgun program was discontinued. It was moved, I think.
I think it was too.
Yeah, because there's no the engineering is not difficult.
Yeah, they got them on boats and
so like
shit
the
now.
low voltage, high amperage stuff. You just need a homopolar motor. That's public data. That's public information. And then the challenge is the rails on the railgun, which abrade over time. But they found solutions to this. I don't know how much I can say about those solutions, but they have a solution. So why would they just cancel the project? It doesn't make sense.
They wouldn't. They would just.
Well,
move
they
it.
got Tic Tacs
They'll
now.
just bury
They
it.
just drop a bomb on a Tic Tac and
There's still a
deploy it.
strategic place. There's still a strategic place for railguns.
We still need 14. We need 14 more of you. We've got 125 people watching us. If 14 of you could go over, I know some of you are already subscribed there, and you might not be able to help. They only need 14 more people to get over the hump and be able to finally make money. Those Briana, Jamie, and Spooky have been grinding their asses off for quite a long time now.
And they're so cool.
And listen,
Yeah, it
that first, I will be the first to tell you, that first 1,000 subscribers is a nightmare to get to. You look at it every day, and then sometimes you lose 10, and you're like, God damn it, I lost 10 subscribers because you're so close. They need 14 more of you to go over there and subscribe. And that would be, I consider a favor to me. It's that one time I was abducted by aliens. I've put the channel in the live chat. And I've also put the channel link in the description of this video. Just click the video, just click the link and click subscribe. They need 14 more of you to do that. And thanks, Wendell Lambo, sorry, tongue-tied today, for kind of generous $4.44. Congratulations, Stephen. Great job. Thank you. Longtime show supporter Wendell Lambo. For your
Woo,
kind
10 more to go.
I run into a lot
10
of
more. We can do it.
Yeah, let's get it. Let's get over the hump.
Hopefully you could help me in a few months with the same thing, because I'm starting to get up there now. But
yeah, we've got, what was it, Alien Girl 111. She was very close, and I had her come on here as a guest just so I knew if we had 150 people in the live chat and she only needed 40 or 50, we might be able to help her. And the same thing, Josh and Artemis were very close to the 1,000 when they came here as a guest, and we live on air both times. So come on, let's make lightning strike. Let's make lightning strike 3 times here and help these people get over the hump. Because listen, whether I agree with it or not, in order to make money on YouTube, you basically have to work for free for a year, and you got to work really hard to get those subscribers and get to that 1,000 threshold. Then you got to fill out a bunch of papers, and it takes another couple months sometimes. So, but they're very close. They deserve to make some money. All you get when you get to that 1,000, if you're monetized, is you get the YouTube ad pennies or revenue. I don't want to say pennies. I'm very happy, YouTube overlords. Do not strike me down. And
take them away, boys.
You get the ability to take the super chats. But I got to tell you, before I was monetized, all we had was Patreon or PayPal donations. And though I'm thankful for the PayPal donations, it's just so much easier for people to do the super chat that your income doubles or triples instantly. As soon as you can take those super chats, your money doubles or triples. And there's 3 of them over there, all working very hard on their show. I'm sure you would enjoy their content. Go over there and help them out so we can get them over the hump. And that will be 3 different shows. All these guys are going to owe me something. 5 more of you. We need just 5 more of you.
I just posted it on Twitter. They'll get it.
Well, would I have to give you another?
That's kind.
Will I have to give you another 3D printer?
Yeah, I want a 50-inch one from you.
Stephen, with how much I help you, I think you owe me. But
I was only busting balls, of course.
I know. I'm busting.
No, they deserve it. They do. They put on a good show and they do work hard. I like them. I really do.
I'm looking forward to our episode of butt stuff this week. I'm putting together all my analysis of the UFO I shot yesterday, and I want to present that.
Yeah, how do you not love a UFO show called Butt Stuff?
Right?
Yeah. And they got a saxophone playing Bigfoot.
It's the best. That's our pledge of allegiance. Like, we have to get boogie with it at the beginning of every show, and it just gets us in the mood, and then off we go.
Has anyone paid
how real
attention?
change happens. You have a bunch of people, you all network together, you all help out each other. Like, legitimately, you do hard work, and eventually we get, like, the technology out there. That's how
right?
it's...
Hey, 4 more. 4 more subs.
Has anyone been following the SCU?
You have to all link to each other, and then when
Right.
you have a bunch of links back and forth, that legitimizes your position and grows your network. And yeah, I mean that's how.
What happens when part of the network is kind of bad, though?
You just have to be careful with political astroturfing and fake people jumping in and stuff. But
Right.
I mean, that's the modern paradigm. If there's a real grassroots movement, they'll kill it with astroturfing.
Word.
Yeah.
Come on.
Has anyone been following the that SCU conference with all the quote heavy hitters? You know, Eric Davis is there. I think Putoff's there. A whole shitload of people there.
For some reason, I was thinking of SCP then.
It may be. I don't know what it's called.
I'll be right back, Steven. I'm over here printing trees.
Through a bunch of people there.
trees.
Yeah, Steven. Before I'm gonna come right back. Thank you for hooking me up with Mike Strat. I'm gonna explain to you what we're doing because I'm gonna be doing something real soon, and it's gonna be pretty cool. But I just don't want to talk about it just now like that, and especially on your 2-year anniversary. But don't worry, it's nothing that conflicts with you or nothing like that. So, and
Strat's an awesome researcher, man. He's a cool dude. I've hung out with him.
He's a nice guy, man.
A real nice guy. He's dedicated to the truth.
Yeah, I like him, man. Oh, and by the way, look, speaking of that, I actually just bought it. I'll plug his thing. This is his book.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, he just came out in February. This is Mike Strat's book, Dark Files. It's like volume 1. It goes back to all the historic crashes and retrievals. You know, that it goes back even to like the 1800s. It's pretty cool. Like that. It's a nice book. Steven, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh no, you look stiff for a minute. I thought you froze up.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to. I am right now. I am tweeting out the link to that one time I was abducted by aliens podcast. I said my friends Spooky, Briana, and Jamie need just 4 more subs to get monetized. 4 more subscribers to get monetized. I'm always multitasking here. We're trying to see if we can. We're trying to see if we can't. I'm going to say, please help them out. Subscribe.
I'll bear hug every single person that subscribes.
Hey, Steven, great job. I got to go.
Thanks for joining us. And do me a favor. Do me a favor and email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. The link to email me is in the description of all the videos or in the about section here because I'd like to have you as a guest and we'll talk about this food stuff and perceptions and astroturfing and influence peddling and all the stuff that I think that you'd be great about. And I want to share with you.
2 more.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I'll email you. We'll connect.
Okay, great. Thanks for your
Michael.
time.
Good point,
Thanks for being
Nice
here.
conversation.
998. They need 2 more.
2 more. You know what? If we hit 1,000, I will drink some whiskey. How about that?
I'm gonna go
smoke another bowl.
I'll do that for nothing.
We're gonna take a break in a short amount in a little while so that because I forgot to bring any alcoholic beverages and considering I gotta go sober up next week. So
one more.
I'm gonna one more.
Leave it
Yeah.
running.
People in the chat think you're already wasted. They said.
Come on, people, be that lucky 1,000. Be that.
Jeremy,
number
have you been
1,000.
watching the? Have you been watching?
We did it.
The SCU.
I knew we could do it, man.
Look, man, I'm so
Teamwork,
happy for
man.
them.
Thank you, everyone.
Teamwork, guys. Teamwork.
Thanks everybody.
Congratulations, Josh and Artemis.
They got monetized, and they are going to be able to make some money. This was that one time I was abducted by aliens. It's Spooky, Briana, and Jamie will now be able to praise the cash. Praise the cash. Hallelujah. Thank you all for going and helping.
Congratulations.
I'm so excited.
Congratulations. You guys worked hard for it. You deserve
Crystal,
to get this.
Now I have to grab some alcohol. I'll be back in one moment.
Heck yeah.
Spooky's going to get lit now. You're like, I worked hard for that shit. Yeah,
she should.
Congratulations to that one time I was abducted by aliens who have now hit their 1,000 subscriber mark. They will now be able to get monetized, get super chats, YouTube ad revenue, make some money doing this instead of working for free like they have been for the past couple of years. Good for them.
Yes.
Congratulations,
Seriously,
Spooky
thank you,
Briana.
everybody. That really means a lot.
Yeah, that's the least I could do.
You guys
work
rock.
super hard. Thank
I
you.
mean, I've had Spooky chained up in my basement making graphics for years now, so
yeah.
Let's make sure in case a couple people unsubscribe, they got a couple bots.
couple more of you.
Give us an
over
overhead.
1,000
Any more of you need to do that, because if they apply for if they fill out the paperwork and then like 10 or 20 people unsubscribe, it's going to screw everything up. So you need to get.
They can do that with the bots too.
Yeah, they can.
Hey, tell you what, if you like Truth Seekers, then you can kind of blame me because it was partially my idea. So go sub to my channel.
That's nice. That's nice.
That's Spooky's channel, right? Spooky. What do we
No,
search
no,
this for?
Spooky has her
Oh
own
no,
channel,
no, just mean
and
that one
three
thing.
of them. Yeah.
I don't make stuff on my own channel.
No, I thought you did still. No.
Oh no, I have my blog where I eviscerate people, but that's just that's just for fun.
The reason I was asking about the SCU is supposedly there's a new video of the Nimitz of the UFO or the Tic Tac shooting back with some kind of a laser or something. I don't know. I saw it on Twitter, but it was a video that was done at the SCU. It was a more grainy video than the other ones, but
was it from the same event or just the same?
Same event. I haven't seen it. I was reading about where people were talking about it.
Is that what Jeremy Corbell was talking about?
I think it's got a link to that, because that's what he was talking about. That there was a saucer shaped something that showed up. It's like they're adding to the story, and I'm wondering if this is adding to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like
Now you'll see him on every news channel.
Crafts, right? But you got those kind of crafts, and they can't shoot down a F-14, F-16, F-22. Fuck it, whatever. I mean, they should be able to travel millions, billions.
Well, you remember we've got Jeremy Corbell saying that last Friday they shot at UFOs as recently as last Friday. So listen, here's what I've done. I've reached out to media representatives from all branches of the military service in the United States asking for comment on his claims, and so far nobody's got back to me. But first thing tomorrow morning, I'm going to hit them again, because these government types, you can't just make one request or shoot one email. You got to keep hammering them on the phone to get them. You're
wasting your time to pressure these people to address Jeremy Corbell.
It's funny though, because they're all going to say
part of the problem though.
We're going to get some of the statements back.
Fired. They'll say no weapons were fired. Then Corbell will say
they're covering it up.
Cameras. We fired the cameras at them.
Yeah. Or he's going to claim the Men in Black.
We fired the cameras.
Dude, have you ever watched his debate with Stanton Friedman?
Yeah, it's cringeworthy.
But he just says things.
Didn't he start talking about
never ever provides any kind of a proof or anything? He just states.
Oh yeah, with
stuff,
Bob Lazar's
and
degree, he's like,
goes,
of course he lied to get the job. You never lied to pick up a chick.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, and hey, thank you, UFO John Doe, who wants to turn the panel into Hollywood squares.
It's amazing. I would love to
Thanks for your kindness.
Whoever taught him his speak, whoever taught him how to speak. You can go to the old interviews, like with him and Fravor and Lazar and all that, and against Stanton, where he'd lose his cool and all that, to where now with the weaponize your curiosity and all these keywords. Somebody taught him well.
Monetize your curiosity, more like.
Monetize your curiosity, exactly. But whoever was his speech therapist or whatever that taught him how to speak,
it was Knapp. It was all George Knapp.
Steven, I just emailed you something.
Speak, man, because they give him these key phrases of things to say. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was the CIA that.
Maybe like UAP portfolio.
Maybe that's why I hired him.
Well, yeah, I think that there is some sort of psyop to push a UFO threat narrative so that they get funding.
100%.
Catherine Austin Fitz has some really good commentary on that.
Oh, she is
great.
Narrative. Solari report. Go read it.
Think about it. It could work both ways. Like to get funding. And matter of fact, that's in the last sentence of the UAP report. That's literally in the last sentence after everything. And it also could serve as a purpose that if, let's just say we go on some kind of black op or something goes wrong, blame the UAPs. Wasn't out like that, some new tech or anything out there. You know, there's so many things that they can utilize UAP for. And then again, UAP doesn't mean aliens.
Nope. I
You
think they're
know?
scrambling because cheap drones are defeating billion-dollar radar systems.
Yeah.
Think about
Yeah.
it. You can send 100 cheap-ass drones at a ship, or send a $30 million cruise missile, or however much you know that they cost. I mean, these drone swarms are incredible. The things that they can do. They can pinpoint antennas to take out. They can pinpoint people,
and they're autonomous. You know.
Yes.
Oh, look at this. Whitley Strieber is in the live chat. I'm not sure if that's the real Whitley Strieber, but I believe that it is. And he is congratulating us on our 2-year show.
It's not the real him. It's
Just
assume that none of them are real. No one's real. I'm not really Kari.
That interview with Whitley that you had was really fascinating. It was good.
Yeah, I want to interview him again and get a little deeper into the implant that he claims that he has and some other things, you know?
Yeah, I knew. I could tell you didn't want to keep pushing on that. It's still a great interview, though.
Well, we have limited time too, and that's like its own subject. You know, I thought it'd be better to start with just his general history and things like that. You know.
Yeah. You take the 3-prong approach. You know, bring them in once, be nice. Second time, get a little bit more out of them. Third, rip them to shreds if you have to. Right?
Yeah, that's not the real Whitley Strieber, considering that Whitley Strieber's account has 30 YouTube subscribers. So I'm going to guess it's not the genuine Whitley Strieber. But here we go. I'm gonna turn my camera off and get some alcoholic beverages. And you guys could just keep talking. Maybe I'll come back in 3 hours and see if it's still going.
Hey,
Steven,
do me a favor.
Ourselves.
Steven, do me a favor. When you go black for a minute, look at that email, that link I sent you.
Sure.
Like, look at that video privately in case you want to play it. That's the one I made the other day about Corbell. But check it out first.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely do. I know what video you're talking about. So when we come back, I'll play that. But let me get some alcohol, because I require alcohol to watch any of Ron from Cosmic's Neighbors work, right? No, I'm just kidding. He does good work. I'll be right back, guys.
I've been, if you're wondering who I am, I've been researching there's this Navy base in San Francisco Bay. It's called Treasure Island. And it was the Navy's atomic, biological, and chemical warfare base. And the city of San Francisco put people on it for public housing, and they're all dying of cancer. And so I've been dealing with the Navy, one specific Navy official who is their public relations person, and I've been able to catch her in lies, or been able to, she would say something like, well, we never used mustard gas on the island. And so I would show her the Navy report where they did, in fact, use mustard gas on the island. Then she came back and said, well, yes, they did use it, but they used it only in liquid form. And I said, well, that's exactly how it's deployed. So I got the Navy admitting that they used mustard gas on the island 2 weeks ago. And now the newspapers in San Francisco are all going berserk on it. But
they use it 2 weeks ago on the island, or you found the documents 2 weeks ago?
I got the Navy to admit that
2 weeks ago, gotcha.
That they used it on the island. But I'm coming up with all the documentation, and it's the Navy up until about 1968, they wrote everything down because they thought it was all going to be classified. And so they wrote down exactly what they did. And what they did was irradiate huge areas of San Francisco, San Bruno, Pittsburgh, and Dublin, California.
Sounds like the Anthrax Island thing that Great Britain did with the sheep and all that stuff, where they created natural anthrax and spread it around, and they were going to have the sheep spread it around and stuff.
Yeah, they did that stuff, except they did it to the people of the Bay Area. And
that's crazy.
They thought that they could clean it up, and they couldn't. But so instead of quarantining all this land, they sold it. They sent it over the GAO, and they sold it to developers immediately.
That's crazy. They did in England that they closed the island off. I watched a documentary about it. It's interesting. And it had been closed off for years and years and years. And then they recently decided to open it back up, and they had to dig 7 feet deep on the entire topsoil to get it all out across the entire island, 7 feet deep. Dig all that soil out and remove it because of the
what they did in
natural.
Chernobyl.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, what they did though is they seeded anthrax spores to grow naturally in the field and stuff, so that wildlife would eat it and die. That they were going to release it on Germany, but they decided not to because it was so contagious, if you want to call it that, that it would have overtaken Europe and all that stuff. So they decided not to, and they were able to keep it on that island. It's really, it's crazy.
World
It's
War
a crazy,
II,
crazy
the
thing.
Allies, the United States mainly, but it was the Allies. We had chemical warfare equipment ready to retaliate. It was we actually were able to prove that MAD worked because we were ready to attack. So, like the Brooklyn Navy Yard was a chemical weapons base, so was the Port of Oakland. And so there's all these bases all over the country. I published all the locations. They're everywhere. It's just ridiculous. They did it. They did this training in almost all the bases everywhere in the country. And I grew up.
My grandfather flew in the Berlin airlift. He was a P-38 pilot in the Pacific, and then he ended up in Germany with the Berlin airlift. And he swore, he would tell stories all the time that they had nukes and that we had nukes there, but technically we didn't. But he was saying we did, and my dad would be like, no, there's no way, there weren't enough nukes around by then. And he would say, trust me, they had them. He was a lieutenant colonel.
Yep.
And he flew and part of the Berlin airlift. And he said that there were many days that there was very close exchange of, heading into war with Russia.
But weren't financiers, bankers funding both sides of World War II? The Nazis and the Allies, the Axis and the Allies?
I'm sure. I don't know.
Probably.
Jeremy would know about that. Jeremy's all about all that stuff.
They probably weren't keen on totally wiping out the opposition if they were, funding both sides of the war. You catch my drift?
Right, yeah. He just said that they had scares and that Russia had nukes and that the United States had nukes in Germany and Russia had nukes in Russia and in Germany, is what he said. But by history books, they say that's not the case, but that's what he said. Take it with a grain of salt, I guess.
No, fair point. I mean,
I mean, he was a pilot, though. I mean, he told a lot of crazy wild stories.
Also a pilot in World War II, P-51 Mustang.
Oh,
I don't
nice.
I don't have any stories, though, really. He didn't really share any stories with me, to tell you the truth. But
yeah, I would get him. He would have a couple of scotches, and I could put a recorder down when I was a teenager and get him talking. So luckily, I was able to record some conversations. So
yeah, what happened to Darcy Weir? Man, Darcy Weir dipped out, and he was having like audio issues with his microphone or something.
Oh, I think he had to go though. He kind of said like congratulations, and then waved, and then I think he bounced out. So
yeah,
it's tough when there's like 10 people on the screen to try to communicate because I think everybody was talking over him or something. So, but yeah, I'd like to get him here and talk about some of his documentary projects. I'm going to get with him off air to be a guest when we do the reboot in a few weeks.
Yeah, he's a cool guy,
great,
and I'm actually working with on a new documentary with him. I've been talking with him as a producer, because he's trying to get into more of this content with after the TR3B doc on more of this narrative that a lot of these UFOs can be explained with advanced technologies and
black technology too.
We've gone through the trouble of trying to track these people down and interview most of them, the ones that can still speak that aren't under NDA and stuff, and get them to come forward. But those APEC conferences, man, people complain that you just dip out for like 10 minutes. Sometimes I'll fall asleep on that during those conferences. I watch some of the guys because it's like education, it's like sitting in a classroom, man, and sometimes you're just, not into that on a Saturday. So, but it's crazy. There's a lot of great information on those, but it's like the attention span. We gotta find a way to like get that information and package it and sell it to these bigger audiences.
Make it like 3, 2, 1 Contact or something, or
yeah,
cartoon. What was that cartoon? Hard Rock School or whatever the cartoon.
Well, that's why I was like, we'll work with Darcy because he could package all this in a documentary because it really needs a full-length documentary. I mean, we channels like ours, like we have so much content for like we could talk for hours. That's why we go for hours sometimes because we could literally dive into these discussion topics and just go into like crazy detail.
But Jeremy, I mean, at least you have a record. Like a record of all that information somewhere, at least. You might not have condensed it down to the distilled to the point where you would like it, but at least it's available. You're doing great work, man. I haven't had a chance.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, me too, man.
Documentaries are hard work.
It's all open source.
Really good work.
That's what's cool. You're not hiding any of the work and stuff that you do. I think that's what's really respectable is you show it all, the work, everything. You guys are like an open book over there. Like, here's what we're doing. If you want to help us out, cool. We'll take the money. Let's go. Let's get this anti-gravity built.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Is like, there's all these allegations from people like Michael Schratt, Stephen Greer, other big names in ufology. They're saying, we have developed this technology in 1954, at least, and the government's kept it secret in these secret space programs and stuff. It's like, well, hell, if these things exist, like, this is part of history, and it needs to be like covered. Just like the Manhattan Project's now declassified. We can go, read about how these scientists were hired to secretly work on this 100,000 people, secretly built this atomic bomb project. It's like future generations need to learn how we built UFOs, in secret, if that's what's really, really fun, right? It's what these guys are claiming out there, So let's dig into this stuff and let's do it hardcore. Let's do it the right way and with a way that we can get supportive. And man, it's great when you see people like, hey, by the way, I cited alien. Have you checked out alien scientists' work? I cited him in my PhD thesis. And it's like, oh, great, like this is good stuff, man. And we get people from DARPA and the DoD on, and the U.S. Air Force, and I do jobs for people who are in the Air Force and stuff, and I tell them about my channel, and they start digging in, and they're like, holy crap, like, all this stuff is so stovepiped and so compartmentalized that the average person working in this stuff doesn't even know about, half this crap. So we were doing a service to like disentangle to connect that web of structure to this so that we can actually advance technologically, because we're falling so far behind our foreign adversaries in the tech war that it's just I think that's why channels like mine have gotten the pass from DoD and DARPA, because they're like, hey, we got some of our best brains from the Pentagon over here watching what these guys are doing, because
they know, man. Hey,
no one's smarter than all of us together.
Troubled. Civilization has a lot of problems and stuff. I mean, just
Well, they realize that, like,
we could have some sort of breakthrough with technology, to the point of what you're talking about here, with whatever UFO tech or whatever.
Well, according to Stephen Greer, we've already had it and it's locked away. So like,
well, Stephen Greer, no, just and in all fairness, Stephen Greer says a lot of shit though. So, but I have heard this. I have heard this.
Repeated this.
Yes,
thing,
I have heard this. I have heard this whole theory that we developed the technology in the mid 1950s and then it got spirited away to black projects. Right. I've heard that from more than just him, but
where's the evidence for it? So that's what I'm looking for.
But think
he
about
also
this.
said he met Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top and went and saw an arms rerun. So
yeah,
this part do you believe?
But imagine,
I got a question about this. I mean, we all can agree that it's theoretical because it hasn't been totally proven, at least, for the most part. Let's say, theoretically, that you get even close to actually doing it. I mean, what's to stop the government from going ahead and intervening and saying, hey, this is now you are a security threat? I mean, what's to say that? So will we ever see it so long as the government has the ability to go ahead and do that? I mean, can you put it out on open source? They can just shut it down. I mean, it's not impossible to shut it down. And that's my question here, I mean, what do you do when the government has so much power that they can just shut your operation down?
Well, they send unethical.
Do what Jeremy's doing and just
they send unethical stuff to countries
spread it like a
that
wildfire.
don't have ethics, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
we saw what they were able to do. We saw what they were able to do
the-
during COVID. They could just shut anybody's business down they wanted to. You had no say in anything.
But they also took the research over there because they could not do it in the U.S. and China opened them with welcome arms. Said, "Here, come do your research here. We'll be more than happy to have you."
Yeah, well, let's say you go out
You know what I
into
mean? So-
an unpopulated island out in the middle of nowhere, and do this. What's to say that another country won't do it? I mean, because obviously the oil threat is really the threat. It's not a security threat. I mean, who wouldn't want an anti-gravity car? I mean, who wouldn't want that? I mean, that would save a lot of issues. I still question the energy requirements, and I know Jeremy, you know about this stuff. The energy requirements for bending space-time, I question whether we can even achieve that at all, especially for a smaller craft. I mean, the thing would have to be as large as the whole Earth, right? Would it not have to be?
No, only 42 foot with the Element 115, baby. I'm just playing.
Yeah. I wanted to ask. Somebody's mentioned
52 feet or whatever.
Somebody's mentioned this in the live chat, and I've said that this is garbage claim. That Bob Lazar claimed that he was making lithium hydride with his particle accelerator, and I mean, Jeremy, you got a degree in physics. How expensive would it be to make enough lithium hydride to make a hydrogen powered car with a particle accelerator, if you even had one?
Well, I don't know. Let's think like he had those 3 or 4 tanks in the back of his hydrogen car that he shows in that video. Each one's probably got, think about how much it would weigh to like lift a tank that size, probably like 40, 50 pounds, right? Let's just say 50 pounds on the light side. It probably maybe even more than that. So let's say 50 pounds times 4. That's 200 pounds of lithium hydride. And then we divide that into moles, and then we know that 1 mole is Avogadro's number, which is 10 to the 23rd atoms. So if we're making it in our particle accelerator, we're making it 1 atom at a time per collision. You're colliding.
Yeah. How long would it take to make 200 pounds, Jeremy? That's my point.
Well, 10 to the 23rd. Let's see. Say we made 1 per second, right? 1 collision per second, right? To make 1 atom per second. Say we made 100 of them per second, right? So 10.
It's going to make me do math.
To the 21st.
The universe hasn't been around that long.
My point is, it would take years and years and years to make 200 pounds.
10
or
to
decades,
the 21st
right?
second.
Hundreds of years?
In years, right? In years. Let's do this, right? So it's 10 to the 13 years. So that's, 9 is million, 12 is billion. So that's 30 billion years.
Yeah, so I just want to say to those people that send me hate mail that Bob Lazar's a real scientist and I'm an asshole. This man said that he made enough lithium hydride to power a car, 4 tanks, 200 pounds. It would take him how many billion years to do that?
20 billion.
20 billion years. But I'm the bad guy here because I say he's a fake scientist and a convicted pimp liar.
Yeah,
it is what it is,
Well,
as a real
he
scientist
gets a migraine.
would know these things.
I can do calculations live on air because I actually have a degree in physics, and but if he's ever asked to do them like live on air, he'll be like,
You have a migraine.
Did you hear he might go on theories of everything, Jeremy? And there's 2 questions that I sent in. One of them is, why did a real Area 51 security guard say you weren't in the logs, you never stepped foot on Area 51, and there's nothing at S4 Papoose Lake as you described? And the other one is, why did your former supervisors at Los Alamos, we now have on the record sources, his former supervisors who say he was never a scientist, he was a low-level electronics technician. And I really hope that Kurt from Theories of Everything asks him those 2 questions, because there's no explaining these 2 things away to save his story. He's going to have to pull out the Men in Black on that one, too. The Men in Black.
He's not going.
So, Jeremy, the only way to
They wanna
make
see the
something like that is
questions
with
ahead
a
of
particle
time.
accelerator?
No, that's what he claims, and like, well, how do you make lithium hydride? He's
Oh,
like,
that's
well, you need a
his
particle
claim?
accelerator. And
Okay.
it's like it leads right into the shot to show off his particle accelerator. Like, how else were they going to introduce his particle accelerator?
Well,
show?
remember too, at one point he convinced George Knapp, John Lear, and others that he had a particle accelerator in his bedroom, and I say that's impossible. You couldn't do any usable work with a particle accelerator, or let's call it a particle accelerator technology just demonstrator in your bedroom. You couldn't transmute
Tabletop.
elements with something like that, right? Could you?
The feds would roll in.
When people say tabletop particle accelerator, they mean one that
The
doesn't
whole
have
reason we built the
80
Large
miles.
Hadron Collider, which is like, what is it,
Etch-a-sketch.
14 kilometers?
14
around
kilometers
it's
around,
like
yeah.
the larger and bigger that we build the radius on the particle accelerator, the higher the velocities or energies that we can get these particles to upon collision. So technically we need one the size of the whole universe. I mean, like a Halo ring from like Halo, to make a particle accelerator big
Right.
enough to like create these energies that we want to do to bend the fabric of space time, apparently. But
So, what are like the university level particle accelerators capable of?
Thank you. I was getting ready to ask that. Like, what would they produce it at? What rate would they produce what Bob Lazar produced?
Berkeley
Well,
had
At a
one.
college.
I think they're basically
So-
aren't they
like,
basically
how-
just to get the particle to closest to the speed of light? Not sure that it's actually I mean the energy requirements is probably what the whole U.S. does in the whole year. I mean it's massive.
So if you did
just to
one
build that.
collision per second, it takes you 20 billion years, right? So if you did 20 billion collisions per second, it would take you 1 year, because fractions
But how-
are reversible.
Right, but what's an
Energy
average? What do
requirements.
they do? Is that are 20 billion done a second on average? Is that something that happens, or
So
is
you
it
do
one at a
20
time?
billion collisions per second to make about a mole of it in a year, but you'd probably need more than a mole. So you'd probably need like
Yeah, but is that possible to do? Is that even possible to do a billion? in a
no,
second?
that's not how they make lithium hydride. They mine lithium out of the ground.
Yeah, well, he said that lithium hydride was illegal, but he got around it by making it in his particle accelerator.
Yeah,
Which
Yeah,
as soon as I heard that, I went,
it's heavily rated.
no, you
They said
didn't.
it's a weapons chemical. It's a weapons
Yeah.
material, right?
Right. And I'm just wondering how many cycles could they do to create whatever it is that they need. I mean, you threw out some theoretical stuff. I mean, could he do 1,000 in a second? Could you create that in your garage? Is that possible? Or in your house? Going
I don't
into
think
your
so.
house?
No
I don't
way.
think
Jeremy's
so,
the expert,
and I
yeah.
would love to have him prove that that's where he got from those tanks. They look like commercially available hydrogen storage tanks to me.
Which you can buy a hydrogen conversion car. You can buy.
I mean, Bob Lazar, he
rocket
runs
conversion
United
cars.
Nuclear. He deals in all this crazy scientific stuff.
Yeah.
He probably gets sent a million like supplier magazines from half these.
And a lot of
companies.
people don't know it, but his company is the world's leading, at least the United States, world's leading supplier of glassware to meth labs.
Oh my God.
That's
It's true.
True. Yeah,
Something to
'cause
be
He
proud
is
of.
he is the United States leading supplier of that chemistry.
if you were
those
Walter White
beakers
and
all
you
that
needed to
stuff.
buy some untraceable lab equipment from a good supplier, you wanted a hot
Go to
pad.
United Nuclear if you want to cook meth.
probably where you got it from in the show. That's funny.
Well, he did operate out of the Midwest for years. He moved to Michigan to avoid the tax laws and some of the other like legal sanctions because it was the most lenient state. But then eventually he got kicked and ran out of town there, and now he's out in Oregon, right?
I believe
He's
so.
a
Yeah.
snake oil salesman. He just moves from town to town until he's ran out.
He
Does
started
Corbell
off the
really
business with
believe
as a fireworks dealer because
this
he used to
guy?
run Desert Blast, the biggest fireworks festival in out there, in Midwest, and anyway, and he used to be able to get chemicals for making homemade explosives and sell them at these at the conventions and conferences too, on like the underground markets and stuff. And so like eventually they created regulations, and that's why he created United Nuclear, because he needed an official sounding supply company to actually get these bigger chemical supply companies to actually ship to him. Things like potassium nitrate, saltpeter, and key elements for making explosives and other things. So I thought that was
his
interesting.
Story is just
part of the story, and that's kind of how United Nuclear started. Is kind of like he's like, well, I'm a dealer in this, and then like, well, let me get glassware and stuff too. You're right. It started off with a lot of the selling glassware.
Yeah, I will say this, Jeremy. Did you know that one of the magic shows I did, we did an illusion that uses glow in the dark stuff, and we black out the entire place. It's completely black in there. So you can imagine what kind of illusions you can do when the whole place is black and you have glow-in-the-dark painted props. But one of the magicians that I knew, he saw the show and he went, "That glow-in-the-dark paint you're using is okay, but let me send you a link. There's this place that has the best glow-in-the-dark paint. It's twice as bright as everybody else's." And the link he sent me was Bob Lazar's United Nuclear. So I bought some, and I agree with him. It was twice as bright. So I got to give him that at least. He sells the best. Yeah, probably uranium infused or something, or poisonous. But it was the best.
With a Giga counter?
No, but it was the best. I still have some right here in my supplies. It was the best glow-in-the-dark paint I ever saw. And he sells it in multiple colors, or he did at one time. So you could make orange things, red things, green things, purple things.
There you go. He also got the thallium that dude used to kill his wife, and that's why the FBI they're raiding. And Corbell said it was for 115, but
yeah, I talked to the police chief, and he said it had nothing to do with that. He was kind of surprised. Then he watched the documentary, and he called me back, and he said, "I wonder if the FBI guys know that they're making this bullshit claim in this documentary." And he sent it to them, but I never heard back from them. But the point is, they said there was 30 or 40 people there, all these people, and they were under surveillance. The officials that were actually involved in it deny all of that. They had one meeting that was a briefing an hour before they went there. There was a hazmat guy just to go in there and make sure it was safe for everybody to go in, because there's hazardous materials in there. But they hyped it up as, they're coming here to look for the element 115. Bullshit. And by the way, Jeremy, that exact plot was in the Hollywood screenplay that Gene Huff wrote. That they came to his house and raided his house looking for the element 115. So Jeremy just took the plot point from the Hollywood screenplay.
Didn't
and
even
jammed
cite
it
the
in the
authors
end.
either, right?
No, just jammed it in it's in the Hollywood screenplay that Gene Huff wrote, that the government raided his house and tried to get the element 115 back. So I guess Jeremy Corbell had a copy of the same screenplay I have a copy of, and he
Gene
couldn't come
Huff
up
is
with
a real man. He's actually become a pretty good friend of mine. I write right back and forth with him, and he can't stand Corbell and what Corbell's done to those.
Get me an interview, bro. I want to interview.
I've been trying to get, dude. Believe me, man. It would be like the Holy Grail.
He's not quite ready. He's not pissed off yet enough to spill the beans, but I hear he's getting there, Jeremy.
There has
kept his mouth shut about Lear. You notice that he's kept his mouth shut about Lear. He said a couple of things, and he's not.
Well,
I mean, he lived there, which I learned that from watching Jeremy, watching Alien Scientists. I learned that from you and Solar Marshall.
Yeah, he did live with Lear for a while.
Yeah, it's on his website, Extraordinary.
I learned a lot of shit watching you two and watching Cambion.
There has to be a reason. Oh, I'm sorry, Lord. There has to be a reason. There has to be a reason why the biggest public figures fall for the dumbest shit every time, every single time. I mean, all of them. Is there one that hasn't fell for the dumbest shit in the world? I mean, that completely defies physics. I mean, fundamental physics is fundamental physics. Prove them wrong. I mean, isn't that science itself? And that's what I wonder. Why are all these huge figures, or the ones that at least are in the limelight, like that? Are they put in the limelight intentionally? I mean, that's what I feel.
Whether you look at the level of so-called talent that Corbell has, I think he was put there. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, they're placed.
I agree. 100%.
I think he was chosen by Knapp and trained to do what he does.
But think about it. All he does, there could be a news cycle on Twitter. Everybody's sharing it for days. He shares it, and like within 2 hours, he's on every network being
Yeah,
interviewed
it is
over
quick.
news that's been out for 5 days already.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have that
I mean, that
ability.
sounds like
You and I don't
asset
have that
management, to
ability.
be honest.
We don't have that
George
kind of...
Knapp and George Knapp has a different power now than Linda Moulton Howe, but I think that they were all. I think George Knapp knows. I think he knows what he's doing, putting out bullshit. I think Linda Moulton Howe believes the craziness.
I mean, somebody
that she
spoke
believes.
earlier.
And
Somebody
I think
spoke earlier
Cordell
about
says-
the propaganda. I mean, and this is it. I mean, we all know that the government uses propaganda. They've admitted it at times. Other countries have admitted it. You know, I mean, you know, the military is going to step in and say, hey, look at, don't be doing this stuff because, we haven't developed it yet. So now you're getting close to doing these special things, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with anti-gravity. We're going to step in and say that it's a security threat. So here we go. We need to put people in place to push the propaganda saying, oh, it's all fake. I mean, who would believe this shit that like Lazar says? I mean, does Lazar say anything that is reasonably real or plausible even? I mean, it's all bullshit. If you ask me, all of it. I don't believe anything he says. Anything.
If any of it was real,
tell me the
he'd
sky
be in
is
jail.
blue, and I won't believe him. That's how much I believe him.
His ass would be in jail if any of that was real.
Right, and that's why. I mean, they can talk about their NDA all they want. They can say, "Well, I can't really tell you this." The reality is anything that they say, if they truly are sticking with their NDA, anything they say is nothing top secret.
No,
given
it's
that that's
nothing like actionable. It's nothing that we like. That's
Yeah.
why I interview scientists all the time, and they tell you exactly, like, detail by detail, how to build their technology and do it. And that's real actionable intelligence. We're not getting that kind of level stuff from these guys, Lou, but they're just sitting there fronting like they have it and getting
Yeah,
everyone carrot on
right.
a stick. They're like, hey, listen, we're getting all the way to Congress now. Now, if we just get in front of Congress, it's going to be there. That carrot's really going to be there.
So then that goes back to what Stephen was saying. They're looking for a reason to fund their military projects, saying that it's a threat to us.
That's the best way to get more military funding is for there to be a threat. Look at what you need to do is look at the Department of Homeland Security. What do they have? 250,000 employees right now? They did not exist before 9/11. There was a threat. Now we get all this funding to deal with the threat, and we have 250,000 employees. I don't know what their budget is like, but it's in the million. It's in the hundreds of millions of dollars, or maybe billions now. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They
and it was all from a threat. So,
I think the Department of Homeland Security is jealous that the Defense Department's getting all this attention with the UFO threat. I think they want some of the action too with their department. You see that with
we got Space Force. We got and everyone's fighting for a piece of the pie.
You got to look at the correlations between Europe right now with UAPs/drones. They call them drone incursions. They don't call them UAPs. Only the U.S. calls them UAPs.
UAVs.
They're having UAVs, UASs. I mean, they call them what they are over there, and they're having major issues of cheap-ass drones from Turkey being flown by Russia and China, and cheap-ass drones from China beating billion-dollar radar systems. So it is a threat in a way, and they need the funding to fix the drone shit because, I mean, they're swarming and all that. They're doing all that stuff. It is happening. It's not freaking aliens, for God's sake. I mean, so I think that they're doing it to save face, maybe. I don't know.
That's what I think.
The military.
Well, our own government is testing drone swarms against conventional things like ships and aircraft. Because it's a very good weapons platform if you think about it. I mean, you could send a $100 million fighter jet, or you could send $300, $200 drones to do to have the same effect. So.
And when you're gonna with explosives or what have you, and that's the problem is how do you tell people we spent $1 trillion getting this beautiful satellite system, radar systems set up that'll pick up high altitude vehicles for reentry and things like that. But we're getting beaten by drones. Like, that's a huge failure.
But with the drone swarms, like you have the anti-drone technology, right? How do you test anti-drone technology against swarms?
Well, you got to
you need a swarm.
You just use an EMP pulse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we got stuff that as Trump's I don't know if anybody ever did anybody watch when Space Force when they did this flag ceremony. Trump was bragging about what we had. He said China and Russia wish they had what we had. We have 18,000 mile an hour missiles. Da 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 da. And there was an Air Force guy standing beside him, and he looked at him and said, "Right?" And he said, "Yes, sir." And you could just see the level on it. You could just see his face, like, "You fucking idiot! What are you doing?"
Yeah, what are you telling our adversaries that for, you dummy?
He was disclosing, like, he's like, they wish they had what we had. We've got missiles that'll blow twice as fast as their fastest missile. That's hypersonic already. And I was just shocked at that, that he said that. And I was like, that just goes to show we got some.
But they have like a company, just one out of Australia, I think it's called Drone Shield. There's a million of those companies, and they're into anti-drone technology and like taking control of them, like sending them back to where they came from so we could find out who's flying them. But what I was getting at is like with the swarms, like the stuff that happened out in California in 2019, where Corbell released those so-called leaked videos of the swarms, right?
Videos,
and that, it's this and that and pyramids and all this stuff. But I mean, it's most like, and they, even though the government said, it was drones, like, I mean, it's just obvious. I mean, do you really think, I believe there's life out there, but do you think aliens, right, out of one of the 200 trillion galaxies in the universe or whatever, are just coming to this little speck of sand? They're all traveling here, like that, and going in and out.
I read an article recently, and they were testing these. They were called quantum encrypted drones, and they are for communications. And they communicate with light. They cannot be hacked. They communicate through lasers and blinking and things like that.
Yeah, the Chinese
and
did that.
They hover. Yeah, and they hover, and you've got other drones, other places, and they all communicate, and they create a unhackable communications link. And maybe that's what they were. I don't know. I mean, it's just
the Chinese have done that some time ago, and then recently they did it again, and they confirmed that it is possible to do this. Of course, given that type of thing, of course, nothing can be in between because only both sides know what's going on. And of course that's unhackable. I think the unhackable thing was kind of a little misleading because there is nothing in between. There's, I kind of wonder. I mean, granted.
Well, I can tell you that. I can tell you that as a computer science guy, like, there's nothing that's unhackable. It's just sometimes it's just like the resources to hack it aren't worth it to the
Well, by the time you're under attack,
but I think it was I think it was misleading how they used hacking because it wasn't something that could, be hacked, at least on the in between. Typically, in that case, hacking occurs on one side or the other, the client or the host side, and you know that, Stephen. And that's probably the most vulnerable side. If you're trying to go ahead and trying to crack freaking something in the middle that's totally encrypted, it'll take you 200 years to do it. Even with a quantum computer, it might take you 10.
Yeah, I can tell you some funny stories about hacking because I had a friend who worked for, let's just say, a major university in Philadelphia, and he was in charge of their cybersecurity, and he knew me when we were kids. And me and him used to do some bad shit. So he once said, I need you to test the security of this new network that we're putting up because there's a hospital involved and there's HIPAA laws, and this one has to be really secure. So all I did was start calling people from their phone book saying that I was from IT, log on, and then I would say, I don't see you logging on. What's your user ID? What's your password? I got 10 of them in 3 hours. I called my friend back. He was horrified. They had to have a meeting to tell everybody you can't give out your password and your admin over the phone. It's easier than some people think to enter secure networks.
Yeah, the guy that apparently hacked NASA in the early 2000s, has that been
Gary McKinnon? Not really. No,
David
have him as a
Mitnick is
guest.
the guy. If you want to read about hackers, read David Mitnick's book, Ghost in the Wires.
Yeah.
Nick,
did some
David
good stuff.
Mitnick.
There was a
Mitnick,
hospital just recently that was hacked and almost shut down, and they were able to prevent it. Did you see that? It was in the news. It made national news.
I'm sure I've seen it in Wired. It was in Wired too.
Yeah, it's here in the U.S. I don't know what city, but
Kevin
Mitnick. Yes.
Kevin Mitnick, you're right. He was one of the people that used to be a contributor to 2600 magazine back in the day.
Yeah,
Jeremy,
I
I used to have to go to this weird bookstore to get that because it was such an underground. It was almost like stapled together from, it was a great magazine about hacking and freaking and all these underground technologies.
They even ran the hashtag 2600. Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah, that was good stuff. Good stuff back then. Oh man. And I've done my own man in the middle stuff, and to some extent I kind of got scared, I'm like, holy shit, this really works, but right, you choose the weakest point, the weakest chain in that link, and with computers,
and that's usually the people. It's the people.
It's social construction.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I could try to brute force attack that network for 16 days with bots, or I could just pick up the phone and you'd be surprised. So many people, only like 1 or 2 people out of 25 or 30 people I called were like, "Who are you? What's your name? I need to know who I'm talking to before I give you this information." Most people, they just gave it right to me, and I wrote it down, called my friend back. He was horrified that people gave it out that quickly. Because sometimes it's a level of education, though. They never had training to tell people don't do that, so they didn't know.
I'll use an example. People are misled to think that something like, there's even more advanced stuff. WPA2 was really, really secure and couldn't be hacked. I'll tell you what, it can still be hacked today. Of course, it takes probably up to about 48 hours, and that's with a good connection, and you need to be close. So, it's not unhackable. You only got so many numbers, so many combinations, and that's the problem with it. It's not really truly encrypted. It's like, well, we're going to pick one number out of 25 billion or, whatever. But I've done it successfully multiple times, and I can show you how to do it if you want. But I'm not suggesting that people do this kind of thing. I'm just saying that
Wireshark, that's it.
Yeah. Well, that's for
in 96 on dial-up, my neighbor was able to get into our high school and change grades. He changed grades for me in high school. God. Yeah. Like he was a gangster, dude. He was doing that shit in 7th grade. I graduated in 2000. He helped me out a couple of times.
So what's the chance that Lazar's computer got hacked and all of his information is gone? Now he's got no proof. I mean, have any of these people ever even offered any actual proof? Just other than their word. I mean, any proof, anything.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think that if somebody doesn't have corroborating evidence and they only have a story, then they should be ignored. I mean, people like Bob Lazar, and then you get people like Corey Good that take it 100 times further, He's fighting rape. He's fighting aliens and time traveling and shit. But it was people like Bob Lazar that put that framework out there that all you need is a great story. You don't need a real education. You can fake it. You don't need a real background or work history. You can fake it. But Bob Lazar knew just enough, having worked at a high-tech lab being a tech, and worked around Area 51.
Kirkmeyer Corporation as an electronics technician at the metaphysics facility at Los Alamos. He learned quite a bit, yeah.
Look at everyone that followed behind him. Your Dan Burrishes, all these
J-Rod
SEALs that work there. Yeah, J-Rod.
Shut up. He saved J-Rod. He saved J-Rod. Okay.
Right. He pushed him through a portal.
Yes.
He's working on Project Lotus now, or whatever the hell he's doing.
Fired from Bob Bigelow's job for storing furniture at the place. So.
Was he? Wait. Who worked
Bob
there?
Bigelow said that in the Nap interview, man.
He said Bob Lazar was storing furniture there?
That's why he had to get rid of him. But the story that I heard, it was that he hired Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff at the same time, and that he sat them down in a room with Bob Lazar and had them quiz him, and Bob couldn't even solve a simple ordinary differential equation by separation of variables. So like, well,
that means he's no physicist. Yeah.
Right.
Don't think he passed Calc 3 or 4 or, you know.
You know what's funny? When Stanton Friedman was still alive, I was talking to him on the phone a lot, and after our first interview, and he, he was encouraging me to dig deeper into the story. He gave me some kind of math equations and told me to call Bob Lazar and ask him to do them. And I called United Nuclear like 100 times. I only got Bob on the phone once because he has somebody else that usually answers the phone. But if that guy's not there in the morning or whatever, Bob would pick up the phone. And so he picked up, and I knew his voice well enough. I go, Bob? He goes, yeah. I go, how you doing, Bob? He goes, yeah, who's this? So I knew right away I had Bob. I started trying to ask him the equation questions, and he hung up on me. So I called Mr. Friedman back, and I said, he hung up on me. He's like, yep, he can't answer simple. He said he cannot answer simple math equations that any physicist would be able to do.
Right, and that would be a requirement for the type of job that he had. I mean,
yeah, go look at the math requirements for a physics degree. I thought about it, Jeremy.
Just some basic integral.
I thought about it, but you know what? Computer science math requirements degree was crazy enough. Then I looked at the physics and I was like, no way I can do this.
Yeah.
I just
start getting calculus and stuff and then it starts getting really deep. You
as
really
soon
got
as the numbers become letters, I tune out.
Yeah.
The only
What's
letter
the
that I'm
indefinite
acceptable
integral
with
of
is
ln of x?
Yeah, the only letter that I'm okay with being in math is X, an unknown. Everything else is crazy. Why are you putting the alphabet into numbers? Doesn't make sense to me. I tune out. I can't do it. I know X though from computer programming because sometimes you're trying to find a variable or find a solution. You know, that's okay. But all this other stuff, Jeremy, no, I can't do it.
Hey, apparently neither can Bob. So that's what makes.
Well, I could probably still. I bet you I could still build a rocket-powered car.
Hired to replace the two guys that accidentally killed themselves cutting into a live nuclear reactor. Why they were cutting into a live nuclear reactor? No idea.
It was an antimatter reactor, which is even worse.
They weren't very smart,
Jeremy.
so they had to hire Bob to replace those guys. So
yes, and Bob's smarter than the guys. Obviously, he's smarter than the guys that cut into an anti. It wasn't even a nuclear reactor. It was an antimatter reactor, which is even worse. You don't know how much antimatter is in there or what kind of explosion you're going to generate.
The NRC has these reports. They're called the ACRS reports, and it's a back channel for nuclear reactors to say, okay, by the way, this happened. And so there was one guy tried. There's this part of a nuclear reactor. It's called the platinum boat, and it's where what the control rods smash up to, so they don't fall through and fall to the floor. It's made out of pure platinum because it doesn't react. And so this guy thought he was going to steal it. So he broke into the reactor chamber, died, and then they were stuck with trying to get this guy's body out of there because they had to shut down the entire reactor to get it out of there because he contaminated the entire reactor.
Oh, and you got to go in with hazmat suits and everything, right?
They had to pull everything out. They had to. It was a total disaster for the reactor. So they put better security on the doors after that. Then there was the time when they this is so stupid. These enterprising folks managed to steal a shipment of iridium, which would go into a nuclear submarine. And they were in Oceanside, California. They stole one of these big trucks, like in Superman, the big, huge trucks. And they stole it. They managed to get away with this thing. It was in the middle of the night. And they, not content with stealing this thing, they went inside the chamber and tried to pry open these. There were 3 containers at the base of the truck, and they were chained to the floor with radiation signs all over the place.
Oh, geniuses doing something like that.
So they tried to pry it open, and they died. And so, again, it's another major nuclear accident. The cops showed up. They saw the door was open. They saw all the signs, and so they called in the NRC, and they had to clean this mess up. But this happens all the time. For a long time, they had this. Is a great one. In the 1970s, they decided to put all government buildings had to have sprinkler systems in them. So they tried it out all at once. Nuclear power plants are not waterproof. So the Surrey reactor, which I think is in Virginia, it might be in Maryland, is went they couldn't control it. So they had to manually take out the control rods. It was wild and uncontrollable for a day and a half.
You got to be brave. You got to be brave for that job. Oh my God.
Well, you're going to get hit with a dose that's probably going to end your career because you can only absorb so much.
Yeah,
And so they had to have a lot of people to.
Now on that iridium heist, was that in Mexico and not California, or was it destined for California? Because I'm seeing reports on it in Mexico here. I'm just wondering. I mean,
I had never heard of it, but I'll look it up.
Okay. I'm just saying. But hey, I mean, you just can't handle that stuff with your hands. I mean, I'm sure it's contained at least in something. I'm sure it is, but.
Well, the ocean side. This was in the 60s.
Okay. That's. Okay. This is 2015. Okay.
There was a guy in Burbank. This company, they had this plutonium source, and somehow they thought in their mind, hey, if we open this thing up and separate the plutonium out, we can sell it to all these other clients as the same source, but it's just smaller amounts of it. So they took this thing, and it's basically a demon core is basically what it was. And so they put it on a lathe and they cut into this thing. And so the nuclear accident, the place is now a auto parts store, but everything within 2 miles had to be decontaminated. And that was about the late 60s.
So what's the chance that, I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
Well, it's just that after 3 Mile Island, that's when everybody put the lid on all this stuff, and they started concentrating everything just in the Atomic Energy Commission, because the NRC was just, who cares, The Atomic Energy Commission is the most destructive force known to man. What they did.
So what's
if you
the
ever get a
chance
chance to go to their museum in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, go to their museum. It's really cool. Just throwing that out there. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, Steve, I gotta bounce out.
It's really late. Yeah, me too. It's really late. Thank you everyone for going and subbing.
Yeah.
That's it. That's awesome.
I just wanted to say again,
DreamWorks.
Steve, congrats on 2 years again, my friend. Here's to another 2.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, here's to another 2. Let's hope I'm still here to do it.
No, you will be. It's a pleasure talking with all of you guys all the time. You guys have a lot of good info, intelligent people.
Well, everybody has their strong points, I mean, we all contribute, and thank you. I mean, I'm no massive physicist, but I know quite a bit about it because I'm really interested in it. I couldn't tell you.
I have a bachelor's degree, dude. I'm like, when you start getting into
that's
crazy
more than what I got. It's more than what I got. Man. I do.
Anyway,
I do
you
know
guys are
some
gonna hold
people-
me here because they're gonna stop more, and I want to listen more, and I'm already in trouble.
Yeah,
now.
I'm in the same spot, so I'm gonna hop out with you.
I gotta go too, man. And start talking about physics. I'm like, all right, I can't hang up now.
Hey, Ron,
Take care,
have a good
Well,
one.
thank you all for
Hey,
being
take
here and
care.
help us celebrate 2 years. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Steve. Have a great night.
All right, everybody that wants to pound out now.
All right.
And
May the force be with you.
There he goes.
Yeah, good job, Steve. Is anybody going to Discord?
well,
Hey,
I'm
we'll
sure
see,
I may stick around for just a little bit longer because I'm sure there were some people that tried to get in while we were filled up that didn't get in, and I'd like to let them. So I'll put the invitation. But anybody that's been here and bouncing out, I don't blame you, and
right,
I
man, we'll
appreciate
do that.
your participation. So I will go over to the live chat and I'll put it in here. We're going to be wrapping things up, but if you'd like to join the show, here is the invitation link. Yeah, so anybody that would like to join the show is most welcome.
Hey, Steven, have you had
Probably
any sightings
wrong.
of your own?
Yeah, once when I was 10 years old, that's what started me down a rabbit hole, really.
Oh, actually, that was a question that I heard not that long ago, and says, if you're not an experiencer, and I'm not going to say names, if you're not an experiencer, well, you can't really talk about it. And Steven's never had an experience, has he? No, he hasn't. And I thought I remember you speaking about it.
That's people that are misinformed and just looking to slag me.
Yeah.
You know?
I thought it was really ridiculous, and actually, it's really ridiculous to think that just because you aren't an experiencer, and I'm sorry for the people that are, but how can you discredit somebody that hasn't? Well, they probably haven't because they don't feel that it's real, and it's not real to them. So how can you just discredit them? I mean, I just find it stupid, and I think you know what I'm talking about, but. I said I thought I remember him saying that he did, and whether you did or not, I don't think that matters. But hey, Steven, I'm gonna jump out here, and hopefully somebody else joins in and takes my place there, buddy.
Well, I'm just doing that to offer to the people because I feel bad. I saw those notices while we were filled up, and a lot of people might have tried to get on that couldn't. So I was willing to stick around for a while to give those people an opportunity. Okay. If nobody wants to, that's fine too, because we've been here for almost 3 hours. Yeah. So
I'm curious.
And Chris K, you shared a video. You shared a video with me, and I have seen that. We're going to share that right now. I have seen that, and that's a great video. This is crazy UFO footage showing hyper acceleration. Let's and I'm going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public and discussing the video being shared. This one's crazy. Just zips away.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see the instantaneous acceleration when it's slow.
Yeah, I've seen this video before. It's a great video. Yeah, and an example of some of these. Yeah, and this is an example of a genuine UFO showing strange, weird properties that an airplane couldn't do, a helicopter couldn't do. These are the ones that keep me interested and intrigued. What could do that? Though somebody has shown a drone doing something very similar. Like there's a drone that's on the market that can go from 0 to 250 miles an hour in like 1 second. It's pretty impressive. Am I saying this is that? I don't think so, but people have offered that as a suggestion for this video, among other. But this video is one of those genuine mysteries that we haven't. Nobody has been able to really debunk this one. Lord Ludicrous, kind and generous $1.99 super chat says, "Great show tonight. Congrats." Thank you, Lord Ludicrous. Longtime show supporter. We appreciate your kindness, your generosity, and your support.
You know what I.
Have you gone on the record about your experience, Stephen? I'm just curious.
Yeah, on my previous show, The Midnight Hour, which was an audio podcast, I told the whole story. But, essentially, I saw what can only be described as a typical flying saucer, but it was 100 foot in diameter. I was in a forest, and it was just turning dark, and it darkened out the forest as it went over. And I felt electricity in the air, and I smelled something strange. Years later, that happened when I was 10 years old. Years later in a chemistry class, the chemistry teacher was showing us ozone out of tanks to do some sort of experiment. And I went, that's what I smelled. So I smelled ozone in the air, and I felt electricity. Like I felt it. I felt like, kind of like static electricity in the air. Like my hair was affected, like if you were in a place with a whole bunch of static electricity, the hairs on my arms were standing up, like it was just bizarro. And then it bolted off. And this happened right near McGuire Air Force Base, where my parents had sort of a summer house near a lake. I was in the woods at the time. I always wondered if it had something to do with McGuire Air Force Base, but McGuire, the most high-tech thing they had, they did training and supplies mostly. Like during the Gulf War, all they did was fly C-130s with equipment nonstop for the whole Gulf War. But the only jets are exotic. The most exotic technology they had was trainer F-4 Phantoms, old jets that they would train people how to fly a jet in. So do I know that it was alien? Of course not. It was something that I think might have been some sort of exotic air technology related to McGuire Air Force Base. For all I know, it was something being tested that was landing there, because I was within literally 2 miles in the woods around McGuire Air Force Base. There's a lot of woods around McGuire Air Force. It's in New Jersey. And there's McGuire and Fort Dix Army Base right next to each other. And all around there is woods. And us kids, we used to go explore the woods, play in the woods. You know, there's trails, hiking trails in the woods all around the base. And I spent most of my childhood there. But that's what I saw, and that got me down the rabbit hole. And ever since then, every book, every DVD, everything that I can possibly digest on this subject, I have. Let's welcome Jeremy W. to the stream. Welcome, Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, how old are you now, Stephen?
Pardon me?
How old are you?
I just turned 48.
Oh, okay. So you've been looking into this for over 30 years, 38 years.
Yeah, long time.
You know,
Jeremy, I'm going to mute your mic until you settle yourself, because I think that all that noise is coming from you, or maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mentioned your hair stood up, or that you could feel electricity. Now that immediately reminded me of what lightning does, you know, and it creates ozone. You know, and you can create ozone in your house, literally, but I wouldn't suggest it.
Well, that's why I have long thought that, especially when I started really researching these topics and propulsion systems and exotic, weird propulsion systems, I think that whatever the craft I saw, it had some sort of electrical propulsion system, like electrogravitics. Yeah. There you go, Jeremy. I have unmuted you now. I think you're settled, right?
Yeah, I think we're all good.
You know what? When I first heard electrogravitics, the word and stuff, I was like, "What the hell is that?" You know, I mean, like I never heard of it before. I think that the terminology that scientists use is different, but it became a word that I see much more often. And I wonder about what it is. I mean, here I want to say that gravity can be affected, or it can be manipulated, or what. The energy requirements I've always questioned, but that's unusual that you said that. I mean, ozone.
Jason, welcome. Jason M is here, big supporter of the show, big Patreon supporter, super chatter, PayPal donator, and friend of the show.
Awesome, thanks for having me, Steve. I was just listening on YouTube. Couldn't believe I could just jump on with that link. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we do this every once in a while. Sometimes they're a little crazy. Today was pretty sedate, don't you think so, Sixth Sense, in comparison to previous shows? We didn't have many drunks or crazy people,
Don't say that yet. There's still time.
Yeah.
Jason, StreamYard is so easy to get to. Yeah, it's easy.
It's still early. It can still happen. Invite them on, get people riled up.
Drunk people start getting drunker.
Yeah, that's what happened. Right. That one time, everybody was lit when they started. So as the stream went on, it got crazier and crazier and nuttier and nuttier.
Yeah, that was wonderful. That was really wonderful, though. That's what makes it fun, and that's why I try to say to people, hey, look, come on up. I mean, don't be shy. I mean, it's fun up here. Once you get to doing it a few times, you'll probably never want to stop. So, I mean,
yeah. Robert Redmond is here with kind and generous $2 super chat. Says, another great show, Stephen. Praying for you. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, your support of the show. Much, much appreciated, Robert Redmond. Thank you. I should say that I said I have to take a few weeks off for really health concerns, but it's nothing like life-threatening or, I'll be fine. I just really need to spend some time to concentrate on those things I've been putting off for quite a while.
Now, I'm curious, Stephen. Now, do you simultaneously stream on Facebook?
Yeah, we're on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube at the same time, simulcasting. But actually, today's a good day to announce it, Sixth Sense. We're going to be on 8 streaming locations after the short break I'm taking at once. Plus the audio podcast.
What is that link that people use that put all their links on it?
Restream.
Oh, maybe you can do restream. That all the links that are available that you're streaming on. Yeah, I guess restream will show it too, won't it?
Yeah.
And that's what
Yeah.
you're using then. Okay. Yeah, then that would show it. I would suggest at least getting that link out so that everybody can look at everything all at once, because I'm sure that I know there's people on Facebook because when they come here, they talk about it. So I'm just curious. And that's why I throw your Facebook link here, because I know you live stream there. So,
Yeah, well, we tried. I think that the cross-linking helps the overall show views because like if Google sees that there's 3 links to something, it puts it a little higher in the search engines than if there's 1 link to a show. And plus, we have the audio podcast goes out to like 14 audio podcast networks.
oh my Lord! Wow.
What is that?
I don't know what that sound is there, but I think it's.
I don't know either.
Let me. I got a question for you guys here for Sweden. I've been researching the CFO stuff for a long time, and watching people recount their abduction stories and things like that, and one thing I've noticed is looking at historical UFO encounters, they always these people always end up being hypnotized. Like either they'll report the event, and then after the event they'll be they'll be put under hypnosis, and they will end up with more detail from that. But one thing
it's very common.
Yeah, but one thing that I thought about was maybe all of these people are actually seeing military black ops stuff, and the people that are going in to hypnotize them are actually going in to put screen memories in.
Yeah, I think it's very common. There are people, I'm not going to name names, but there are people that do hypnotic regressions for people that have had alien experiences. And it's no coincidence that every time these people do a hypnotic regression on every single person, just about, they find alien experiences. I think they lead the person. I think they implant suggestions. Remember, during hypnosis, you're incredibly suggestible. So, and I've heard some of these taped regressions, and I just shake my head because, they'll say things like, "Tell me about the beings," when the person didn't mention beings.
I mean, even the very first one, the Betty and Barney Hill case, they didn't remember everything until after regression.
Not under hypnosis.
Yeah, but something definitely happened. Something definitely happened to those people. Betty and Barney Hill, at least from what I know about the case. I mean, who knows? It could have been the government had tested their unique technology and took them up in their craft, and they had to give them a great story to tell, so they didn't spill the beans on them, or to kind of cover their tracks in some way.
Well, hasn't it been found that is part of the case, because the government had tried that, all types of studies on people, that if they can insert something while somebody's under hypnosis and insert something into their mind, or make it a trigger, let's say, for instance, and then when they're all done with the session, at some point later they go back and they say, "What does this mean to you?" And they want a reaction. I kind of wonder, like Steven said, I think that a lot of this is super suggestive, or maybe leading, I guess, is the way. So I don't really have a lot of faith in the regression stuff. Could some of it really work? I suppose. People holding back memories because of something that really scared them, and I don't doubt that isn't the case. But I kind of wonder if it's actually inserted into them, so that when they go to tell the story, they know it, and they don't know why they know it, but they know it in the way that it was suggested to them, and I think it's super suggestive. I understand where you're coming from, that a lot of these cases seem to have that along with the time loss. Now the thing is it almost always seems that the time loss is directly associated with all the stuff they forgot. That what happened, what actually happened. Next thing, and then you got people that say, "Well, I'm 20 miles away." Yeah, I kind of wonder about that stuff myself. I mean, I'm skeptical. I'll admit it. I'm skeptical about a lot of things, but it's only because I don't get the answers. I don't get answers to things of how could this even be possible? I mean, y- what doctors did you talk to? Who did the regression? Are these people that did the regression notorious for only taking UFO people, or for only taking whatever the case might be? Obviously for job security. So
Well,
as
interesting. I said I wasn't going to mention names, but one person that comes to mind is Barbara Lamb. But I got to tell you that I interviewed her once, and she's just the kindest, sweetest lady. I just don't believe that what she's doing is valid or has any value. She wrote a book called "Meet the Hybrids," and it was all about all these people that claim they're alien hybrids. And in the book, they claimed they all had superpowers. And so I tried to set up with her to have me test their superpowers. They all declined. I tried to set up with her to have me. We were going to get them all genetically tested, let a geneticist look at their DNA to see if they had any strangeness in their DNA. She wouldn't. Those alien hybrids wouldn't agree to anything. They wouldn't agree to be tested for their psychic powers. They wouldn't agree to the DNA tests.
They can't reveal that type of information, man.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jason M. I thought he muted himself. Yeah.
I didn't catch the whole broadcast, but
personal stories a lot, man. What intrigues me is these mass sightings.
Yeah.
Mass experiences are like Berkshire. Are you familiar with Berkshire, the UFO case in Berkshire? I think that's an interesting case. And then you also have stuff like Phoenix Lights. I mean, that could be as simple as a government, like a government blackout project or some sort of thing, or balloons or some crazy shit.
Have you seen the video of the Phoenix Light?
Yeah, these mass sightings are fairly interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
Have you seen the video of the Phoenix Lights? Because I saw a video. I think I've tried to find it recently and I couldn't find it. But I remember maybe in like 2012 or so, I found the video, a video posted of the Phoenix Lights of like the massive ship going over Phoenix. And
yeah, some of that stuff has disappeared from the internet for some reason.
Right.
That's a conspiracy in and of itself.
Right,
Because
I feel like I've seen that footage.
all we see now is the footage where we're sure that was the flare drops.
Right.
Try to find footage of the craft. It's difficult, if not impossible. I haven't done it in a while.
And man, I mean, it was shot on like a crappy camcorder, back, whenever it just happened in like 2008 or something. But you could tell, you're like, whoa, that is a massive ship. Like people talk about how it blacked out the sky from where they were. Like it was a massive thing.
Well, wouldn't it be in the government's best interest to go ahead and go with the UFO thing? To say, really, here on one hand, they're saying, oh, that was a UFO you were seeing, so we can't tell you about the real craft that we had. I mean, because originally, if you look at what Elizondo had done, he's saying that, they were drones, they were military aircraft. There was no mention of any UFOs. And so all of a sudden it goes to UFOs, now UAPs. I mean, it would be to the government, or in the government's best interest to go ahead and at least put some confusion in there, to go ahead and take people off the trail of their military technology. You see what I'm saying? Under the guise that, oh, really? Yeah, they might be UFOs. I mean, and look at that. Look at that example.
It's an easy way to track back to who leaked it.
One of the interesting things about the Phoenix Lights case that makes me think there's no way it was aliens, I actually lean towards stealth blimp, off course, or having difficulty, because the craft followed an interstate highway. And ask any airline pilot If you're in an aircraft and you're in trouble, like your navigation instruments screw up or whatever, what are they all trained to do? Look for an interstate highway, and you can follow that to the nearest place you can land if you're in trouble. And that object followed an interstate highway for a good period of time. I don't think that's something that aliens would do, but that is certainly something that aircraft pilots are taught to do when
That's
their aircraft is in
the
trouble.
New York, New Jersey case. Starts with an H. I'm trying to think of the mass sighting of the people that were on the freeway. Damn it. Let me try to Google it and figure it out before I talk out my ass.
Looking at aircraft monitoring sites that I do notice that helicopters really do like to follow the roads. And
that's how they navigate some of them.
Yeah.
I mean, they have instruments, but it's easier if you're like I lived in Philadelphia near I-95, which goes all the way up and down the entire East Coast. So if you're an aircraft and you're in the state of whatever and you need to get to the state 3 states away south, you could follow I-95 south the whole way with no instruments, just visually and make it to where you need to go.
Yeah, generally they don't like to fly at night. I mean, for obvious reasons. But when they do, they're almost always following at least a major highway or a lit type roadway. I mean, that's what I've noticed. I mean, at nighttime, there's almost next to nothing. The only ones that are in the sky are either police craft or military craft. I rarely see private companies fly at night with copters.
Hudson Valley is what I was thinking of.
Oh, Hudson Valley case. Yeah, that was a good mass sighting as well. And here's some images when you Google stealth blimps. Some of them they do come in all different shapes and sizes, stealth blimps. And the government has been developing this technology for ages, I think especially it being so massive, blacking out the stars in the sky above it. Here's an artist rendition of that, but yeah.
The thing about the stealth aircrafts is the fabric that they use most of the time. Their engines are hidden behind this stuff, so the radar don't reflect. I mean, it's radar absorbing material that they're using for the most part. So you can essentially put it in any shape you want. I mean, granted, some shapes are better than others, obviously, but yeah, you could stealth just about anything really. I mean, almost literally. I mean, or at least to some extent. I mean, you're never 100% stealth, but yeah, that's crazy. And those are quiet too. I mean, you shut those engines off, you can coast for a while.
Yeah. Especially if you're in a good headwind, you could turn the engines off and be completely and totally silent for miles. Because it's lighter than air, so the wind would propel it forward, whatever the wind direction is. If you want it to go in the wind direction, just turn the engines off. You'll be completely silent. You'll black out the stars. You'll be a huge craft in the middle of the sky. It certainly could be misidentified. Some of these craft.
Steven, could I share with you one of the closest UFO stories to me that I've personally heard?
Sure.
All right. So I asked quite a few people, have they seen UFOs? I try to get people's real feedback. There's a guy that actually works for me. He's a salesman. He's a solid dude. He plays hockey. He's mid 50s. He told me that in the 90s in Newburyport, Massachusetts, he was fishing, him in a canoe with 2 other dudes. Him and the guy across from him see it. The guy in the middle of the boat is in the tackle box, doesn't see this. So 2 out of 3 guys see it. He looks up in the sky. He says up on his left, like he has to crane his neck left. He sees a bright light getting brighter and brighter, brighter. He says, "What the hell is that?" He points his buddy to it. They see it. It's this light. It's getting brighter and brighter. And he says, "Wait a minute. There's another one over there." They got to turn their heads to the right. And there's another similar height in the sky. It's the brightest thing. It's obvious. And he's told me this story multiple times. And I cannot gather that this guy is not telling the truth. He seems completely genuine. So they see a second light on the right, and they say, "What the hell is that?" So they look to the left. They see the light. They're both still getting brighter. And he says, all of a sudden, in about 2 seconds, a string of lights from the left to the right, like a like a tachometer on a like a start just brighten up, and all of a sudden they actually first they only really saw the lights, but as this is happening, he says that they can see it looks like the craft from Star Wars. It looks like one of the motherships, but it's up in our atmosphere. It's like looking at a city from afar. He said from left to right, you could almost not even see the far left end of it or the far right end of it if you turned your head. He said he could see geometric detail. He said he could see, like looking at the Death Star, like all just grids and patterns and rooms and features and tubes and pipes and wires and like
you ought to get that guy. You ought to get that guy connected to Michael Schratt, who has a lot of different witness testimony and artist rendering of the same exact thing, craft where you could see all kinds of like machinery and tubes and things under the craft.
Tens of miles across probably, and just is there even infrastructure even under the oceans or inside mountains? Is there infrastructure on Earth to even fabricate? That's probably just not either breakaway civilization technology, people that left Earth long time ago, or extraterrestrial. But where could you even fabricate? And then so anyways, and then it just zooms off. So him and his other buddy see, and afterwards they get off the boat, they draw together, or they draw separately, and they draw basically the same thing. Light on the far left, light on the far right. Then all the lights kind of come on all at once. They see the back end of a big, wide, city-sized craft, and it just zips away straight off, like almost directly up into the atmosphere, but at a bit forward of an angle, and they see it disappear. The third guy never saw it.
That's pretty interesting. I'd like to talk to that guy.
I've heard him tell the story face to face, like while we're having beers, while we're sober. We talk about it at work. This guy just is, I don't know, seems so genuine to me. I never talked to his friend, but I'm sure he would be willing to, just get his side of the story. But that's as far as legit stories I've gotten directly from people, and I know this guy pretty well. I'm wowed by it, and I can't imagine that he's not telling the truth.
You had mentioned Star Wars and Star Trek, and at some point I remember some story or some news article that was saying something like how much of physics is actually, or how much of physics imagination is actually drawn from Star Trek, and and I kind of thought about that, and I was like, you know what, that's kind of cool, really. I mean, granted, they use all kinds of weird words and this and that, the tachyons and this and that, but I kind of wonder, is this where some of the ideas come from? And I don't doubt that at all. I also think that a lot of the stories that these hoaxsters, especially the hoaxsters, they always steal from those movies and those series, and that's disappointing, really. I mean, I love the original Star Trek. The newer ones I didn't much care for, and
what did you watch Strange New Worlds yet? Because I think they finally got Star Trek right. Because I think that there was such a backlash from Discovery for all the wokeness and pushing all that stuff, politically correctness and all that garbage. There was a backlash about that. Like, we just want to see Star Trek. We don't care about these social issues. I mean, granted, Star Trek was groundbreaking. They had a black woman, Uhura, in the original series, and at the time there wasn't black women in lead roles on TV shows. I get that, but we've come past that. That Discovery was so woke and garbagey, but this new Discovery series, it's just good Star Trek so far. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, I love the old classic stuff, even as corny as it was. I really do. Still today.
Yeah, Gorgon and the lizard guy he fought, and
what I did watch?
The domino guys with the black and white,
Oh yeah, the graphics.
But it was a different time. They didn't have CGI or anything. They had to do the best they could to make things look like aliens.
But see, the story was really well written, I think, and the actors really did what they had to work with. I think they did a really good job. Hey, I did see Doctor Strange. I'm not really so caught onto it. I don't know.
I don't like multiverse stories or alternate Earth stories. DC was the laziest. When I was growing up reading comics, I used to get pissed off because I'm like, they're so lazy at writing that they just say, "Oh, we let Superman get too old and get married, and we don't want to do that anymore. So that's a different Earth, and now we're going to be on this other Earth." The parallel thing it's just lazy writing, and that's what I probably think about Doctor Strange. Like and I like this latest Spider-Man movie because I liked all the Spider-Man movies, so that was a bit of fan service. The reason they did that multiverse kind of meshing, but I just want to see a good story and the multiple universes, alternate versions of yourself. It gets a little old fast, you know.
Well, given the technology, almost anybody can make. A full-length feature film. Is it going to be great? Not necessarily. You need good actors. You need good writers. You need, good people running the show. Overall. But I see so many low-budget type films, and it's like, wow, I don't remember so many crappy freaking movies in my entire life. Because that's it. I think that the actors that are well known from the past were well known for a few reasons. One of them is because there really was no competition. I mean, way back. Why was John Wayne in every single movie? But then the other side is that now there's so many people producing these movies. You're more bound to get ones that are really, really lame.
Well, actually, you know what though? Sometimes there are some movies. There are some movies that have been made for pennies compared to Hollywood movies.
Yeah.
One of my favorite movies is a film called Primer. It's a time travel story.
I was just gonna say that.
One of the best movies ever made. That thing had a budget of $7,000. The guy who made it just got his friends together, wrote the script, filmed it all, edited it all. It is just an incredible movie, and the guy made it for pennies, and it is going on to great fame. Like it's a really famous. It's got a cult following. It's such a good movie.
They did like $400,000 in the box office for Primer.
Yeah,
so,
good for them.
Yeah, they did pretty well. But that's a film that like they should be able to sell the rights to Netflix, and more people should know about that film.
It's a great time. I'm not real huge on time travel stories because usually they get hokey. Or I think my two favorites are Primer and Butterfly Effect. Because the Butterfly Effect is just classic. Like you can't change things; you just screw it up when you try to change the timeline.
Yeah, that was cool.
But I used to work in Hollywood. I'm a professional cinematographer. I went to the Sundance Film Festival. I've been to a bunch of film festivals, and it used to be that if you made a great independent film and it looked great, you could take it to Sundance, and if it got screened there, you'd be able to sell the distribution rights, and you would make considerable amount of money. But when I went to Sundance, like there were all of these incredible films, and there were very few people that actually sold their movie for the distribution.
Well, yeah, it's a tough business. It's a really tough business. Yeah.
And
you know why? Because it's a cool job. That's why, Jeremy. It's such a tough business because it's such a cool job that so many people want to do it, and there's so much competition, and then I keep wanting to get into it. I've wanted to make films my whole life, and I want to make a full length, but I just can't get around the obstacles. At times I've had good actor friends that agreed to do it, but then we didn't have a good script. Then I had a good script and no good actors. Like I tried to get actors and they were all so bad that I went, I'm not going to try this with these kind of people. They tried, but they were like aspiring and new, and they just didn't have the experience. If you're going to make a low budget film, you got to have a great script and you got to have really good actors to pull it off. Otherwise, it just comes off hokey,
Right.
And you also have to have like a really solid crew, like that is working
and
together.
plan. Yeah, you're right.
Because like I'm working with this guy right now to he's composed he's produced a whole an album. It's like a concept album about like the nature of power, and it's really brilliant music. And he's written like he's got all these a book of like images and poetry, and he's written like a play to it. And we're gonna put together. We're doing one music video for the standout song on the album.
The single, sure, yeah.
Yeah, and then we're gonna try to use that to get funding to do a feature film, like kind of like Pink Floyd's The Wall type deal, something like that. But
yeah, musical films are awesome, and not enough people make them anymore.
Well, remember what it used to be like. You had to be on Jimmy Carson or you weren't on anything at all. I mean,
Johnny Carson, yeah.
Or Jimmy.
Yeah.
You know, but that has me think, you know, I mean, the people that are promoting this, I mean, here I've seen movies that had horrible reviews, and I'm like, that's really a good movie. I don't know what the hell you're reviewing, but it's just the same as YouTube channels. You can have 800,000 subscribers, you can have 2 million subscribers, and your content is crap. You know, but I can watch something with 100, 200 and get more enjoyment out of it.
That's a tough thing to try to be an indie filmmaker. Like, I knew a guy and I had so much respect. I was doing pretty good in the underground music business. I wasn't a rock star, but and I gave him a whole bunch of songs, and then he tried to make a movie, and then I think that he just kind of realized halfway through, like, he didn't have the budget to do it, or he didn't have the talent to do it, and it just almost turned into a comedy. It was like the worst movie I'd ever seen, but I still, and my songs were in it, which was kind of like weird for me. Like, my wife, she was my girlfriend at the time. I went to see the movie, and she went with me, and she went, "How do you feel about your songs in that?" I'm like, "I don't know if that was a good idea." She goes, "That was the worst movie I've ever seen. It was just bad. It was so bad." That Mystery Science 3000 picked it up a few years ago. It's a really older movie. They picked it up, but then the guy still won because he made a special edition DVD after Mystery Science Theater made fun of it, and he made like tens of thousands of dollars selling DVDs to people that like weird cult weird movies, and my song is still in it, and there was a music video that they made with and for me too, with like werewolves eating people and shit. It was bad though.
It was abstract art.
You can definitely use that exposure to bounce off to get other projects. For sure.
Oh, I did. I've been in a whole bunch of different. My music has been in an awful lot of indie films, mostly because I have a lot of creative friends, and they ask me, and I say, "You can use anything I want. You just credit me. You can use anything that I have." With exceptions though, because there's some stuff that I don't own 100% of it, but everything I own 100% of the music, I say, use whatever you want.
And a perfect example of a musician, I think that has gone on to be super successful with having with their work is Anton Newcomb from the Brian Jonestown Massacre. He didn't I don't know if you know them or saw the film Dig about them and the Dandy Warhols. They didn't sell out to like a major label, and one of the great lines from the film, he says they are the postman and I am the letter writer, and until they can write the letter that I am writing, then that is the arrangement. He owns all of his music, and I saw them like the winter before the pandemic in Detroit, and they were great. And he's like they have like last in they have a cult following, and he's doing very well financially, and
yeah, well, owning the music is a big part of that, not being beholden to a label. I'm at a point right now where like there's no way on God's green earth that I would want any label anywhere near my music. I'd rather sell a few thousand copies of something that I own than have them sell hundreds of thousands. I still make more this way,
Yep.
Because they just rob everybody. The whole system sucks now, though. I was just reading about Spotify. Like you can, they pay everybody pennies. It's so ridiculous. Like they pay everybody pennies. This record company sold all their artists off to Spotify for pennies, and it's terrible. It's so exploitive because everybody wants to be a rock star or a pop star,
Right. Yeah. I mean, like I think the artists that I know that are successful with Spotify. Like they put just enough up on Spotify to
hook people,
so they're up there, like to hook people, but they'll be able to sell their albums and they'll be able to use it to advertise their touring. And
yeah, I know somebody that did a 4-song EP that he let on Spotify, but everything else is you have to buy vinyl from me. And believe it or not, that's been a successful. I can't believe people are still buying vinyl, but believe it or not, and he's one of those unsung heroes. Like people don't realize it, but there's hundreds of thousands of artists that you've never heard of, but they have that little cult following that they've built over the years, and they make a decent living. Not rock star money, but enough to keep going.
It doesn't.
That's all I would want.
Much of a following to really make it as as an artist. Like I remember when I was a teenager, I went over to this guy Eddie Folks. He's a techno artist. Went over to his house, and I was like fucking blown away. Like he had a really nice house. He had this, Mustang, or it wasn't a Mustang, but it was like a muscle car, like fucking really tricked out. And this guy like had money, and he was just a Detroit techno DJ and had a few vinyl releases, but he was big in Europe, and and he still does well for himself, and
good for him. God bless him.
Yeah, the vinyl thing is big. I still buy vinyl.
Yeah, they make Bluetooth record players now. I mean, well, they've been making them for a while now. And I was surprised.
I have to buy one for the cabin because, believe it or not, I'm such a music fan that I still have like 5 or 6 milk crates full of all the vinyl that and I mean like Queen and Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath, like older, late 70s, early 80s stuff. Because my brother also, growing up, was a big music fan, and he would give me stuff, and he used to have the Queen albums, and we had this record player, this box thing in the room we shared, So to me, it's nostalgic to put on an album from vinyl and listen. I don't have a player right now. I have to get one. I want to get one for the cabin. And thank you, Amy WC, for kind and generous $5 super chats. Says, would recognize your laugh in a crowd of thousands. Congrats. Some people make fun of that laugh, but everybody likes it so much. I'm going to keep laughing, Amy. So thank you very much.
Hey, Steven, are you familiar with Rick Beato on YouTube?
Doesn't ring a bell.
He's a fairly popular music critic, music analyst. He had on recently. He does like a lot of music appreciation type stuff.
That's cool.
He had on recently a guy named Ted Goya. It's Ted. His last name is Gioia. And he the video itself is titled "A Warning on the Future of Music," and they both go into a lot about like independent artists and the problems with Spotify and some of these big digital companies. It's fascinating. If you don't know Rick Beato and you're interested in music, and not just for you, Stephen, but for everybody, I really check out Rick Beato's.
No, you know what I like? I like that stuff. I definitely like that. And you know what else, Chris? I like these. I've been watching people that are like musicians that do breakdowns of other people's songs, because I'm a musician, so I love hearing, because they break it all down. Like, okay, and then this, there's this harmony in the background, and they show you, they add the harmony in, and they take apart the song and put it back together. And I'm a songwriter, so I love stuff like that.
Yeah, so Rick is a straight up producer out of Nashville, and what he does is he has a whole feature of videos of what makes this song great, and he goes through.
That's what I'm sure I've seen him. Then I'm sure I've seen him.
I bet you have. He's very
2
popular.
people.
He's got like
I think him, and there's a girl I watched because she covers like 9 Inch Nails and Depeche Mode songs, and that's some of my favorite artists. So I love hearing the breakdowns.
Yeah, it's.
I've heard of that before.
It's got me interested in music. I've been listening to him for like 5 years, and he's really made me pick up my guitar again from my teenage years.
Stuff, man.
It's
fun,
music
man.
music, and let's
It's good
talk
for the
about
soul.
acoustics for a minute with all this UFO type technology. I hear a lot about these acoustic piezo type technologies that apparently are being used. The one physicist out of Brazil or South America, the Salvador something, a lot of his patents are based on piezo acoustic like physics. The UFO patents that are with the Navy or whatever. I'm sure you've heard of them.
Yeah, where they have they have like sand on top of a.
Interviewed him.
It's like sand on top of a flat surface, and it develops the shape depending on the note or the chord, for that matter.
That's right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Apparently, they've amplified this technology, or this one physicist has, and has patented it, and it's triangular UFOs and crazy shit. So I mean, it's pretty interesting stuff.
That would be cool I just went to the Movement Detroit Techno Festival this last weekend, and that would be cool. You could do some really cool at like a techno show, do some kind of cool displays with that kind of technology, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
well, I think a lot of
it could be very visual.
Yeah, a lot of the visualizations are made like that.
You know what I miss, Jeremy? And I'm not even a techno guy. I miss raves. I used to love. There would be in Philadelphia, where I'm from. Somebody would just rent a huge warehouse, totally illegal, and just there'd be like real super cheap beers for $1, and people would be selling all kinds of extra party favors everywhere. And it would go all night. It would go from midnight till 8 a.m. And you paid $20 to get in. There was all kinds of hot chicks in there dancing and having a good time. It was always a fun time to go to a rave. But now I feel like, you ever see those old guys that are too old to be at the club? I don't want to be that guy. So man. I wouldn't go. But those were fun times. I would go for and I would get in all kinds of trouble because I'd be like 16 and I would leave at like 8 o'clock at night and come back in the morning, and my dad would be like, where the hell were you asshole? Your mother was worried, And I'd be like recovering from the night's festivities,
Oh my God, I knew this guy that did the rave DJing down in a relatively large city and stuff, and I used to work with him, and he says, you should come down, I'll just let you in, man, and so I get down there and I'm like, oh my God, I cannot do this. I gotta go home. I can't do this. Oh my God, it's so crazy. I mean, I probably should have, but it was like
I think that influenced me, Sixth Sense, because I ended up running a nightclub in Philadelphia for a long time, and it was a mix of dance and synth music and rock. We would have rock nights, we would have synth night, we'd have 80s night, goth night. And I did that for a long time. It was lots of fun, but that was stressful because, you just got to clubs never last because they burn out. Like you can't keep going like that to keep people interested.
Plus people at clubs, it's all alcohol based, and they cut off at 2, at least, unless you're in like New York City or something.
Not the one I ran. We would lock the door at night, and then everybody would be paranoid, looking for LCB to shut us down, but we would lock the door. And we had VIP pass that you would get if you bought it wasn't my idea. I managed the club, somebody else owned it. So the owner came up with this idea, like you had a VIP pass. After the club shut down at 2 a.m., everybody had to leave, but the VIPs could stay. And eventually you could make that legal because you could say private club members, past 2 is okay, just like a VFW post.
I know someone would do that.
But that business is so dirty. There'd be like LCB guys and government guys coming around trying to look for a handout every week. And you have to make a decision. Are we going to pay him and stay out of trouble and keep the business going? Or are we going to tell him to go F himself, and then we might have more trouble, Everybody in Philadelphia, it's so corrupt. They all have their hand out. You just pay them, and then they leave you alone. But what the owner did was very smart. He ended up hiring all off-duty police officers to be security. And they would go talk to whoever and just bat them away. Like, we got this. we're covering this club. Get out of here. Get out of here. Look for a handout. And that was very smart because we needed security anyway, but we had cops that were working, you know, and they would get to sort of deflect, you know. Look, here's Kate Schneider, Mrs. Dark Journalist is here. I think she gets mad when I call her that, don't you, Kate?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Oh, okay. I've never used
I told her,
StreamYard.
by the way, everybody, I told her to come and save us from the sausage party.
Oh. Here I am.
Thanks for being here.
Thank
Thanks
God.
for being a supporter
Yeah,
of the show.
Your new
and coming
mic
to our
sounds
2-year
awesome.
anniversary.
Does it?
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah.
That sounds
I
beautiful.
can't hear anything. This is the first time I've ever been on StreamYard.
Sounds perfect.
So you're my
Sound good?
first StreamYard.
Well, we popped your
Session.
cherry then, Kate. Oh, I should have said that. Oh man, I'm gonna get in trouble with Dark Journalist. I just said we popped his
He's not
girlfriend's
watching.
cherry.
Not right now.
Oh, good. Yeah, don't tell him about this.
So wait, this is Daniel.
He's editing right now, huh?
Daniel.
Yeah.
This is Daniel.
This is Daniel. Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Hi.
Good to meet you.
Yeah,
Nice
didn't
to
he
meet
just
you.
do? He just did a new stream with Farrell, right? I gotta check
Yeah.
that out. I didn't get to see it because it wasn't on. I'm pissed off at him. He needs to change his time so that I can listen when I'm driving back from the cabin. I think it was too late today, so I didn't get to listen. I kept up with him on cabin rides back and forth. It's 2 hours, and he's usually 2 hours. So, except that last one was 3:30, I think. But I listened to the second half of that today.
Aside from Farrell, I mean, Daniel does some excellent interviews with Catherine Austin Fitz.
Oh yeah.
I mean, man,
Excellent. Mhm.
I absolutely love that woman. She comes up with some brilliant stuff, not just on UFOs and what we're talking about here, but on like the financial markets and the corruption and holy shit. She blows.
She gives you perspective on the world, like on how things really work and how things what's really going on, like behind the scenes financially. Like
Yeah,
like
she has the credibility too. She was deep in the first Bush administration, is that right?
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
Bush.
the Department of
Didn't she work for
Housing.
didn't she work for the housing or something? Department of Housing?
She's assistant housing director. No, not director. I forget her
Secretary.
exact title. But she started
Undersecretary.
with Bush and went into Clinton. But you know, she was really ahead of the game because a lot of the stuff that people are realizing now, she was on top of this years ago.
Yeah, the 21 trillion or 22
Yep.
trillion or whatever it was. She was the big whistleblower on that. Where did all that money go?
Yeah.
You know, great question. Where did all the money go? No, we still don't know. Nobody knows. It just disappeared. Kate.
And now
I have ideas,
she's alluding to a covert genocide with the baby boomers retiring and all of these, like, you know, you have COVID, you have the financial coup d'etat of 2008, 2009. You have all these programs that are thinning the herd a bit to make the government more, solvent because of this massive generation of people retiring and
Yeah, we don't want to pay any of them Social Security. You know what's the terrible truth of Social Security? There's so many people. Like I use my father as an example. He died at 52, and he worked 2 jobs. He paid so much into Social Security. When he died, my mother got a check for like $350 or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, and that's all we ever got from Social Security from my father. You know, you get that survivor's benefit
I'll give
or
you a
something.
positive anecdote of Social Security. My father died when I was 4 years old. He was 42, but me and my brother were 4 and 8. So
you guys got the check, right?
The death benefit, we collected Social Security until we were 18. It helped my mom out a lot, I have to say. I mean, you know, raising us. So there are benefits to have that safety net, but when you have it, in your case, Stephen, like what you're talking about, you have somebody paying in all these years, and then you collect nothing. I mean,
you can't even
Well,
afford
I
the
was
medication
over.
that you need.
I think what happens is if the person that dies has children that are underage, they get some
they're
sort of
minors.
benefit monthly. But I was over 18, so I didn't get anything. My mother got a couple $100. which was like, and she seemed to think at the time that she was going to get his check after he died, and I'm like, no, Mom, you're not getting anything from them, But luckily,
you get like $800 for burial benefit.
Yeah, well, lucky for her,
yeah,
because she was a housewife. Lucky for her, my father had a pension where he worked,
Yeah.
and that went to her, so she was okay. But they don't care about us; they just want to take and take and take from us. When it comes to giving back, mm-mm. And you're right; they love nothing more than that whole generation just die off, so they don't have to pay out after they've collected it all.
There was recent news that the go broke date of Social Security was pushed back a year. Instead of 2034, now it's 2035. That just came out this week, and they were trying to say that it was because of the economic growth that's been going on because of Biden, which is complete bullshit.
Yeah. Stepford Biden, Kate. Stepford
That's what
Biden.
Daniel says. Yeah.
Stepford Biden. I'm stealing that from him.
Very fitting.
It's because of the massive amount of death from fucking COVID, the lockdowns, and the jabs.
Well, you know what? What little I've looked into Social Security, people mistake that there's some huge fund that they're paying Social Security on. It's actually a Ponzi scheme. They take the money from the young people and they give it to the older people. So if something happens with our population, like look at it now, all the younger people are too afraid to have children. They're too afraid to start families or get married. So and a lot of them are jobless or underemployed, certainly,
or too fucking sick.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that why people get
There's a lot of
401ks?
people with all these
They
chronic
invest in that.
conditions nowadays. They're fucking sick, man. It's like people don't want to start a family when you have like chronic health problems.
I want to hear
30s.
I want to hear more from Kate about what it's like.
And our fucked up, drugs that the doctors prescribe, and and our fucked up tap water, and all of that, like I'm at my house. We're having our because during the lockdown we had like our kitchen got fucked up because there was like a leak, and then a mouse ate through a bunch of wires, so we had ended up having to have our kitchen redone, and my thing was
try getting somebody to do that during lockdown, right? That was a
we couldn't even get anyone to come and in an emergency situation during lockdown. But so the thing that I wanted done with their kitchen was to get a reverse osmosis water filter, and the guys were trying to tell me like, "Oh, that's overkill. You don't need that." And I was like, "No,
I'm the customer. Do what I say, monkey." Yeah. I wanted to hear more from Kate, though.
Spring water, buddy.
I was going to ask Kate, like, I've always wondered what it's like to live with Dark Journalist. Does he wear that suit everywhere? And does he go to does he tell you like when Kate asks him to like go to the movies or like go out to eat, he's like, I can't. I got to go to a secret meeting with a new source because I'm the Dark Journalist, right? Like
he
like
kind of has that going for him a little bit.
See, I knew it.
Hey, Steven, you kind of got that aura too, buddy.
Yeah.
He does. He wears his suits a lot, but not every day. But if he's not wearing a suit, he dresses very stylish. Like he has the whole like professional. But it's funny because he gets recognized sometimes, and he loves it. Like every once in a while, he'll be at his coffee shop, and like someone will be standing in line behind him, and be like, "Oh, aren't you the Dark Journalist?" And which is, I think, it's funny because if you think about it, like. He
has 100,000 people subscribed to him, so yeah, I can see him getting recognized.
I know. It's just funny.
I have never been recognized in the real world from this show. Never.
It doesn't happen all the time, but there's been a couple of times where he has, and he thinks it's hilarious. But I think it's the suit, he's always in that suit. But
does he have a bat cave? Does he have a bat cave?
I think he does.
His studio is his bat cave.
I think he does. Yeah. I think he's got. I think he's got a.
For him, man.
He's probably got a pleasure room too, doesn't he?
Pleasure room. Oh,
I think he does. Come to my pleasure room, honey.
Oh no. He's gonna hate this already.
Yeah,
he doesn't
let me
even know I
ask you
called
another
in.
weird question. What was that?
Hey.
What was those first couple of dates like? Were you like, this is kind of weird that I'm on a date with dark journalists?
It kind of was, but
No, I'm going there. I don't care. Shut up, Chris. I'm going there.
it was really cool. We clicked
this shit ever again. I'm going there.
No, it's fine. That was years ago. We clicked immediately. We had a great time. We went to the JFK Museum. We went to dinner. He showed me around. I had never been to Boston before, so he showed me around Boston and Cambridge, and it was great. It was so comfortable. It wasn't even. It was great. So
Cool. Very cool.
yeah,
Very
he's a great. He really is a good person. Like he's super nice and
Well, give me an interview. I will not decide he's a great person until he gives me a goddamn interview. And for
I
those that
know,
don't
he's
know,
so bad
I've
about
been twisting Kate's arm to cut him off from Happy Fun Time until he gives me the interview. I said, Kate, just cut him off. He'll have to do it.
No, I asked him even recently. He said he promises he will, and
Good. I'm gonna hold him to that.
he doesn't ever do interviews. He just randomly did one with
Only with
on
Vice.
Sean Atwood, but that was because Sean Atwood had been asking him for years. Like I guess Sean's been watching the show since like 2015, and it didn't even turn out to be Sean that interviewed him. He didn't even know until that morning, but which was fine. It was still a great interview. But he hadn't done any interviews since like Sean Stone like 2.5 years ago. So yeah, don't take it personally because he just doesn't.
No, I
he's
don't
so
take it
big. He
personally.
work and he's nonstop. Like he's like 24/7, just working,
Digging.
and
The digger, that guy, like me, so I
researching,
can-
reading,
yeah.
all kinds of stuff. So he definitely said he was going to come on once he finishes this documentary that he's working on. So
Yeah, good.
That
I'm
would be
glad to
cool.
hear it. So you won't have to cut him off then.
I know.
That's good news for him, Kate.
Yeah, he will. He definitely will. So it's coming. I promise.
Yeah, so Atwood's actually a pretty large channel. He's got a good following,
Yeah.
don't he? Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen him before. Yeah.
I think he's like up to 700,000 or something.
Yeah,
He does a
that's
little like
cool.
true crime stuff, and
Yep.
then he'll get kind of into like the ufology and whatnot. And but
I want to know how Atwood blew up so fast.
that's a good question. I think it was after Epstein got arrested. It seemed like his channel really kind of blew up because he got on top of that, and he covered a lot of the Ghislaine stuff, and
Yeah,
it
good for
seems
him.
like
God
his
bless him.
channel just
There's
like
hope for us
tripled.
all. There's
I
hope
remember
for us all.
I saw a video where he right when the Epstein thing was popping off, he went to Ghislaine's house and got them to like open the door.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, and he was like, "Oh my God, that's the white banister, like from the stairway. You can tell it's definitely her place from the photos." And I was like, "Holy shit,
that's crazy! I didn't know that."
Yeah, and I mean, and he's like an English guy, so he gets a little more street cred, like covering her.
I love guys that have balls like that. Like that guy went right to
for sure.
Ghislaine's house. And Luke from change.org, I love that guy too. He as soon as Epstein got arrested, he like went somehow on Epstein Island.
Like
with cameras and shit.
Island.
He just got on a
How
boat
the hell
and
did he
went
get
out to
that?
Epstein Island. I don't know, but he did. And I don't even know if it was legal for him to enter the island.
Yeah.
But he did.
Are you talking about the guy that
got filmed?
And it was high def.
Oh wait, are you talking about the drones?
Yeah.
No, he landed on the island. He went on the.
He walked around and went into the.
Walked around. Yeah.
The what do you call it? The altar, or not the altar? The domed.
Structure. Yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't really a door on it. It was a painted door. It looked like a door, but it wasn't a door. Yeah, that dude went right on the land itself. I'm like,
I think it's a little suspect that we all get to hear about Amber Heard shitting in Johnny Depp's bed and all these other intimate details, but we don't get to hear about the customers of Ghislaine.
That's what I'm saying.
I want to hear about the customers.
Yeah,
all these women were trafficked who was buying them. Somebody was buying them, and we never get to hear about it.
Not one person was arrested. It was only Ghislaine. And that trial just came and went in like less than 2 weeks. And then none of her clients were even talked about, like arrested or anything. So it's like, okay, we're gonna find you guilty for trafficking these kids, but we're not even going to bother to deal with the people you traffic them to. So it was all nonsense, that whole thing. I didn't trust anything about that trial at all.
Wasn't that the promise to the people that these names would be released, or that people would at least get an idea of who it was? I mean, if you think of it, these people are all high rollers.
Speculation.
I mean, you ain't dealing with these people unless you've got serious cash, or you got serious power. And think of that. Who are the people with power and cash? You know, I mean, government.
They published a black book on the internet. It was
I got the unredacted one. I got the unredacted.
I want that 6 cents. Send it to me. And I want to thank Al Warrior for kind of generous $2 long-time show supporter. He's been here since my previous show, I think, the Midnight Hour audio podcast.
Cool.
So thanks, Al Warrior, for your continuing support. And I want to also remind everybody that Kate, look, I don't have much that I could say about Dark Journalist, but I do have one thing over him. When recently Dark Journalist was doing a live show and his wife here was in my chat instead of his. Yes! Yes!
That is funny.
Take that, Dark Journalist. She's here instead of your show. How do you like that?
I remember that. I was going in and out of streams.
She burst my bubble and said, no, I'm going back and forth. But still.
I spent more time with you guys, though. But,
yeah,
you know.
See that? Take that, Dark Journalist.
He doesn't care about that. I told him that, too. He thought it was funny. He's like, whatever. I mean.
Kate, here's one more thing. Every time he mentions that Lou Elizondo fell in 5 list, he neglects to just throw in there that I was also mentioned in those text exchanges. He talks about the other people. Come on, man, give me some credit.
He didn't mention you?
No, I don't think that he did. He never. But I'm not mentioned as there's the list that was supposed to be the felon 5, and then the other Lou replied back, "Oh, that's crazy about these people and Steve Cambion." So people still thought I was one of the felons.
It's so ridiculous. And I like how he spelled it fell on.
Yeah, FELLON. Yeah, Mr. Intelligence can't spell the word felon. Great guy.
That's right.
And if it's not the 5 people he listed, then who is it? Because he's like, oh, well, do you notice the comma? It's like, well, then who are the 5 people?
Here's what I know. I have on the record statements from 3 of the 5 people mentioned. The 2 Cousins brothers. And actually, I was surprised because they were very honest. Here's what they said. They said, we might have gotten in trouble when we were younger, but neither of us were ever convicted of a felony, which is a nice way of saying, hey, we might have got arrested for a bar fight or something stupid when we were young, but we're not felons. We never got convicted of that.
It means you got misdemeanor.
And John Greenwald said, I am not a convicted felon. He's offered to me and several people that he would pay for the background check if we wanted to check if he was a felon. So that's 3 of the 5 people mentioned. The only 2 left are Stephen Greer and one other person. And I don't think Stephen Greer, being a medical doctor, is likely to be a felon. So it was likely just garbage, a smokescreen.
Absolutely.
Or they were charged for the felony and completed their probation successfully, and it was wiped from the record. That's also possible.
Yeah, do felonies get erased? I mean, you can say that they can be erased from the public record.
That's still a conviction.
Right. It stays in the court, though. Just because the public can't see it doesn't mean it's still there. I mean, that's my understanding of it.
Also, I screwed up.
The charge is still there.
You got to be careful too.
Charged with a felony.
Yeah.
That is, you can't erase that if you're charged.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but if you're charged and you're not convicted, you can petition the court to erase the arrest because that could affect your reputation negatively.
You can petition.
And judges are pretty fair about that.
You can petition the conviction. I think that's what deferred adjudication is all about.
That's what I was just going to mention. You have to be very careful because I once used one of those background check companies and I got back that somebody pled guilty to a felony, but it turned out that they had that special deal with the judge that if they completed the probation, they would erase the felony So they weren't a convicted felon, technically.
After the fact, you can get your record expunged, but still with the internet and the access to information nowadays,
people
even if
can
you
find
get your record expunged, you still have that charge lingering in
the courts. In the courts.
Mark Toronto wants me to ask Kate, does Daniel wear pants during his broadcasts?
Yeah, he does. Okay.
I'm not going to lie to you.
Bro,
I oftentimes, I always have pants on, but they might be pajamas because nobody sees me from the waist down, and I want to be comfortable doing my show. So sometimes I'm in pajama pants or big fat sweatpants. So, be comfortable.
Yeah, he's got pants, and they're really normal pants. He doesn't even own sweatpants. He's weird. He's weird.
He's too stylish, Kate.
I know, it's funny to me. It's like, what? Because I'm like casual all the time, most of the time. Like, I mean, I'll dress up for like going out, but
is he a paranoid person? Is he worried that the deep state is going to go get him?
No, he's
Is he pulling blinds and shit? Like, Kate,
no,
the deep state might be outside.
No, he's like
close these windows.
He's more normal than maybe he seems like he would be. I guess
someday I'm going to drive up there and I'm going to buy you both a drink, and we're
that'd be great. Yes, come visit anytime. There's a lot. Boston is so fun. Like,
right. He's going to be like, I'm going to knock on his door or something and go to do this, and he's going to be like, Kate, your asshole friend from that shit show is here. I'm not going. I'm not going to this shit show, guys. I'm not going hanging out with this shit show guy.
No, he would be all about it.
My friend that I was just at the techno festival with was telling me he's a I guess a big time DJ, and he's in Boston. He was telling me that I gotta come out there. He says there's a whole scene happening out there.
Yeah,
he said it's a pretty fun place to be.
I live just north of Boston, and there's a lot to do there. It's a lot of fun.
That's cool. I'm actually gonna go check it out. He really got me excited about it.
Hey,
It's
Steven,
fun.
I'm going to head off soon. But being that this is a congratulatory show, I wanted to congratulate you on 2 years.
Thank you.
And
thank you
on
so
some
much
of the
for
most
your support.
entertaining.
For
Yeah,
those that
absolutely.
don't know, Jason one time sent me a Patreon, and I had to contact him and say, did you screw up here? And he was like, no, I want to support you. He's our biggest show supporter. He really is.
Oh,
so I
you
appreciate
absolutely
that.
deserve it.
We're
I
a
want to thank
viewer-supported
Steven.
show.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
And I mean, I want to name some of the best work I think Steven's done. I think it was groundbreaking. Steven's on the live chat on the Theory of Everything podcast with Linda Moulton Howe, and he comes in with a live question that completely disrupts and completely flip-flops the entire interview. And it was and Steven's mashup video, his response video on his channel. If people haven't seen it,
thanks
it's
to
a
Spooky.
must watch.
She did that.
I had to have my wife watch it too when we both had a good hearty laugh. We love Linda Moulton Howe, but man, her reactions, and it's all in the eyes and in the words. She immediately just backs up to how her credibility, and she goes on a verbal fit in response to just being poked by Steven in the live chat. And I think that was.
Imagine if I got her to sit down for a whole interview. That was one question.
Fucking golden, man. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was a highlight of the show. It really was.
The silence was deafening right after that silence. It was like, and it didn't stop. It was like, it's quiet for what, like 2 minutes or something. It was really long.
And Spooky used Jeopardy music during that long, uncomfortable silence, and even slowed it down, I think. But this is what I've been saying is that, like, these people can't withstand an interview from a real person that's going to ask them real questions. Look how they fall apart under one question. And Lou Elizondo kind of got pissed off at a question I sent in as well, and a few other people. They don't like questions from me, They live in that echo chamber.
After that series of Kurt changed his way about going about it. Now everything's pre-recorded, it's edited, and this and that.
I don't know if you've seen his latest interview.
He got a lot of back. He got a lot of backlash.
He still does a good job.
Yeah. He mentioned a couple of times about the Linda Moulton Howe on other interviews later on.
Yeah, but to his credit,
if
people try to throw me under the bus about that, and he defended me. He said, no, Stephen has a unique perspective. He has certain information that other people don't have. He sends in great questions. I ask the question. I stand behind Stephen sending me and me asking it. He was a good guy about it. So.
Yeah. It's not Stephen's fault that she can't ask. She couldn't answer that question. She was.
He's hinted that he's going to get a Lazar interview. So I've got questions already sent in.
Oh wow, really?
And man, if he asked these 2 questions, I said please just ask these 2 questions, and I'm giving him all the backup with the on the record sources saying that Bob Lazar never flew in on a Janet airline to Area 51. He wasn't in any of the logs. We have on the record sources saying that. And we have on the record sources from his former employers at Los Alamos who all said he was never a scientist. He was an electronics tech. He's the kind of guy that we would call if we needed a new keyboard for our computer or the mouse wasn't working. He wasn't a scientist.
Wow.
And so if Kurt can get to him and ask him that, I think he's going to fall apart under those 2 questions.
Wait,
He'll have another migraine.
Didn't somebody make mention of his badge that it didn't have that what's that radiation thing there? That
yeah, it didn't have the radiation monitor on it. And, and other things.
He wasn't going into those areas without it. And that's
people have sent me, a lot of different people from around the country, retired mostly, have sent me pictures or scans of their actual Area 51 badges, and none of them look like Bob's because he made it up. S4, Majestic, it's all a fabrication.
Well,
I've noticed myself all too often in the UFO field, which I'm fairly new to, I have to admit, just a few years in, but so much is based on personality, and we have to remember to keep principles before personality. And what you're talking about, Stephen, good questions, good content. I mean, that stuff.
Yeah, and research the guests so that you know what they've done in their life, so you can ask them good questions.
About the person themselves. It's we got to place principles first. This is a huge topic with far-reaching implications, right? I mean, talking about fucking aliens. I mean,
Stephen laid down a few.
Some people are literally talking about fucking aliens,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Kate had something to say. Go ahead, Kate.
I was saying to lay down a few questions for Angeline. She opened up and admitted to right there that she was actually on 4 or 5 different drugs that she just didn't deem necessary before to mention to people she was on those things. But on
and I asked her, "Were you on any drugs?" She said no. Yeah. Later, she says, "Oh, I was on these 4 or 5. Plus, I took this Rick Simpson oil." But go ahead, Kate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Rick Simpson oil is ridiculous.
Oh, no, you're fine. My whole thing with Lazar is, if he really had this element 115, which is the stable isotope, right? So it's different than moscovium, which has very short half-life. Right. Well, but if he had this one would unlock the anti-gravitic technology, apparently. So I feel like if he were actually telling the truth, if he actually had this element 115, then he would either be a multimillionaire or dead. We never would have heard his name. Like, why would the government let him hold on to this element? Like, is his claim that he stole it from Area 51?
That was one of his claims, yeah. But he always dances around it. He might have some, but then George Knapp said he had some. He was testing it in a cloud chamber, and he was going to blow up all of the West Coast with it when the feds came to get him or the Men in Black came for him. He was going to put it in a particle accelerator or some shit. It's a hokey nonsense.
Yeah, the story.
And the science doesn't work.
Well, what
science doesn't make sense.
To like Elon Musk?
Yeah, I would.
I mean,
he tried to sell it to
Elon Musk or Bezos, a billionaire who could have utilized, this element and made something with it. Instead, he's just hanging out with it and not doing anything.
Well, we heard, Kate, we heard from Alien Scientist earlier that he heard for a time, Bob Bigelow started a company with Bob Lazar, and Bob Lazar was supposed to bring him the element 115, but then Bigelow sat Bob down with a couple of real physicists, and he couldn't do very simple, what Jeremy called differential equations that any physicist would be able to do. So Bob Bigelow realized he was a fraud right away,
Right. And he said that he didn't he say he made a particle accelerator like in his apartment, but that's apparently technically impossible because you need like that's why
And Kate, earlier we heard he said that he in one video where he shows us hydrogen car, he says he was manufacturing lithium hydride with his particle accelerator. Jeremy was on earlier and said it would have taken 1 billion years to make 200 pounds of lithium hydride to make what he was showing.
Wow.
So it just, the science doesn't work. When Bob Lazar gets exposed to a real scientist, he looks like an idiot because he's not a real scientist. He can't do basic equations all physicists could do. He can't do the math. He doesn't have a physics background or knowledge. He's just a science nerd, a self-taught science nerd that decided telling stories about aliens would make him some money. And it has over the years, but I don't think he's cashed in quite to the extent that he thought he would. They thought they were going to get a Hollywood movie and all this stuff. The best they did was Jeremy Corbell's garbage documentary.
Well, I think made that documentary, the Jeremy Corbell thing. Or you think they wrote?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Kate. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say he's been hanging out for so long. It feels like he is some type of disinfo agent, and I feel like he was kind of planted into kind of to get people, looking the wrong way. Because he came out the early 90s or was it late 80s, 89?
89. Yeah,
and
I remember.
He gets credited for everyone was talking about Area 51. I remember as a kid, Area 51 became this huge thing. And I got so excited that on a road trip with my family, I begged them to take us to Area 51 or as close as we could get because we were driving through the desert that way on the
Come on, Dad, let's go see the aliens.
That's what I literally said that. And so I remember the hype back then, but I feel like he's some diversion because there might actually be, secret underground bases that they're working on high level stuff. And did they just give us Area 51 as a diversion that you kind of use
Red
Lazar? Yes, a red herring, exactly. And then they put out Bob Lazar, who then, he's just carrying on these fantasy tales and, and he gets propped up so much in the ufology community. He's like the first person that like Joe Rogan, and that guy doesn't really know a whole lot. It's obvious. He's pretty obtuse about ufology in general. And the first person he brings on to discuss this was Bob Lazar. And it's like, so Bob Lazar gets a lot of attention. And I just feel like he's a big distraction
by people who are not qualified to question him. Joe Rogan is not qualified. The common thread is Nat, right? Between all these characters, and Nat promotes these people through his media resources, and there's a big story, so it attracts attention. But I don't know, man. I'm on the fence. I mean, listen, Daniel is somewhat convinced that there's some sort of. I think even Catherine Austin Fitz has admitted that she might be somewhat convinced that there's some sort of alien interaction, with us on planet Earth. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, they both kind of believe that that's very possible. I think that is very possible. I know. I see. I know in this over here, there's a lot of skeptics, and I fully understand that. And I am skeptical, but at the same time, I think it's entirely possible. And if any of the communication has taken place between aliens and us, us Earthlings, that they would keep that secret from us, for whatever reason.
Like Galactic Federation.
Yeah. Then they throw in Corey Good and David Wilcock or jackasses to make it look ridiculous.
Daniel is one of the few people besides me who was right about Corey Good from the very beginning. And, I was so glad when he came out and started, busting the garbage marketing cult that was Corey Good. Because I, at the time, had a little audio podcast, and I felt like I was just screaming into the wind and nobody was hearing me. Everybody was ignoring me. but he had a little bigger bullhorn, so I was happy when he
People
did that.
wanted to believe Corey Good so bad,
That sounds great. Time travel, aliens, age regression. This is like an episode of Babylon 5 or Buck Rogers. It's Buck Rogers. It's Buck Rogers. Time travel, aliens.
I have to say, hey, Kate, I have to say, because, Steven makes fun of us audiophiles. I got to say that microphone you got sounds absolutely wonderful. You got to tell us what kind it is. It sounds absolutely perfect.
Does it really?
It sounds perfect.
It wasn't expensive at all, and I didn't want to
Maybe
get
she
any.
just has a good voice.
No, I don't. No, you know what? Okay, I just started.
Sixth Sense hasn't heard a real woman's voice in a while.
Oh no!
She gets excited. There's a real woman.
No, you know what? I just downloaded OBS and StreamYard like a few days ago, and I've been messing with it. And then I realized with OBS, like you can mess with, which I'm not using right now, but you can
start
really
a
get
show
your
called Miss Dark Journalist.
you'd hate that.
Wear a black pantsuit, right? Low cut. You get views fast.
No.
Well, whatever you're using, it sounds really, really nice and clear, crisp, perfect. I can't, and maybe Steven's right. You got a beautiful voice. I guess maybe that's it.
Well, the reason why the reason why I brought up the OBS was because I actually have a naturally high pitched voice, and so I was messing with OBS because I wanted to like make it a little bassier, which
yeah.
So I'm like, and especially when I get excited, my voice like goes up a lot, and so that was part of me wanting to get a mic, but I'm not using the OBS here, so I'm glad it sounds good. So thank you.
Yeah, perfect.
Sorry, guys, if I sound like shit. I'm totally unprofessional here.
I think all you sound great.
We're okay. We can all hear each other. That's it. These audio files, I lose it because one of them just told me that he can't listen to my show anymore because there's too much room reverb on my voice. And the thing is, no, but technically he's right. I moved from a really small room to a really huge room. I'm in a huge room right now and a huge space. So I haven't had time. I told him I haven't had time to get acoustic deadening foam or something around here to cut the reverb. I'm sorry. I'll do it when I get a chance. But this guy was like, I can't listen to your show anymore. There's just too much reverb on your voice, Steven. I can't listen anymore. And I don't get it. I don't get it.
I think it sounds fine.
Yeah, most people do. 99% do, but there's that 1% that like to comment and get upset. The audiophile people.
You need to stop broadcasting from inside a craft, brother.
Yeah, that's what it is. I'm in a 100-foot diameter spacecraft right in the middle. That's what it is.
I don't think it matters, Steven. I listen to hours of it, and doesn't matter.
Yeah, for most people. Some people are very sensitive to these things, apparently. And the other thing is that people keep telling me to get a better microphone, and I try to explain to them I'm using an industry standard microphone that thousands of podcasts use all over the country. So it's not like I have a cheap $10 microphone here, It's a decent microphone. It's broadcast quality. I don't know what the issue is.
Yeah, acoustics do make a difference. Yeah, that's for sure. But hey, I wanted
Josh
to
and
say,
Artemis show are still awake. Josh is
room,
tied up right now in the basement, though, so it's probably Artemis.
What do you all think about what David Wilcock is doing recently? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I think it's actually better content than he's ever made. At least there's a little bit of comedy there.
What, him breaking down? Him having a breakdown?
No. He's doing like he's capturing turkeys and shit
stuff.
out in his backyard. Yeah, it's like
that's
turkeys.
Weird.
and wolves and stuff. But that's the thing,
it's great.
I actually like it better than anything he's ever done. I'm not even kidding you.
I'm glad you asked this because I watched, he made his own compilation, like a comedy compilation of making fun of himself, like all of his, and I know, and you know what? I'm wondering, is he's acting so crazy that I'm wondering if like he's actually like over the last few months he's committed some crime that he's now trying to like build the case for insanity. So he's like, you know what I mean? So like
I pee in my bathtub to get my superpowers.
Yes,
weird
that's what I'm
shit.
saying. So that later the judge will look at all this and be like, oh, you know what? This guy is really insane.
I think that he's cracking. I think, to be honest with you, Kate, I think that he's cracking under a lot of pressure because you can only run all of these weird scams for so long before, like you can't keep scamming or you're going to get in trouble. Like if you've run 3 or 4 scams and you've gotten away with it, but everything he does is scammy. So, I busted him. We've got him right here on my channel for the Pete Peterson GoFundMe scam, $60,000. We busted him for the other scam, which was a PayPal donation scam with Emery Smith. That was $50,000. We busted him for his charity scam. He collected $150,000 and he did no charity. He gave a few $1,000s to some other charity out of 150. The rest he spent on himself and his wife and buying equipment. So he's under. And then I've heard, Kate, that he got divorced because she didn't know that the company that he gave all their money to was a total scam. And apparently she heard that here. I got it on good authority. She heard it here because we did a whole breakdown of this Strabati Aerospace.
Oh, I remember
how they've never produced a single aircraft, and David Wilcock gave them millions of dollars apparently.
But is that like his own company? So he's hiding his? Is he hiding his?
No, it's somebody else's company, but he's apparently keeping it afloat and investing huge amounts of money in them. And I think if that's truly the case, good, because he made his money scamming people. So if another scammer came along and scammed him, I say good for it. Good for him.
That's his karma.
I've personally known someone that was sociopathically like a sociopath who like legitimately believed his own lies. It almost reminds me of, like when I saw the Alex Jones deposition of him being deposed for the Sandy Hook.
That was fun.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Welcome biblically and perfect spouse.
Psychosis. Remember when he talked about his psychosis that he's
I missed that.
He's exposed to so much information or whatever.
Yeah, it makes him a little crazy. That's what he said. Yeah.
But anyways,
I think he's a psyoper, huh?
Aside from that, I mean, there are sociopaths out there who actually believe their own bullshit.
Well, do you think David really does, or is he
I think a lot of these guys are just scammers like Steven.
Well, if you look at what David's done there,
they're not mentally ill. They're just fucking assholes.
He's not even making mention of any of this stuff. I mean, he might make a little hint towards something, but at least he's not promoting the bullshit. And that's what I mean. I'll give him credit. At least he's got balls to go ahead and look crazy on the thing. And he does all these voices and he comes up with these characters. Actually, and that's why I said I'd rather watch him do that kind of stuff than have him just totally just bullshit people, which he hasn't been doing, or I haven't noticed it, and I mean,
to be perfectly fair, I'm kind of referring to other people in the community as in regard to David Wilcox. I've never bought into him. I've never watched his content, so I can't really comment on him specifically.
Okay.
But people in general that I see that are like, I don't know. I've had this suspicion that like characters like Stephen Greer, Lennon Moulton Howe, these types were were engaged in this type of activity. But I don't know. I've also seen some really good content from folks like Stephen Greer, some of the interviews that he's conducted. They're convincing, but at the same time, I can't take it at face value. These are just unsubstantiated claims. I mean, I'm somebody who's had an experience himself recently, studying this material. As a matter of fact, I mean, I might as well just get into it a little bit. When the report was coming out in May, June of 2021 to Congress, that highly anticipated UFO report from the Navy, I guess it was, or really from the DoD, but it's really only in the Navy. the Navy that obliged, I believe. I was studying UFOs. I was studying this material pretty hardcore. I was really interested. I know I saw the videos released by the DoD. I saw the TTSA content, and I was pretty intrigued. So I was kind of getting, I was studying up on the material, and leading up to this report, this much anticipated report, I was anticipating it. I really wanted to know what the fuck they were going to, talk about. It was a nothing burger, but still.
You're what I call a 2017er, like that 2017 New York Times got you hooked on this stuff, maybe, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. So that same month, it was, obviously summertime. I was walking out my door to go for a swim. I look up, check the weather to see what the weather conditions were. If it was going to rain, or I live in southeast Texas, so we get a lot of stormy conditions and stuff. Anyways, I walk out the door and I'm in my swimsuit and my towel. I'm ready to go, and I just want to double check, make sure I'm not going to get stormed on. And right as I do that, I see a red spherical object that appears out of fucking nowhere and does this crazy zigzag type maneuver, probably only 4,000 to 5,000 feet up in the air, right above my home. And I mean, I was spooked. I saw it, and my first reaction wasn't to take out a camera or wasn't to stay there and look at it. I ran. I mean, I fucking ran to my truck and got the fuck out of there. What was going on? But I saw some crazy shit, and it spooked me, man. It spooked me, and it was, as I reflect back on it, it was something very much out of the ordinary. This is so I have an airport that's probably about 14, 15 miles away from my home, and there's constantly planes flying over my house, to approach their landing at this airport, this small regional airport. So I'm seeing planes, my entire life. I've seen planes landing there, probably cruising at about, 10,000 feet in the air, approaching their landing. And I see this wild fucking red spherical, your classical type of object that people see on the internet, just a red orb, right? Fucking doing this crazy shit. I look at it, does this crazy maneuver for about 2 seconds, and then just disappears. And then I'm just shocked. And then I just go on my way. I went to the store and bought myself a pack of smokes and went to the pool. But
I gotta smoke and go swimming after this shit, right?
All the while,
that's some crazy shit. Let's smoke and go swimming.
All the while I was doing that, I was saying to myself, "Holy fucking shit! Holy fucking shit!"
Watch the F-bombs, please. YouTube does not like that.
Oh my bad. I'm sorry about that. But that was my reaction, man. And I just went on my way, and that's my experience. I don't believe it.
Yeah, I just realized something. Kate lives with dark journalists. We should have her go wake him up. Like, go shake the shit out of him. Come on, Steven's show. Come on, DJ. It's live right now. Shake the shit out of him. Yeah. No, we won't make her do that, but it's a funny thought.
It's very simple to disprove aliens because there's no reason for God to create aliens, and aliens are not mentioned in the Bible because we are made in God's image.
Oh, biblically is you're like a YouTuber that deals with religion, right?
Yes, this is YouTuber biblically God's perfect spouse.
So one at a time, please. Biblically, I asked. You're a YouTuber that deals with religious content, and your assertion is that God would not create aliens. But what my question to you would be: how can you know the nature of God's mind and what He would create or wouldn't create?
Because God is love, and there is no greater love to die for your friends. Therefore, Jesus is God. So there wouldn't be a reason for Jesus to come down in 2 planets. It only makes sense that he comes down to 1 planet.
Well, how do you know that he hasn't? How do you know that he hasn't completed the same journey that he did for us on other alien worlds and taken the shape of those people? How do you know that?
because aliens are not mentioned in the Bible.
You're a Bible
The
literalist,
Bible was
then?
written by man. Let me make this point. If Jesus came down and he only came down to one planet, our planet Earth, isn't that enough impetus? Isn't that enough motivation for other species in the universe to come visit here to see what this place is all about? If Jesus manifested here?
Yeah, and listen,
Yeah, your question's multiple points. So, yeah, Jesus comes down here on one Earth, one planet. If you reject it's, and by the way, planets are an alien. It's too far away. You can't reach the planet here. So even
Oh,
these.
I'm afraid you're mistaken
That's
there
an
because
assumption.
no. Let me take this one. Were you aware biblically that there are currently available Earth technologies like nuclear rockets that could get to the nearest star system in 6 months? And this is verifiable by physics. 6 months pilot time, you could get to the nearest star to Earth with currently available human technology. That argument that they can't get here or we can't get there, it's not a good argument. Science proves otherwise.
No, that's a presupposition because you're possibly presupposing bendy space-time.
No, I'm not. We're using nuclear rockets, and this was proven to me by a nuclear physicist named Stanton Friedman that is kind of famous in the UFO world. But he showed me all the math, all the equations. With a nuclear rocket, you could get to the nearest star system in 6 months of pilot time. So we can get there, and they can get here. Who's to say what technology they have beyond nuclear rockets that we have?
Well, your argument is a false premise because God wouldn't create aliens to begin with.
Well, then why would he fill this entire universe full of thousands and thousands of star systems and only populate Earth with intelligent life? Wouldn't that be an incredible waste of space? And by the way, listen, in full disclosure, I'm grew up very religious. I was an altar boy. I almost became a priest. I'm very familiar with the Bible, but I don't think that I've heard many people that are Christians or I don't want to say Bible thumpers, but people that are very religious argue against the existence of aliens. I just think that you don't know the nature of God. And if you listen to the Mormons, there are planets. You get a planet when you die. You get your own planet, and there are other planets populated by human-like creatures, because God made us in His image. Maybe He made other stars, planets with human-like creatures.
The Pope has said himself that if there were other aliens or other life forms created by God, He would love them the same as He loves us.
They would be our
John
brothers.
3:16. For God so loved the world, He sent His one and begotten Son, that whoever believeth in Him shall not perish but have everlasting life. So He sent Jesus here on earth. So there are no aliens.
You're
Okay,
making assumptions.
I have a question for you.
Jesus
About-
to Earth.
And no, look, actually,
That
this is a
enough
good
motivation or
discussion. So we
for
can discuss it,
aliens
but please, everybody, be
travel
respectful of this
light
person
years
because we
to
like
come
other
here
points of view.
to visit Earth.
Right.
And I'm assuming that you're not Catholic. You're not Catholic because Catholic people were kind of spoon-fed that aliens may exist, and if they do, they're our brothers, and would only exemplify the greatness of God, that He's able to create multiple species of intelligent creatures. That's the Catholic line right now.
I was raised Catholic, but I don't buy into everything.
I'm
not a practicing Catholic, but I was raised Catholic.
That's actually related to the question that I have for biblical God's perfect stuff. Okay. Now I got a question for you. Now, what would happen? I mean, even if it's microbial life, if life was found on another planet, I mean, what would happen to your belief system? Would you just say, "Hey, wait a minute, I've been lied to all along," or would you say, "Well, this was meant to be," or this was something that God had given us? I mean, I'd like to know your perspective on it, and I absolutely mean no disrespect to you at all.
Well, microbial life has been found on Venus already.
Your question
Not
is
verified.
a false
Not
hypothetical.
verified. Okay.
On Mars, right? I think microbial life.
Not verified.
Not verified. I want if it was
Theorized.
verified that there was other life, whether it be small little critters or not, would that change your belief in your religion or in your God?
No.
Yeah, it's a false hypothetical. So I don't entertain.
Wait, what's
false
you said that
hypotheticals.
you're going to answer the same thing for every single question that you don't want to answer. How about you personally? Not leave your Bible aside. You personally, what would happen to you if you found out that without a doubt there is absolutely, and I'm just saying theoretically, that there's microbiology, or maybe there's little rats running around on some moon off somewhere. What would you do personally, or what would you feel like? What would your belief system become at that point? And I mean, again,
well, I need
I'm not
clarification on your question. So, does your question presuppose that God created this intelligent life, or was it through chance?
Oh, that's a good question, but you're answering a question with a question.
That's
Can
a
you please
clarifying question.
Okay, clarifying the question is, would your belief in your God or in your Bible or in your religion change if there's indisputable evidence that life was found on another planet? Not even somewhere out in the cosmos, another planet.
Aliens are impossible, so I don't have
didn't
to
say
entertain your
aliens.
false hypothetical.
Okay. Yeah, I know everything's a false hypothetical. Okay, I'm done with asking this guy questions.
Impossible.
It's impossible.
Impossible.
It's
Everything's
impossible.
impossible.
Aliens are impossible.
You didn't answer my question.
How are
dude.
you so sure about that?
Because there's no reason for God to create aliens.
So you're using theology?
Who is saying aliens? Where are you getting aliens from? I didn't mention anything about aliens. I said microbiology or little rats or who knows what it could be.
They'd be alien rats, but yeah. And actually, biblically, somebody asked a good question. What about your interpretation of Ezekiel's wheel? Do you really think that was something angelic or
hypothetical
and not otherworldly, as many people believe?
I don't know what that is. Can you?
Why do angels? Then I apparently know more about Bible verses than you do. Ezekiel's wheel is a famous.
You don't know Ezekiel?
Ezekiel's wheel is a famous story in the Bible about a vision that Ezekiel had of a craft, and the biblical interpretation, the religious interpretation, that is it was angelic in nature. But the problem with that is, why do angels need a vehicle to travel in?
So how is your question relevant to the topic?
Because I don't think we're getting anywhere. I think I'm a little confused as to why you're here. Do you go to like random live streams and try to preach about Jesus? And if you do, I'm totally supportive of that. But
I started by saying that I presented an argument on why aliens don't exist, because there's no reason for God to create aliens.
I never mentioned.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion, though.
But you're using the Bible as the basis of your argument, but you don't know about the book of Ezekiel. If you don't know about the book of Ezekiel, you don't know the Bible.
He said Ezekiel's wheel, so I have a good memory. So aliens don't exist because there's no reason for God to create aliens. I could go into. I need to go in depth.
Is that research by proclamation though, or do you have evidence that you know for a fact that God would not create aliens though? That's the problem that I have. The problem that I have with some people that are very religious is that they think that they know the nature of God. And I don't think a human can know the true nature of God entirely.
I do know the nature of God. He's love. 1 John.
Okay.
Was he love? Wait a minute. You said he's love. Was he love when he killed the firstborn of all the Egyptians in retaliation for keeping his chosen people hostage and slaves? Was he love then? Was he love when he was vengeful, when his followers started worshiping Baal or making false idols and worshiping false idols?
That's a loaded question, because there's a difference.
Come on. When people say, God is awfully vengeful and awfully jealous for a perfect being, though, you have to admit.
Well, again, your question is loaded, and it is the wrong question to ask because there is a difference between killing and murder. So God has killed people, but he hasn't murdered anyone because he knows the futures of people. So your question is not an argument.
Okay, can you quote anywhere in the Bible? Can you quote anywhere in the Bible where it states that God created only humans? That's the only creation he's ever created. I mean, can you at least point to a Bible verse that states this? Is there somewhere in the Bible?
That's the issue.
In Genesis, it states we are created in his image. And because he is love, he would want to die for us, which he has in a different form.
Okay, so you're saying there's only one image, right? Okay, which is what you're saying. Okay, then maybe what if, okay, now I'm just saying theoretically, what if humans were found to be on some moon or some planet out in our solar system? You know, you would think it would be uninhabitable. You know, what would that change your concept or your idea or your support or your belief in your religion or your book or whatever it might be? It doesn't need to be aliens. I said nothing about aliens. So anything that's not human is automatically alien. I mean, you're going to answer.
Any intelligent life outside of planet Earth that wasn't originated from here is impossible.
Okay, where does it state in the Bible that that's impossible?
Yeah.
Where does it state in the Bible that any of what you're saying here is true? I mean, you should be able to name a verse, I would suppose, or even a book that even talks about this stuff. At least one verse, please.
Because in Genesis, God gave dominion to Adam and Eve, the first man and woman, over the animals.
Yeah, of this planet.
Animals are here on
over
this
the
planet
Earth. It says over the Earth.
Yeah, so if you once you accept that God is love and perfect, it's easy to debunk false philosophies. So the aliens don't exist.
I never said aliens existed. I believe they don't, but I can't say for certain that other life don't exist somewhere in the universe. I mean, this place is huge. We are just barely a speck of dust. Can you at least acknowledge that the known universe is extremely huge? You know, can you at least acknowledge that there's trillions and trillions and trillions of stars? I mean, I can't count that high. Can you at least acknowledge that?
The glory, the heavens declare the glory of God, all the stars.
And he left them all empty?
Yeah.
Except for us?
Yeah, because we are made in his
trillions
image,
of other
so
planets.
We are precious.
Then that's where you get into a point where then your version of God makes no sense, because why would God create trillions of uninhabited planets with no life on them, and we're just a speck of dust in the middle of, wrap your brain around this. There are trillions of stars and star systems. Why would he make trillions of star systems if there was only intelligent life on Earth? You wouldn't need to.
Because because it gives people a reason to waste their time rather than committing sin.
So God wants us to waste our time then.
I'm saying that's one possible reason. So that's not the only reason. So there are Satanists, and so it is important to. Well, my main point was that the heavens declare the glory of God. So clearly it strengthens the faith of people that there are so many planets and stars out there, because we are to worship God with all that we have. The greatest commandment is to love God with all our heart, mind, and soul.
Sometimes I think that when people think that they're so well versed on aliens, do you know how many times alien is mentioned in the Bible? The word alien?
No, not the one that I read.
Okay, well, Exodus 22:21. Do not mistreat an alien or oppress him, for every aliens are in Egypt. Well, of course, that could probably mean alien as an alien, not citizen. You shall not oppose an alien. Exodus 23:9. We have Leviticus 19:33. when an alien lives with you in your land, do not mistreat him. I don't know. It's funny though that you're not even aware of all these Bible verses.
No, but there's a difference between
I have a biblical
database
that I can search keywords, and I've got.
You're
Let me see.
misrepresenting the meaning of alien.
Come on, though. I've got 12 pages of aliens, and you aren't even aware that the word alien is mentioned in Alien, but you're going to tell us you're an
But
expert.
we're going off the secular definition.
Okay, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should
should
know
get
what
off the
book
Bible.
What
If
book
we want to
are you
look at the
reading
Bible
from?
from a secular point of
Are
view,
you reading the King James Bible? Is that what you're reading? Because that's what I'm using.
Right.
the
What
Bible,
book
the
are you
Bible is
reading?
not to be taken literally. It's literary, meaning that it's a work of astrotheology. When you're talking about the Lamb who takes away the sins of the world, you're talking about the spring equinox, and you're talking about Aries, the Lamb.
What
And the
book are you
entire
reading
work of
from?
the Bible is a giant work of astrotheology.
Look,
Now,
there's a lot of there's a lot
that's
of
not to say
confusion
that
here.
Jesus. That's not to say that Jesus didn't manifest in his divine. That can still be true, but the Bible was written by man and is a work of astrotheology. That is that's provable.
Okay, just to clear something up, is that the word alien in the Bible is in reference to people in foreign countries. So we should have established that.
Okay, but
at the
you're just
start.
now discovering that the word alien is mentioned. You
No,
know,
you can't. You're making a claim.
listen,
You're making
biblically,
an opinion.
we cover religious mysteries
I
here.
said
I
was going off
covered
the
all kinds
secular
of religious
definition.
mysteries
I was
here.
going off
You're
I was
just
basing it off the topic of this chat because you were
you're using the Bible to support your arguments, and you weren't even aware that the word alien was in the Bible. I mean, come on.
If you've
And you
already
don't know Ezekiel's wheel?
I said that
Ezekiel 1. Look at Ezekiel 1.
There are different definitions to the word alien. So to restate one definition is that aliens in the Bible is in reference to people in foreign countries.
And
That's
you may
why
be
I
right.
said. That's why I said you were possibly.
But you're not aware of that, and
misrepresenting.
you're not aware of
you were
Ezekiel's
possibly
wheel?
misrepresenting. I said that you were possibly misrepresenting what it means to be alienated and alien. That's why I stated that I was basing my definition for my argument on the secular version for the sake of this topic. So UFOs / aliens don't exist because there is no reason for God to create them.
What if the UFOs or aliens are actually demonic in nature, as many people believe? What do you think of that theory? Because maybe we could get some,
Well, that just proves.
I don't know who's
Bible to
playing
be-
music, but you don't want to play music on a live stream because it may be copyrighted. Thank you. What do you think of the theory that aliens, that people are being, people think they're being abducted by aliens or interacting with aliens or channeling aliens, and these are actually demonic entities and not aliens from other planets?
Well, that's not a defeater because demons are mentioned in the Bible.
So they're real then?
Yes, demons are real.
What about angels?
Yes. So these supernatural events that people are seeing could well possibly be angels.
Like Nephilim?
Or God in action.
Like Nephilim?
No, those are half-breeds between the daughters of men and the sons of God, traditionally.
Yeah. That is right.
So
biblically, I appreciate your coming here and all of this stuff, but maybe you should contact me off air and you and I can have a 2-hour conversation about this, your beliefs and my beliefs, and respectfully, I would like to do that. I have covered many religious things. I'm working on a huge series on the so-called relics of Christ. Did you know they're all fake?
Well,
and many churches have made millions pushing these relics of Christ. They're almost all fakes. And so we're covering that.
So I need to get an understanding. So our God of the Bible exists. What's your response to that?
I grew up. I still consider myself a Christian, but I'm having a crisis of faith the more that I research things like the Catholic Church pushing. There is a show that I've already done. The Catholic Church pushes that these canonized saints, their bodies don't decay. I did a whole story on that, and that is complete and utter lies. They put wax masks over skeletons. They do whatever they have to do to sell this story that the saints don't decay, their bodies don't decay. And I've been looking into the relics of Christ, and so far, to my understanding, every one of them, from the Shroud of Turin to the nails from the cross to the crown of thorns. Did you know that there's a church that has the crown of thorns, or they report to? It's all fake. All the relics of Christ are fake. Now, that may just be men trying to profit. I'm not saying Jesus didn't exist, but there's an awful lot of fakery, fraudery, and forgery and profiteering around Jesus that I disagree with.
Yeah, well, that's the wrong argument, because I'm appealing to.
You're right about everything, then, because we're wrong about everything here.
Are you part of a particular denomination? Excuse me, what's it called?
I'm going to guess born again.
I'm thinking denomination, but denomination. How do you say the
word? Denomination.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say, not demonation.
Yeah, is that too personal? Can we ask, are you Methodist or born again Christian or Catholic or Orthodox Christian or what?
No, I'm a pre-denominational Christian. So
before there were any that reads from the modern English version. And
so you don't go to church?
Hang on. So
do you go to church?
Just to expand on that.
Do you go to church?
Your question is irrelevant.
No, it's not. What are the 10 Commandments? You've got to go to church on Sunday, or that's a mortal sin. If you're a Christian,
that's not a commandment.
It's ingrained in Christianity that it's a mortal sin not to attend Mass on Sunday.
I'm just asking you to be honest. Do you go to church or not?
That's not a.
You said no.
Look, we're shifting the subject from God.
No, but I'm asking you what kind of Christian you are, or what denomination, and you have no answer. You're giving me something
I said
I've never
I'm
heard
a
of.
pre-denominational Christian. So I have a good memory. So you can't.
You don't go to church.
You can't
Bible?
the character.
Okay, answer this question. What Bible do you read from? I'm looking right here that it says that you're reading from the modern English version. I mean, is that true?
So you're possibly asking me this question.
I'm asking you something I'm asking you a simple question. What Bible version do you read from? You said you're Christian. I mean, that covers a bunch of different religions. What Bible do you read from?
You could find out in all this information.
It says modern English version.
You're being disingenuous, man.
No, I am not.
You're being disingenuous. I'm looking at your own post. I'm looking at your own post, dude.
You're the one post. I don't have to answer.
Well, actually, pre-denominational. Well, you're here trying to argue with us. Pre-denominational Christianity is a thing.
You're making a claim.
I was happy to address because you were making an argument. So
it wasn't an argument. It was a simple question.
Based on theology. You're making an argument based on theology.
You're possibly diverting the topic because my argument.
I'm asking you about your belief system.
Okay. He reads from the modern version, just so you know.
You're full of shit, man.
We already know God exists even before reading the Bible.
He can't even answer what book he reads from and quotes from. I'm looking at your own.
I think we're going in circles here.
I've dealt with this before, where I get asked multiple questions in a possible attempt to divert the topic that aliens are impossible. So that's why I'm making a point to stay on.
But you have no evidence or proof except a Bible that doesn't have verses. You've already admitted now that doesn't have verses about aliens.
I appealed to the nature of God and the Bible. That was my argument. So there is no reason for God to create aliens because we are made in His image.
This is your opinion. This is not facts in the Bible.
This is facts.
It is in the Bible. God only made man. They never said God only made man on earth. in the Bible. Never. I've got 12 years of scripture study. I think I'd know. I don't know. They never said that God only made one planet. How do you know that God didn't make?
Right.
What if he
Because
spent?
God is love.
What if he spent years and this first 7 days was on Earth and the rest was elsewhere? You don't know that that's not the case.
You are possibly dismissing the loving nature of God because
What does that have to do with whether he created more than one intelligent species in the universe so vast?
Because there's no reason for him to go on multiple planets as a savior. It only makes sense that he would come down to one
We're not
planet
saying
as a
that.
savior.
We're not
who
saying
we call
that.
Jesus.
We're not saying that Jesus went on multiple planets. Do you believe that God only? So you think Earth is the only planet where God's love is capable? You don't think the entire universe is capable of God's love? Or
Would he not love some other intelligent species he created?
I'm sorry if I'm being inarticulate here, but
I don't understand any of this argument. I just don't understand it. It's like,
yeah,
there's no aliens because I said so. Because
No, no, no.
I've read the Bible and there's no reason for God to create aliens. We don't know the true nature of God. How can you sit there and arrogantly assume that you know God's mind, his motivations, his desires, his plan for the universe? It doesn't make any sense. It's too arrogant of you, being a mortal man,
because God is
to think that you know what God thinks.
God is revelatory, so he has made it known to us what he wants from us in reference to the greatest commandments, to love him with all that we have in Matthew 22. I'm just paraphrasing here to keep this brief, and to love your neighbor as yourself.
You're putting God in a box. You're putting God in a box.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You're putting God in a box because of your own insecurity.
No, that's a claim.
You don't believe that God is capable.
False witness.
You don't believe that God is capable of love outside of planet Earth. Whereas
he can choose.
He
can choose to, but he won't.
Where we can see just by looking up at night that there is much more to reality than just planet Earth.
Okay, I have a question for you if you don't mind answering. Okay, the question is, why do you... Okay, this is six. The sixth designs here, the sixth sense. I have a question. Why you continue or use quite often presuppose in your writings? Now, what does presuppose mean? Well, it's kind of possible. I mean, that isn't definite. Presuppose. Everything you say here is presuppose this, presuppose that, presuppose this. That's not solid word. That's not fact. That's saying, well, supposedly it's like this. Supposedly it's like this. Supposedly it's like. Why do you use it so often in your writings? Is there a reason for this?
What are you referencing?
I'm referencing your own words, man. I don't need to show you where it is, do I? You want me to show you where it is? KZ.
No,
I know where you're at. Okay, but I'm just wondering why you use presuppose in a lot of what you write, and what you say. I mean, that's not...
That's when I'm addressing the other person. I say, you are possibly saying this, or you're possibly misrepresenting, because I do not want to bear false witness. So I'm not going to make a claim.
So
about
created beings presuppose God for facts. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, because you're jumping to premise 2 without addressing premise 1.
There you go.
This
There
is
you
not
go.
going to go. Listen,
Yeah,
we're
you're
trying to be
right. You're
respectful
right.
of you, but this
I
isn't
know.
going to go anywhere when you
You're
talk
right.
in
You're not-
circles.
Yeah, but God is truth. So
I
people
see it.
presuppose truth for
Yeah.
facts.
You got that. God is ultimate truth of love. I know. I see that. I see that. I see that.
Yeah, so
why can't you answer? Why can't you answer that you use the modern English version of the Bible? I mean, it's a simple question.
Because we're shifting. That's the topic is shifting
You can
from
answer yes
debunking
or no.
aliens to me.
I didn't speak about aliens. I never spoke about aliens, not even once. You know, or in the fact of saying that they're real. I don't believe they're real. I don't believe they're little green men running around all over the place. But I do believe that there's other life. I don't know that there's other life, so I'm presupposing that that maybe there is some. I just, dude, you just don't vibe. You don't vibe.
Can I ask an honest question? Like, do you even watch my show, or did you just come here to get in an argument with people you disagree with, and you don't know anything about my show, what I cover, what we talk about here? Why would you do that?
I've listened briefly to the panel.
Okay, so you listen to one show that was sort of like a party show because it's our 2-year anniversary.
Yeah,
You don't even know what we cover here. Like, why would you come on a panel and?
This is again. You're
like
to
an
possibly divert the
evangelical.
topic.
You're just trying to come here to preach to everybody your beliefs
He
that
only
you
wants to
believe are
talk about
right.
aliens.
My argument still remains standing: is that there's no reason for God to create life outside of planet Earth.
And I asked you the question: what happens if we do find life outside of planet Earth? And you can't answer. Dude, we're asking you simple questions. And this is not diverting. Okay, let's just say
it's a false hypothetical because it's contradictory. It's contradictory because it doesn't comport with God's loving nature. You would not.
This is all opinion, though. This is opinion and speculation based on your interpretation of the Bible. And my interpretation of the Bible is different.
I'm appealing to both the Bible and the nature of God. Because God is
But you can't, as a mortal, understand the nature of God completely. You can't do it. It's an impossible mission.
He created first man and woman on earth.
What makes you the authority on God?
Well, he does have a YouTube channel speaking about Bible verses.
Hey, is Kate still here?
She probably fell.
I'm here.
She's zoned out. She's still here.
I'm here.
Let's talk to Kate now.
Yeah, what do you think, Kate, about this whole argument?
No, not about this.
Are we talking? We're talking in circles, right?
Not about this.
Pretty much.
I don't think this is the right channel for our friend here.
No, it is. It actually is because I cover religious mysteries here. It is.
Well, there's too much critical
thinking.
But
I do think that there's some sort of agenda when you go on a show that you've never even watched. Really, you're not a fan of. You just come here to jam your religious beliefs down everybody else's throat based on your opinion and interpretation of the Bible.
My argument's on topic. You were talking about aliens and UFOs and so forth, and I presented an argument debunking that.
Okay, well,
still remains
theological.
I don't think you debunked anything, but okay.
A theological argument, but you're not an authority on God. You're putting God in a box.
God,
I don't understand why you're so stubborn to think
I will make this as
mind.
simple as I can. Is that God is love? So we have to establish that Jesus is God. So because Jesus is God, he would come down to one planet to die for. There would be no reason for him to create humans on a different planet, because it is contradictory to God's loving nature that he would want to die for his first set of children, because he created first man and woman.
So you're saying God suicided himself?
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in evolution, or do you deny all the scientific evidence of evolution? You're a Bible literalist, I'm assuming, that really believes in, the Garden of Eden, and that's how humans were created. You don't believe in evolution?
Your question's irrelevant to the topic.
It is relevant, because if you don't believe in evolution, then you're denying hundreds of years of science. And I can't argue with somebody that just reads a book and says this book is correct and all these scientists are incorrect.
So if you want to shift the topic from aliens to evolution,
it shows your mindset, though. If you deny evolution is real, then it shows your mindset. And I'm sorry, but I don't argue with people that deny evolution. I believe that, like I said, we can't know the true nature of God. So even though the Bible says God created the heavens and the earth in 7 days, we don't know what days are to a God. and I believe that he might have just poked something and Big Bang started, but it was all directed or intelligent design, and the Bible is just some stories that relate to the creation, not a science. It's not a science book, you know. Just because
evolution over millions of / billions of years doesn't make sense with an all-loving God.
There you go again. So he doesn't believe in
let's-
evolution.
Let me make this one point, Stephen. If let's put evolution to the side for a second. If God manifested Himself on planet Earth in the divinely
form of a man,
in the form of Jesus Christ, right? Let's propose that there may be other intelligent life in the universe outside of planet Earth. Okay, would that not be enough motivation or impetus? Could there be alien evangelicals or pilgrims that would want to come to planet Earth for that reason alone, because God manifested here and not there?
Because Jesus would die once. He wouldn't go through the process of
I'm not
resurrecting.
Again,
I'm
you
not saying
know
that
the
there
whole
was
nature.
multiple
You know the whole.
processes.
He knows the whole
I'm
nature
saying
of
that there is
Jesus too.
the single event of Jesus coming to planet Earth 2,000 years ago, whatever, and being crucified and dying for mankind or for all intelligent life in the universe. Is that enough reason for aliens? Could there be alien pilgrims that would want to come to Earth to understand the life of Jesus and why He manifested here? Does that make sense at all?
That's a false.
Does that make
Everything's
that make
false.
sense at all?
Listen, biblically, listen, this is what I'm going to say. I appreciate your point of view, and we do try to welcome all topics, and I'm covering a lot of religious mysteries you may enjoy, but we can't. We've been talking. We've been back playing ping pong for 40 minutes here, and we're not getting anywhere.
I'm doing my absolute best to meet you halfway,
so maybe
man. But I mean,
I'll welcome you to join me, and we can talk about these things. The two of
We can
us.
talk about this now, because the reason why this is going back and forth so much is because you're possibly trying to shift the topic. That's why
Am
you're
I?
asking me questions
We're
about
all on
evolution.
topic. You're saying God wouldn't make aliens. There's no reason for God to make aliens. We're asking you questions. That's all.
But you're asking me questions on what Bible version I read and so forth.
Because it's relevant, and it's also relevant that you don't believe in
Yeah.
evolution. You don't believe in evolution. You believe in the literal interpretation of the Bible, and that, my friends, that is a very dangerous thing. It's not a science book. It's not a book meant to be taken literally. Do you also believe the Earth is only 5,000 years old, as the Bible states?
Yeah, the Earth is young, the Earth is flat, and aliens don't exist.
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat too. All right, that's it. We're out. That's it. I've had enough of this shit. I'm not dealing. I'm sorry. I try to do my best to be understanding, but this guy interprets the Bible literally. He knows the true nature of God. He doesn't believe in evolution, and he just said the Earth is flat because the Bible says the Earth is flat. That's somebody you can't have a discussion with. You just can't.
I was
You
about
just
to
can't do it. And I apologize to everybody that we let it go that long. I don't want to be rude and kick somebody, but Jesus, literally Jesus Christ. That's what I'm thinking right now.
no, that was pretty good insight. And there's a lot of people out there, man.
Isn't it crazy that people? This guy is fervent. He truly believes the Earth. I'm telling you right now. I know people like him that are Bible literalists. If it says it in the Bible, that's the truth. Everything else is a lie. So he believes the Earth is only 5,000 years old. Evolution is all fake, and the Earth is flat because the Bible says the Earth is flat. But did you know? This is interesting. The book of Enoch goes up to heaven, and he describes Earth as a globe or a sphere. There's even imagery of Enoch describing the Earth as a globe or a sphere. And that was before the book of Enoch was written thousands of years before we knew for sure that the Earth was round and a globe and circled the sun. That's interesting. But these Bible literalists, you can't argue with them because it's like arguing with that guy that built the Noah's Ark. Remember, there was a famous
video, Bill Nye like tried to talk to him and debate him, and that guy is just absolutely like this guy. Like, no, the Earth is only 5,000 years old. You got to ignore every scientist in the world to believe that. And to not believe in evolution, you have to ignore every scientist in the world, all the artifacts. The dinosaurs aren't real according to them because they're not mentioned in the Bible and they weren't on Noah's Ark. So therefore, the dinosaurs never existed. Clearly, there's all this fossil evidence. We know dinosaurs existed. You can't argue with these kind of people. You can't.
Apparently, he only come here for that one reason, and he would not go even slightly left or slightly right. He needed to be here just to say that aliens weren't created by God. I mean,
and the fact that he doesn't even watch the show. He doesn't even know what show he's on or whatever.
I don't think he's very versed in the Bible anyways.
He had an agenda. He came here to proselytize and to preach.
He might have just been a troll, man.
No, there's a real channel. There's too big of a channel he has.
He has a Patreon that he does.
I checked while we were talking.
Right. Yeah, I looked him up too. He does have other stuff outside of YouTube as well. But and that's it. Why can't you just answer? Where are you quoting this from? Well, you're trying to derail the situation. No.
And that's another thing. You know, he claims to be a Christian. For all Christians, you got to go to church on Sunday. I mean, it doesn't say you got to go to church in the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments say, remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. But every minister, priest, or every religious person I've ever talked to, their interpretation of that commandment is you go to church on Sunday. And he can't even tell us where he goes to church. He's one of those guys that maybe just reads the Bible and does his own thing. He's not in an organized religion. There is something called pre-denominational, or, you know, there's a movement of that to say, you know, the apostles didn't pick Methodist or or Catholic or Orthodox. They were just Christians. So there is a movement that says I'm just a Christian. And that's valid, but the rest of what he had to say, and the flat Earth is real and evolution is not real, I can't argue with people like that, or I can't reasonably talk to. Not that I wanted to argue with him.
What was his words? That's a false what again? Like, dude, you answer every
He
question.
said it 10 times.
Yeah. It's like, oh my God, like a robot.
False assertion, or yeah.
I mean, I was reading his stuff, and he's seeing, and look, I if people want to believe in whatever religion, that's okay with me. I really don't care. I mean, but at least answer, give us a hint on what's going on in your religion. Apparently, everything he says is presupposed. You know, everything's supposed. Well, it's supposed like this, and this is how God is supposed to be, and this is that. But he changed how he said it. I'm reading his own words, and it's not that. Oh, and he got it correct. I didn't read premise 1. No, I did not. I intentionally did not read premise 1 because I'm saying, you know what? He'll recognize that this is his own words.
Thou shalt not talk shite.
He got busted.
Hey, Kate, you should have.
I think we should talk about Kate waking up.
G.G. Young.
Yeah, I think that we should. I think we should get back to Kate waking up dark journalists and making them come on my show.
He's out of sleep. He works really late. He'll
sound
be up past me.
Go in there and go. Come on, Truth Seekers, bitch! Come on, do it. Take the laptop.
No, I don't bother him when he's working. No way.
Sleeping,
that was interesting, though. It was hard to listen to because I used to be really religious. So, and I was really active in the church growing up and into like my early 20s. And I used to have that mentality. Well, not as extreme as that guy, but it's hard. You can't talk someone out of that. There's no shaking that person. And I've had to expand my own like religious, philosophical beliefs.
Yeah.
So, so it's hard because that type of thinking really puts it limits your understanding and your ability to perceive other truths out there.
It's
unfortunately,
so crazy too. It's like, don't bother me with facts or science or evidence. My mind is made up because this old book says this, and I think that's too limiting. Like,
it is. I mean, hey, listen, man, you were fair to him. You let him on here for a while.
I know. I try to let him go, but at some point,
he was really going.
Hey,
when we get to the flat Earth, I hope he emails me because listen, I really am. I'm working on this whole series on the relics of Christ. Did you guys all know this? The Catholic Church makes millions of dollars from pilgrims visiting all these different churches, and some of them say, we have Christ's crown of thorns. It's fake. Some of them say, we have the nails from the cross of Christ. Those are fake. We have wood from the cross of Christ. That's fake. The Shroud of Turin is the most interesting one because there's some crazy shit with that. If that was hoaxed, whoever did it is a goddamn genius because there are like images of flowers from Jerusalem.
Multi-layered.
There is like pollen from Jerusalem is on the cloth. If it was faked, but the whole thing comes down to the carbon dating, and there was new carbon dating done that put it back another 100 years, but it still dates to no newer than 1000 BC. So it couldn't have been the burial cloth of Christ. It just couldn't have been based on the carbon dating.
And apparently most cathedrals.
But those relics they're all fake, and these churches make millions of dollars getting people to come and see. Like it's like a carnival. It's like a circus. Come and see the cross of Christ, the crown of thorns, the shroud that was put over his face, the Shroud of Turin. We've got wood from the cross of Christ. You know.
Yeah, wherever there's a cardinal, there's a cathedral that the cardinal is pastor of, and every cathedral apparently has these relics. There's a cathedral in Houston that was erected in like 2003, 2004. It's a new one, and apparently has these relics. I just asked the question, like, how many relics are there, and where do they get them all from?
There's something. There's something in my research I found. Did you know there's something called contact relics? And that's how the church explains it. This is how it goes. Let's say that one church has a very popular relic, and it is a nail of the cross of Christ. What they do is they take a nail that looks very much like that one, and they touch it, and then that one becomes a relic too. It's a contact relic.
Magic.
And then they take that and they put it in another church and call it a nail from the cross of Christ, and they hype it up as genuine. It's crazy that they got away with it. It's just like a circus, or it's just like UFO hucksters running. Remember, there was that guy, and he ran around all the UFO conferences, and it turned out to be like smelting debris, the side product of smelting metals. But he said it fell off a UFO, and he went around. The Catholic Church does the same thing as the UFO hucksters.
And it kind of reminds me of like those places that you see when you're driving across the country, and there's like those side shows that you can stop on the side of the highway.
Yeah.
And we've got
roadside attraction. That's
right,
that's what these relics are. Yeah.
What we're talking about. Exactly.
Yeah, and I have a show that we did here on the real one that is really crazy is that they have all these bodies in different churches and cathedrals that they claim are bodies of saints that have not decayed. But every one of them that I have found is garbage. It's like a wax mask over a skeleton or something like that. I went to the St. John Newman one in Philadelphia, and I got in trouble because I walked right onto the altar to look at it up close, and a priest caught me. And then he talked to me about it, and he tried to explain away why that's a wax mask. But, you know.
There's a lot of that in Mexico.
They don't let people get close enough to it to see what it is? Is that intent? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's called, it's Truth Seekers when we were still numbering episodes. I gave up on that after a while because it got too confusing. Truth Seekers, episode 35, Incorruptible Bodies, Catholic Miracle or Catholic Fraud. And it's all about these incorruptible bodies, and they're not incorruptible. They're all frauds. Every one of them that I found.
It's basically dark occultism, if you ask me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna share some of that just so for context, because we do cover religious mysteries here, but I'd like to get to the truth behind them. I'm sharing myself, so I don't need to.
Does that look like a real face, or does that look like a sculpture or something? This one does not look real at all to me. This one may be one of the wax fakes.
Looks like a mannequin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With some facial hair.
They're all over the world. Yeah.
Michael Jackson.
This from 1917. Friends, there is so many of these. There's like hundreds and hundreds of them, and it's kind of crazy and interesting that they generally are put as altars inside churches, different churches and cathedrals, and become a pilgrimage point. People want to visit that saint and see the incorruptible body of the saint.
I don't know how to get rid of those ads in the middle of the screen. Sorry. I wanted to see the St. John Newman one because that's the one that I saw in person.
And this is another one that looks like a wax fake to me. This is supposed to be from 1859.
Yeah, they're all over the world. These bodies inside churches.
Looks way fake.
And people come from, people come and try to you can look up incorruptible bodies.
They worship it.
Oh.
Yeah, people come to worship them. Yeah.
What about?
Maybe,
do you remember?
doesn't want me sharing.
Your video's still playing. Sorry.
No,
okay. Sorry, I think there's a delay. Do you remember all of like those figures? I think there are a lot. It happened a lot in like Catholic churches that were like crying blood. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
That's a South American or Central American. There's a lot of zealots and.
Well, there's also the legend. There's one. I'm Polish, and there's the legend of Częstochowa, and that was that there was a painting of the Blessed Mary holding baby Jesus, and there was some kind of conflict, and an outside country came in and conquered, and they took a sword and slit the face of Mary on the side of her face, and then later people saw that Mary was crying tears of blood, and that to this day is still an accepted belief that was a miracle.
So what was that? I remember
I don't
like
know,
those
yeah.
clips would be on those shows
I'm
like
gonna add
back
it
in
to
the
my
day when I was a
list.
kid, and I was like, what
I'm
is
gonna
this?
add it to my list.
Yeah, add it to your list,
Christian
the crime
mysteries,
blood.
yeah.
Or it's like
Yeah,
Jesus
well,
and toast.
Speaking of Catholicism, what about the three young girls in Fatima who saw the in the was that a possible UFO sighting? A lot of people
believe that. Yeah.
A lot of people point to that as some sort of UFO sighting, and that these three girls were given some sort of what would you call it? Not like a premonition.
Yeah, and there was a whole conspiracy theory because they were supposed to reveal the contents of the message that the Blessed Mother gave them by a certain date, and they didn't do it. And then they released something that was like a nothing burger.
That was just
here's the one I found. This is great. We're gonna. This is the one that is. This is the one in Philadelphia that I went right up to that, man. My nose was right on the front glass of that, and a priest caught me up on the altar. You're not allowed up there, but there was nobody there when I went into the cathedral. It's in Center City, Philadelphia. Here.
Hello, my name is Father Alfred Bradley, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the National Shrine of St. John.
That's supposed to be the body of St. John Newman that will not decay. But that is a wax face over a skeleton, and the rest of it is all made up. It's not real.
St. John Newman was a tireless preacher of the gospel to the poor. As a Redemptorist priest and the 4th Bishop of Philadelphia, he served immigrant families and children, desiring to strengthen the faith of Catholic families.
And that's right on the main altar at the front of the church. His body's just sitting there on display. Or what they report to be his body, but it's a forgery. It's a wax mask over a skeleton, essentially.
Built more than 80 churches and 40 schools. He is considered by many to be the founder of the Catholic school system in America. Bishop Newman is laid to rest here in this glass crypt.
Yeah, look at that. That is a wax. Wow. That is a wax sculpture. That is not a human body that is not decaying as they report it to be.
And he looks younger than me.
It's a big scam. I want it. You know what? I have. I'm redoing because I'm doing the Relics of Christ series. I'm going to do a new series also on, or I'm going to go back to some things I covered before. I want to go to that church and I want them to explain it to me on a camera. I want to sit down, explain this to me. How is this incorruptible if you've got to put a wax sculpture over it? Can we see the real face of St. John Newman that you say hasn't decayed? And then they start backpedaling and making excuses. I guarantee it. It's not real.
Oh,
It's a bullshit excuse to get people to go to this cathedral. And they are very aggressive with donations too, by the way.
I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this thing. Kate brought up the Virgin Mary crying blood and stuff like that. So I looked it up, and I look over on the right hand side. It says, okay, it's not just ufology now. We got Mariology of the Catholic Church.
No.
Yeah, there's a whole industry. There's a whole industry of Mary people, sort of. There's societies that sell you these special rosaries and prayers to the Blessed Mary. And I always found that weird because one of the tenets of Christianity is supposed to be the Ten Commandments. You're not supposed to put anybody before God, but there's whole people that they just pray to Blessed Mary. They never pray to God. But their justification, it's called Jesus through Mary. In other words, if you need a miracle in your life, don't pray to Jesus, pray to Mary, because she's his mother and has influence over him.
Yeah,
so
if
you pray to Mary and appeal to Mary, she'll go to her son and say, this person has been praying to me. This is a real thing. It's called Jesus through Mary. Look it up. She'll go to Jesus and say, this person has been praying to me. They need your help. Please intercede. And according to people who believe this, he does, because his mother tells him, you got to do something for these.
It's called adoration, right? And apparently the more newer age Catholic belief is that because they shared the same DNA or something like that, because Jesus was in her body, apparently. You know what I mean? I mean, listen, people believe whatever the fuck they want to believe.
Right.
That's not my business.
You dropped enough F-bombs to get my video demonetized so far.
Damn, I'm
you
sorry.
You dropped like 10. I told you, come on, man. Come on, man. I need those YouTube pennies. God damn it.
I don't care what people believe for religion, especially religion, because they believe in it, and that's fine with me. I mean, I do not like when they push it onto you. I mean, granted, look, they can believe whatever they want, and that is perfectly fine. But when you say something stupid, just you got to expect somebody to come back and say,
yeah, like the earth is flat. The earth is flat because the Bible doesn't say it's round.
I will say, I don't like when they push it on children, though. I think that's kind of crossing the line.
Yeah, people can believe whatever they want. I just want to make that clear. People have the right to believe whatever they want. That's totally up to them, and that's okay. That's okay. But to get somebody else to believe it and force it on them, like, look at everything you say. I can't even remember what he said. Everything's you're trying to derail the situation. No, dude, we're asking you simple questions. Answer them. Yeah,
no, but when you look at this from the lens that this guy believes the earth is flat, he believes the earth is 5,000 years old, then you understand why he's saying there's no aliens. Because if it's not in the Bible, it didn't happen, and he believes everything in the Bible, you can't really have a discussion with those people. You can try, but their mind is made up because I don't know if these people have been brainwashed into this or something.
It's kind of brainwashing.
I can't imagine being so brainwashed that you just go, I've got to ignore every scientist in the world because this book says that this is the way it was. The Bible literalists are dangerous.
They are.
It's like 5,000 years old. Evolution's not real. The earth is flat because, and did you hear, like, he said, God is love. And I asked him an honest question. Was God love when he killed all the firstborn sons of every person in Egypt? That was vengeful. Right. That wasn't love. That's when it becomes a problem,
Or why I don't. Sorry, I don't understand. Yeah. Well, I don't understand. He said that God is loving. That's why there can't be aliens. Like he only loves his children on Earth. So it's like, well, if you believe that God creates everything, then if he created aliens on other planets,
he would love them too.
He doesn't love them, like what they're like they're damned children. Like
no,
what?
you know why he doesn't love
logic.
them, Kate? You know why he doesn't love them, Kate Schneider? Because they come to Earth.
Yeah,
because they come to Earth and they anally probe people like David Wilcock. Okay,
that's why he's pissing the bed now. So.
Good.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
like,
he's not pissing the bed. He's pissing the bathtub. You got to piss in the bathtub to get the
or the tub, or the tub, not the bed. Whatever.
Yeah,
He probably
piss in the
pisses the bed too.
Maybe he's got a pee
Yeah,
fetish or
like,
something.
what about the dolphins and the whales that are like smarter than we are potentially, or most likely?
Yeah.
I just
Yeah, maybe the aliens are right here. We just don't know how to communicate with them.
well, yeah.
I think that's possible. I think that, I mean, isn't it possible they could be in other dimensions, or that we just don't have access to communicating with them in our, we live in a 3-dimensional world. Well, we can perceive in 3 dimensions.
Well, human beings only see 3% of visible light, so they can be all around us at all times, and we just could not see them or.
I have a big problem with people who put God in a box.
Yeah.
I think it's because Kate Schneider is here, but there's porn bots all over our live chat. Thanks, Kate.
Oh,
Schneider.
I haven't been over in your chat in a little bit.
I'm gonna blame you
because I'm in the StreamYard
you're on the show.
window.
Like,
oh
Kate
no,
Schneider's here. Let's get
on?
the porn bots going. Let's get them going.
No.
I can link a pop out and
no,
that's what I use.
I blocked them, but it's funny. I'm just gonna blame Kate because
it's my fault. I ordered them
save the
just for fun.
sausage party. She came to save the sausage party.
That's I had to make it fun somehow. So sorry.
You did.
Hey, so has any of the other guests besides me and Steven had experiences?
I had a TR3B sighting a few months ago, actually. I was hanging out with a good friend of mine out on his family's property out in the country, and all he's got out there is like a sweat lodge. You can go kick it out there and have a bonfire. That's about the extent of things. And we hop in his car. We go to the gas station to get some beer. We pull out, and he stops to use the bathroom on the side of the road. And I'm sitting in the passenger seat. I look up, looking at the moon, and then I look over at this other light that's in the sky that is way lower than the moon, but equally as bright. And my friend jumps in the car and he's like, "Hey, Jeremy, that light was looking at me." And then as he says that, the light that I was looking at turns and looks at us. And we were both like, what is this? And it starts flying towards us.
Wasn't it typical 3B though? Like three white lights and a red light in the center and triangle shapes?
So check this out. It flew. We had the sunroof open. It flew directly over our car. I looked up at it, and my friend, I got him on like all the Michael Tratt stuff, so he's clued in. And I looked up at it, and I was like, "That's a TR3B," and he was like, "Oh my gosh, you're right." And it was a black triangle with a big light in the center, and then a small light on each corner. And we were just so stunned. Like it was in the middle of the night, so I didn't think that like my cell phone camera could catch it. So I just figured like, well, I'll just look at this and enjoy the moment.
Should have tried. God damn it.
Well, I said to him, I was like we watched it for a second, and I was like, man, let's chase it. And so we like.
Oh, that's a good idea. What if TR3Bs are piloted by reptilian aliens that want to fuck you and eat you? You thought it was a good idea to chase it? You're brave.
get this. So we chased this thing. We drove down the country back roads, and we were going fast. My friend really hit the gas to like to keep up with this thing, and he's like trying to steer and kind of look at it at the same time, and at one point, the like it kind of like it was just hovering super silently, and then and at one point after were chasing it for maybe 4 or 5 minutes, it within like 2 or 3 seconds it just like went from like one place in the sky to like boom 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 boom, boom like 200 different places in the sky in like 2 seconds, and then just vanished. And
Wow. Did you
yeah,
talk to Michael Stratt yet? You said you mentioned him, right?
no, I haven't talked to Michael Stratt about
I'm gonna put you in touch with him. He's the guy that you need to talk to because he'll do all kinds of background and he just loves it when I send somebody like you to him. So I want to send you to him because he's obsessed with TR3B sightings.
I love to talk about it, and and what was crazy? Well, the thing was that when it did the disappearing thing, the lights on it got really bright. Like it went from white to like every shade of from red to blue to aqua to yellow to from every single shade of the rainbow, but like bright like a laser pointer, and like colors like if you're like tripping on acid or something, like colors that you normally like would never see. It was like that, and it got really bright in those colors like when right before it did the disappearing thing. And then what was creepy about it was that when we went back to his property, like maybe half an hour later, we were like we were getting a bonfire going. We had the sweat lodge thing going, and I was like shoveling some coals from the sweat lodge into outside to get a bonfire going. My friend's standing outside the sweat lodge. I'm inside, and my friend says, "Oh my gosh, look up!" And I stepped outside, and this TR3B goes directly overhead, like directly, like
What state do you live in?
Michigan.
Michigan. Interesting.
Yeah, this was and this was like out in the middle of the country, out in the middle of nowhere, and it like they had to have been tracking us because for it to I mean, like when I say directly overhead, like directly in a straight line overhead of us. And they had their lights in like a V shape, like in the direction that they were going. It was very bizarre.
I had an experience. If you let me, if you're done with yours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now maybe y'all won't like this one, but it is a true story, and it really did happen. I will tell you that. I'm driving down the road. I go ahead and just above the trees, in some way of a distance, I don't know, it might have been maybe a half mile away or something. I see this really dark, I don't know what it was. I couldn't really tell what it was. So I go ahead and I'm safe. So I pull over and I'm looking at it. And it's just, I can't really tell if it's moving or not, and it's big. It isn't something small. This thing's quite big. I would guess probably on the range of, 100-foot span, side to side kind of thing. I'm like, what is it? I can't really make out what it is. So, and whatever it is, it's moving very, very slowly. So, I probably sat there for, I'm going to say, not quite minutes, maybe let's say 1 minute or so. This thing still, I can't tell if it's freaking moving or not. And it's big and dark. And this is in the middle of the day. I mean, everybody's out rolling around. So I go ahead and as I'm looking at it, I start seeing it move to one side. I says, oh, it's really freaking moving, and then it's moving and it's moving and it's moving. Now it gets almost completely sideways, and I hear the engines. You know what it ended up being, because I really got a good view of it. And this thing was big. It was one of those military cargo ships, not one of the large ones. I couldn't tell you the model or what, but it was definitely green, dark green and stuff.
C-130.
C-130s.
Yeah, okay, right. It wasn't huge, but I was like, this thing looks like it's gonna stall. Now, if I didn't watch that for the time period that I did, I could have said, "Hey, that was a UFO." I mean, I literally didn't know what it was, and it really looked like it didn't move. Now, this is where I'm getting at. I think a lot of sightings are perspective. This thing's coming straight at me, very, very slow. I mean, I don't know what the stall speed on that. I could probably check it. It had big wings, obviously, enough to go that slow. But I think that a lot of experiences that I hear are because people have perspectives.
Misidentified craft, yeah.
Yeah, it took a 90-degree turn out of nowhere. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I'm thinking that judging from your perspective, you have to take that into consideration. That's why I've done it plenty of times with like Secure Team and stuff, and other ones. Years ago, I used to do this stuff. That once in a while they would say, okay, it's in this state. So you know what I would do? I'd wait for one of the road signs, and I'd see a sign, and I'd say, okay, now I go on Google Maps and I find out exactly where it says. I look at the thing, and 9 out of 10 times that's what I find out. It's something literally either hanging there, a big balloon or something, or what. It's not a UFO. And I mean, granted, you like my story or not, it was a true story. If I didn't watch it long enough, I would have thought, wow, this is weird. And it really did enough for me to pull over and stop and look at this thing. It was an alien, but it did have me think how many of these craft people are looking at are just that situation. And I don't mean to diminish your stories. I like hearing the stories. I listen to Art Bell pretty much my whole life, and George Norrie, I don't listen to him because I don't like him. But
Snorri Nori, he makes me fall asleep.
Oh God, that guy is boring.
You know what? I forgot something. Sixth Sense. I have some new way to bust dark journalist balls, because apparently dark journalist's girlfriend can't go to bed with him tonight because she's spending all her time with us.
Oh,
ooh, busted!
Oh man.
He's gonna say, "Why didn't you come to bed last night?" Because I was with Steve Cambian. That's why.
You have a real
oh shit.
Turn. You have a real good
sorry,
sense of
swearing.
humor.
My bad.
You have
said
an
she had an
excellent sense of
experience.
humor.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, let's hear that.
Me?
Yeah, you're up next on.
No, I didn't. Okay.
Yeah,
well, no,
but
it was when I was younger. When I was a kid, I had thought that I had been abducted by aliens, like repeatedly, and I would tell my parents, and I was like obsessed with aliens at a very young age, like probably like around 4 years old, and I don't know where that came from. But then I found out later in life that I actually had sleep paralysis. And I didn't know what that was. So I was feeling like I was going into another dimension. But also with sleep paralysis, it's most of the time it's pretty horrifying. But there were many times where I literally felt my body lift up off the bed, and then I would be like transported to another realm. So now I kind of wonder what sleep paralysis really is. Is it just some just random thing that your brain just, psychs you out? And it's supposedly it's like where you go in and out of, you're like half asleep, your brain's like it's like it's still paralyzed because your mind kind of paralyzes your body when you sleep, so you don't run out the door. So
the REM sleep in between, like you're semi-conscious,
you're kind of stuck in that. Yeah. And so, but it makes me wonder, like, what really is sleep paralysis? And so that I've had a lot of other weird, like kind of paranormal stuff happen. I've had like when I was living alone, I was woken up at like 3 a.m. to something kicking my bed twice. It was like 2 kicks, and I thought someone broke in and was gonna kill me. And I realized that there was no one there, and I was so freaked out. But what was so weird, my cat, he always would sleep with me, but after he got so freaked out, he jumped off the bed, and I only lived there for like a couple more months. But my cat refused to go to my bed ever after that point. So that was another weird. I've had a lot of other weird stuff too, but I've never actually seen like a UFO or anything. I wish my mom did when she was a kid. So I haven't had any cool things like that. But when I was a kid, I was always convinced that I had been abducted. So I don't know. I don't have any like weird like stories of like like I got abducted and was probed or like I don't have anything
I'm
cool
so
like that. You know?
disappointed.
I know.
I wanted to hear about Kate getting probed by aliens. God damn it! I wanted to hear
way
about
more
that.
exciting.
You know, come on. Listen, I need viewers, Kate. Can you just
write a
come on?
Just make up something on the spot.
I had sleep paralysis happen to me 2 times, and both times, the first time I woke up and I realized I was awake, and then I was like, wait a minute, I overslept. And I tried to get up and nothing happened. And I was like terrified. And
It's
then
terrifying.
5 or 10 seconds later, like somehow, you know, my motor function returned, but I had a terrifying period of many seconds, 5 or 10 seconds, where I was telling my body to move and nothing happened. And then the other time was weirder. I woke up and I got up out of bed. I got off the bed. I stood up and I fell flat on my face. And then when I was laying there, I realized that you know that pins and needles when you sit on your arm or something? My entire body had that. And it took me a few minutes to like, you know, and get up, and I fell flat on my face.
Oh my God.
Well, I remember seeing something. I remember seeing a documentary about sleep and stuff like that a long time ago. And it's my understanding that a dream that seems like it might last 10, 15 minutes is really only a few seconds. You know, and I always found it weird between the conscious and unconscious states. You know, I always thought, I mean, what is the purpose here? I mean, I realize you need to rest your body, but your mind is still going. So I always thought that was fascinating. You know, that dreams are actually, when he spoke of REM, that's what I thought of it. Your REM is really fast. You know, something that seems like it's a long time really isn't. It really isn't. But as far as studies are concerned.
Yeah, they did do a documentary on sleep paralysis. I think I saw part of it, but what's interesting is that the majority of people have these just horrible. It feels like you're gonna die. It feels like you're being taken to like some dark realm, or like there's most people have like some experience where they feel like a demon is sitting on them, or like it just horrible, and it just makes
Something
you wonder
sitting
like
on
what
your
is
chest.
that? Yeah,
Something
yeah.
sitting on your chest is a common reported occurrence. That's weird that so many people think they wake up and there's some entity, whether and there's different interpretations. I've heard people that say it was a demon, and they're very religious. I've heard other people that aren't religious say it was an alien.
Right.
It's weird, but there's this weird common thread that all these people report these experiences where they wake up and something is sitting on their chest holding them down, some otherworldly entity.
It's
That's
so
worthy
weird.
of looking into, yeah. And thanks, impersonator Sonorium, who says, "Don't get too excited. This is Bulgarian currency. We take it all. Praise the cash, friends. We don't care. YouTube converts it. £5. Thank you very much for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. We appreciate all of our people pledging a couple of bucks, throwing a couple of bucks in our hat.
Nice.
You know, there are things to trigger sleep paralysis. I mean, you would think who would ever want to do that, but there's actually a Reddit group that talks about how to do that.
Oh, they talk about how to induce it?
Yeah, how to induce it. Yeah.
Well, there's lucid dreaming. I looked into that. Well, I can do lucid dreaming. It's hard, but I learned that was a way of dealing with sleep paralysis. If you could train your brain how to go in and out of that, that state of mind that you're in. It can actually help you from being stuck in the sleep paralysis, but you can also utilize that to induce the sleep paralysis. And it's really tricky. It's hard to do for me. But it takes a while to learn it.
Kate, would you consider that? I mean, maybe I've had it before. Maybe other people have, where you're trying to say something, or you're trying to yell or scream or something, and you can't. I mean, would you consider that sleep paralysis or being
That's
stuck
part of
in
it.
between?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're in sleep paralysis, like it was so much scarier as a kid, but even like as an adult, it's scary. But that's one of the things. Like you can't move, and you want to like just jump up out of the bed and like run to your parent. As a kid, like I wanted to run to my parents' room, and I couldn't scream. It's terrifying.
Terrifying, yeah.
Yeah. It's the worst thing. And the other thing that I've had in the sleep paralysis is that I get this weird, like computer hype, like, that weird kind of glitchy sound, like computer language talk, like whatever, that just that computer noise sound.
Digital.
Yeah. And I get it really strong in my brain. And I used to think that aliens were like doing some type of like probing like in my brain, and they were messing with frequency.
Wait a minute, we can sell this story.
Yeah, let's sell it.
Kate got probed. You just said you got probed. I need a Kate got probed story. You just got probed.
There we go. Yeah.
The dark
Try to
journalist
package
is
that
probing,
one.
I bet you. I bet you dark journalist is probed, Kate. I'm just saying.
No.
Oh,
I'm gonna get myself in trouble. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, he's gonna boot me off the screen.
Dropping F
Well,
bombs.
how many people speak that aliens are programming them or something, or downloading? This is what they use.
You're getting your download, from the aliens or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think anything is possible. The problem is that we have in this realm. I know people hate this community. People hate in the ufology realm. I'll just say that that there have been so many fraudsters and people making up lies, and I think a lot of that is intentional. Like that's a government operation to get everyone like just talking about nonsense. But I think there is something real that could be there. I think some of those stories might actually be real. I just know from my own experience, like there is no way that we're just in this world as it is, as we perceive it to be.
Right.
But that's my own belief,
Right. We can probably identify that there's a bunch of fraudsters out there and stuff. But we can also say, with certain people, being that they seen this or experienced this, whether it was lucid dreaming or what, they really experienced it. So, it's hard to draw a point saying, okay, they're just making this shit up, or did they really experience it, whether it be something in their unconscious mind or something in a sleep paralysis state. It's hard to determine, are they really telling the truth that they actually experienced this?
Yeah, or like Angelique. Like, did she really think she had an alien experience, or was she on 6 drugs at the time? And she did have some kind of experience, but it was drug induced. She had to believe that what happened to her was important and real enough to stand there in front of the Washington Monument and hold a mock press conference. No press showed up, but she tried to get them to show up to tell her story.
What was she was on pot? Is that what
she was on? She was on all these different medications. Some for like I think she was on like an anti-anxiety medicine and something else. She was on a bunch of prescriptions.
Lexeril.
Yeah.
That'll
But then on top of that, she got the guy who was her Wayne. He like joked that he dosed her with a big serving of Rick Simpson oil, which is super, super concentrated.
Yeah, that'll get you going for sure.
Yeah.
Well, that'll do. But then, oh, sorry.
But just because you're on drugs doesn't mean that your drug experience is not real. I mean, because there are people like I've read all these books by this guy, Dr. Stan Groff, who was
like the preeminent LSD psychotherapist, and he, and he would take people through all of these experiences where they would be able to relive their birth experience. They would relive past lives. There's these great stories where people will be able to like speak languages that they don't know. And like there's one, just to be brief here, there's this one great story where he talks about he would do this workshop with like 100 people and give them all LSD, and 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 uh, and these were all like highly educated people, and this one guy was speaking this language that was like obviously some kind of language, but that he didn't know it. And this other guy there was like a college professor, and he was like, oh, that is like this type of like a Sumerian dialect or something like that, and he knew exactly what it was because it's what he studied and taught classes in or had written books on or something. So it just to say that someone's on drugs, like you can't just discount.
They may be those drugs may be the doorway between our consciousness and other realms. And I got to tell you,
I think so.
Come on, I was a musician. I tried everything, and I've had some wild experiences. But I don't know if they were all in my mind or if, like I said, some of those drugs may be able to help you open doorways to other realms. That's it.
I think psychedelics, I think, are just act as like a key to open up your perceptions.
No, I definitely had some crazy trips, and in one, I swear that I encountered what I thought was the same entity multiple times, and he like took me aside and was like, "What are you doing here again? You're doing it too much. You got to go away. You can't keep coming back here." Because some of those things are incredible, and you go, "I got to go back. I got to find out more because I thought this happened, and I thought I talked to these entities, and there was all this weird, and it's so weird that you have this one that the guy goes, you got to stop coming here. You're coming here too much." Like DMT is wild. That's all I'm gonna say.
But wouldn't that shine doubt? Wouldn't that shine doubt on your story? Being that you mentioned that you were doing multiple types of drugs or hallucinative drugs. I mean, I've tried LSD. I'll admit it. And I kind of liked it, but and actually, and I ain't suggesting that people do it, but it did open my mind. It did open my mind to a lot of the world, and I don't know.
It could be a life-altering experience.
Yeah,
I had one that was a life-altering experience.
Yeah.
I to this day I think about that, like the whole thing and things I realized about my life or other things. It was life-altering.
Yeah, it's weird because I still to this day I think about it, and especially when somebody mentions something like this, and I can sort of understand how somebody that says they experienced this, whether it's through LSD or other means and stuff, but I can understand. I mean, I myself personally, I never looked at it as if it was real. I thought in my head, okay, this is just I'm just imagining this stuff. But see, it has this weird effect on you, and I almost become super knowledgeable about things, and I don't know how else to explain
or you think you are.
Or I think I am, but
you ever go to a party and there's some guy that smoked way too much pot and he's like giving you his like wise thoughts on the world, but he sounds like a complete total idiot. But to him, this is some genius shit,
it did. It did seriously open up my mind to other avenues of things, and I have no other way to explain it other than it actually helped me. And for me personally, I mean, granted, it was crazy, but the feeling that, and I still get it to this day, it was really wonderful for me. So it was a positive experience.
You know, you can use
That's great.
reading techniques to get to many of those same places.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, like they say.
You know, I've tried all the crystal stuff and doing all that stuff. There was a shop that was all into that, and I did all that stuff. I did the tarot cards. I did, you know, it's not like I never tried this stuff, which today I really don't believe a lot of it. But at least I tried it, you know, and I tried to see what other people seen. And, you know, for me, I didn't really get what other people had done. You know, I did all the stuff with burying the crystal outside your home and looking fast and it came after you. Yeah, I'm not kidding you. You know, and this lady that I used to buy it from was all into this stuff, and so I did try that stuff, but it isn't like I didn't, and I didn't really get anything from it. But I got a lot of cool crystals, really nice.
You know, there's a weird thing. There's a weird thing around my cabin. It's something called moon water. Have you guys heard of this? And this is a belief in all up and down the Appalachian Trail. Is you got to take a blue bottle and fill it with water on a full moon, and you put it out, and you put it outside, and then this water takes on these special properties. It almost becomes magical water. And this is believed. You know, you like have a scar that won't heal, you put the moon water on it. You know, if you're sick, you drink the moon water. You make the moon water and then you save it for when you need it. It's a weird, but this is deeply believed by many people around my cabin. And somebody introduced me to this because they were putting out blue bottles in the middle of the night, and I was like, "What's going on here?" And they explained it to me, and I was like, "Okay, if you say so." And then I found out that it's a big thing up there. It's like they just believe, and it's a bizarro, weird thing. But moon water, who knows?
Hey man, I'll tell you what, I got some health problems. I'll do just about anything.
Hey, if you
I'll
look
try
at
the moon water.
speaking of the moon, which apparently it's been proven that this actually happens. If you're going to germinate a seed, germinate it on a full moon. You know, or where it's going to be full for the next 3 days or something.
That's a good idea.
No, hey, some of the best
do this
information in the
stuff.
world
Yeah.
is in the Farmer's Almanac.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
No, but that's a good idea because I got this greenhouse and I'm going to plant a whole bunch of flowers. I'm going to have to look at the lunar cycles because it makes sense when it's pulling on the tides. It'll pull. It'll pull on the seed and pull it out. Yeah, I agree. That might be something. I'm going to give it a try.
And that's the exact reason for it, because it has no way to tell which way's up except through gravity, right? Yeah. Anyways, the Farmer's Almanac. That's exactly where it comes from. Right. You're right.
Hey, Kate, you were something struck me interesting that you said that both you and your mother have had different experiences, but nonetheless, y'all both had experiences. Have y'all talked about it at all?
Oh, yeah. Well, when my mom was a kid, I think she was maybe 9 or 10, she saw a UFO that was hovering above her neighborhood. In fact, the whole neighborhood saw it. She was living in LA, and she ran out of the house with her with her parents and sisters and the rest of the neighborhood to all look at this UFO. And that always stayed with her. But I remember her telling me this when I was a kid, because I was really obsessed with UFOs and aliens, like ever since I could remember. But she had explained to me how it could possibly be a government. And so she was led to the conclusion that it might have been a government, because this was, I don't know, this would have been like, in the 60s, that there was, it was like, the 1950s is when all of a sudden there's this big UFO extravaganza took place, and everyone was seeing these, the typical, the silver disc flying saucer craft. It was like there's this big like UFO mania that took place, and so it makes you wonder: was that actually a government? Huh?
She told you privately that she saw something like that.
It was a story that she was very open about telling me, the whole family. It's just
cool.
Yeah, it was a really cool experience for her. But it's interesting that she believes in aliens and other life or whatever. Like, she's not someone that like tried to dismiss it because of a religious belief or whatever, or that she couldn't fathom that aliens could be real. She always has believed that they could be real. but she came to the conclusion that was likely a government experimental UFO, type situation.
Yeah, but look at the government. I mean, how much trust can we really put in them? Because they've lied to us provably. And I'm quite sure that there is disinformation campaigns. There is propaganda like you would not. You know what, Kate? I don't think I've ever seen so much propaganda in my whole entire life as within the last 4 or 5 years.
Just listen to dark journalists talk about all these ops they've been running on us.
Yeah, it's true. Well, that's the thing. And, it makes me wonder if the whole thing with UFOs and the flight, that the silver disc, like I make this joke. I always make this joke to Daniel, like how it's funny how the UFO, the way that it looks, its design has like changed over the years. Like you could date a UFO like the decade that it's in, and like it makes you wonder if like did they upgrade to like higher level, and like do you still
went from saucers to TR-3Bs somehow?
Yeah, and like
why?
do they still have and do they still have those silver discs out there in the universe? And then they see like a newer, like when you see someone with a newer car, you're like, oh wow, look at you're all fancy. With like your new UFO. I always think it's such a dumb joke, but you think about it, what if that's all a distraction? Like I just feel like if we have been in contact with aliens, that would they even need spacecraft, or would it even be what we've been presented it as being?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the story that you told about yourself having experiences at like 4 and 5 years old, that seems to be a pretty, what I would consider like organic experience before, you had any knowledge of, you automatically were kind of coming to a conclusion that it was some sort of alien something before you thought it would be like a government program or whatever, because obviously you were young. You weren't exposed to that sort of thing yet, I'm sure. I don't know, but
I like that the Sixth Sense decided that dark journalist needs a plug from me. Like yeah, right. Like he needs the shit show endorsement from me. Thank you. Sixth Sense.
He is really good at putting links in your chat.
Journalist needs a plug from Steve Cambion, not vice versa.
Steven, you owe him.
He has plugged you.
All right, let's all give dark journalist a bump from me since I'm such a nice guy. Let's all give him a bump because he needs a bump from me, not vice versa, right? Yeah.
He has.
Hey, what just popped up on my page on YouTube is the
he did. He
is the
actually,
Osama bin Alien.
I should say that, and actually, because I sound like a dickhead then if I'm making. Yeah, he retweeted something that I did that got huge views because he retweeted it.
Yeah, he loved that video.
He's got power. Yeah, he's got He's got a big megaphone, and he said that piece. I agreed with him 100%, and I was thinking along those lines. But then I heard him say it, and I was almost pissed off. I'm like, dark journalist stole my talking points.
Oh no!
That's what I was going to say. It's true. I was kind of going to say something like that. But he said it incredibly better and more eloquently than I could. So I just clipped him out and, put him in there. And he retweeted it. Thank him again for me. I really appreciated that.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And, I think that the other thing, since you bring it up, is that, you're doing great work over here and you have your own way of presenting this information that is very functional and useful. So,
and I can't afford I can't afford a lot of black suits, so I got a t-shirt. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just saying that your whole thing is it has its own appeal. So even if Daniel is he's doing his own thing and he he's doing all right, but it's not to be like. I think that a lot of people I think the ufology realm, there's a lot of work that needs to be done as everyone can see. And it's channels like yours and others that really help people understand things better. And it's a good place. People love this topic and they love to talk about it. They want all the information. It's not like one person gets to be the one, channel that talks about this topic. It should never be like that. And
that's what Corey Good wants.
Exactly. Yeah. Only listen to Corey Good. Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody else is a disinformation agent but him. Yeah.
No one's the Pope of UFOs.
Exactly.
Well, hey, I saw just recently. What is the Osama bin Alien video about?
Oh, he just made like a little clip. I think it's funny because he made a little joke with his interview with Dr. Farrell in the video that came out last night. And he made a joke about, what is this? The next, like, Osama bin Alien, in the same way that like Osama bin Laden was a psyop. And he gave a reason
narrative
for us to go into a threat. Exactly. The threat narrative. Exactly. And for us to infiltrate the Middle East under the guise of fighting terrorism. So he was the boogeyman. So Daniel made this joke in the video about Osama bin Alien. Is that like the next thing? So he just made a little clip of that joke that he made.
Hey, that's true though. I mean, listen, this might morph quickly if the government takes a position on this thing and wants to pursue a threat narrative. You know, folks like Steven and Jeremy and Daniel, y'all are gonna have to speak out about that type of shit. And
yeah. And I think that's what I'm saying. I think all you guys are doing really great job with your channels. And this is what the community, I know people hate that, but the ufology community, but it's true. All your voices are very important and they're needed.
If you look at the size of the budget, now I'm looking right here at the defense.gov, the size of the budget for fiscal year 2023, $813.3 billion. And they want more.
I know. It's crazy.
I mean, I'm kind of wondering if they want to build a threat narrative and that's what they want to do. Is it because that 813 isn't enough? I mean,
well, they have to rationalize that amount of money, or they're going to begin to have to because of the, what's the threat now?
We don't even know where it goes. We don't really know where it goes, though.
I guess it'll be domestic terrorists if it isn't aliens.
Well, supposedly, Werner von Braun,
Republicans,
like the German rocket scientist, he said on his deathbed that the next threat was going to be terrorists in the Middle East, and after that, it was going to be aliens in outer space, and that it was all fake, and that's what that woman Carol Rosin talks about.
Yeah, von Braun or whatever.
Yeah,
apparently said that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have to disbelieve it. It's pretty much what transpired.
I mean, our whole economy is based on a war economy, and also oil. But,
oh God, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so
I'm more worried about the soft kill, man. All the little threats that we don't perceive that's not being talked about, like with healthcare and pharmaceuticals and the food and the shit that's in the food and
COVID, fentanyl,
people are sick. People are getting. There's a lot of sick people out there.
Yeah, I'd like to say something about that. I mean, regarding the food, because I prepare almost every meal from scratch. And that's just the way I am. That's why my girl loves me. But the thing is I don't like all those preservatives. And a lot of times you look at the rest, the ingredients, it's like you got 20 things. It's a freaking can of beans, damn it. I mean, why do I don't put 20 things in my freaking beans? I mean, just for an example. And I think, and the thing is I rarely ever get sick. I'll go 4-10 years without ever even catching a cold. I do from time to time because I'm stupid and I'm out in the cold and I think it's nice out. And well, guess what? I got a little bit of a cold, but for the most part, I never see the doctor. I mean, the doctors always take me off their list because I never see them. But I think that's because I eat, the healthiest that I can. I mean, what I can afford, of course, but and I think more people should move toward that. You got Steven.
I try to do that. I try to do that because I don't know. I see my kids eating a lot of pre-processed Twinkies and garbage, and I go, let me make cookies from scratch, or let me make a salad for you or something.
Right.
We're trading a kid a salad for a Twinkie. Good luck with that. Doesn't work. Yeah, but I wanted to mention, Sixth Sense, that we just passed 6 hours for our anniversary show. And I didn't mean to go. I thought it was going to be 2 hours, but then it was a great conversation all night long. But I do
Just
have to
blame the
say
Bible
something.
guy.
No, I do have to say something. I've been sitting here drinking beer for 6 hours, and I got to piss so bad that I think I can taste it a little bit. So I'm gonna stop my camera. You guys can continue the conversation. I'm gonna go get one more beer, and then we'll wrap things up. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Is that okay with everybody? All right. Because
I'm still awake.
If I don't pee soon, I'm gonna explode.
Go
Yeah.
pee.
Thank
Go
you.
for it, man.
All right, here we go.
The seal has been broken.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
You know, when it comes
There we
to
go.
like,
I couldn't find the button. There we go.
when it
All
comes
right.
to like,
damn button.
I'm going to mute myself too because my bathroom is right behind this room, and I don't want you guys to hear the fire hose
Let's hear the
piss I'm
tinkle.
about to make. Yes. Nope, I'm muted. I'll be right back.
Like I was gonna say, I mean, when it comes to disinformation, pure propaganda, I don't think in my whole entire life I've ever seen so much. And it's not like I just woke up to it. I was, seeing this years and years ago, decades, about what they were doing, but nowhere near the level that it is now. I mean, I understand where I think I understand why they created the Space Force because look at remember when the Chinese that shot down that satellite with the missile as a test? Well, you better get some freaking defense up there, dudes. And I think people misinterpret what that actually is. I mean, could it be a black operation? Sure, or associated with one? Sure, but I think that we definitely need something up there to save us from that kind of stuff because there's so many satellites flying around up there. I mean, it's you wouldn't even imagine, I mean, but
Anna
disinformation.
Flores in the chat said something really interesting just now. She says it feels like a climax is coming.
Yeah.
There does feel like there's a buildup. Something is impending.
You know what? That's weird, and I'm not really totally into woo stuff or stuff. I mean, I think that there's probably or there could be spirits or something that we can't see, that we can't touch, that we can't feel. I think that there might be. I'll tell you what happens, and it happens to me a lot, and I don't normally speak about it because I really am not sure where it sources and why it happens, but I'll feel something like a climax. I'll feel, oh my God, this world is really going downhill real fast, and something crazy will happen. But I can't say with any accuracy it's going to be within a month or a week. But I do feel this building up to something, and then it just crashes down. And I don't know why that happens to me, but it happens. I can't deny
That's
it.
why I think, regardless if anything happens or not, there is a lot that is currently happening. That's why alternative media is so important, man. Because you can't you're not going to hear discussions like this on the mainstream, on cable TV or some shit like that.
Right, it's all agenda.
Yeah. So, but alternative media is under attack. I'm sure Kate knows very well. All the
It is. Yeah, it really is. There was a big YouTube purge, that happened a few times, but it started with Alex Jones back in 2018. And then since then they just have been bam, taking out channels. And then of course, mainstream media tries to manipulate everyone and guide people's line of thinking. And so then so to the point of where you are now brandished a conspiracy theorist if you don't align with the mainstream media, which is unfortunate.
I'll back that up, Kate. I'll back that up because I noticed that I pay attention to how the algorithm works, kind of the geeky kind of guy and stuff. But right after all of that, I noticed they started putting, or right around the same time, they started putting the blue things up there saying, when you search for a brand new story, breaking news, it would always say something like, okay, this and this has happened, just so that everybody got it right. Okay, now granted, was that true? I don't know. Do we even know? Now here's what was happening right around that time, or right at the end of that. YouTube comes out and says, we're going to start saying there is quote trusted sources, which I now I realized shortly after what it was. Here's what was happening to me. Now I used to be active on my channel, quite active actually. If I broke something right away before the news even got a chance to put it up on YouTube, as soon as the news come to correct the story, which I had at this, I was saying what actually ended up happening in the end that you found out years ago. They would hit my channel with a fucking strike. Or, excuse me. They would hit my channel with a community guideline or a strike. And the thing is because I wasn't a trusted news source, you have to shut me down so that I can't tell everybody, look, this is really what happened. You know, and
Right.
this happened right around that time with the Alex Jones and stuff. And then ever since then, they throw those blue things up. If you talk about flat Earth, they're going to throw that blue thing down there. You know, I mean,
I can't tell you how many times I had an explanation of Area 51 on my channel.
Right.
Yeah.
Somebody
What's that
just
about?
said the word Area 51, then they put up, that
the Wikipedia to it.
Yeah.
I think that's why some people don't like the Wikipedia. I mean, granted,
It's
it has been found.
obnoxious.
There is some stuff that is definitely wrong. There's no doubt, right?
Yeah, but this is why I think that the whole flat Earth reemergence is a psyop, because I think it was.
To see how dumb people are, maybe? I don't know.
And then to demonize people in the truther community who are looking into alternative ways of looking at the world, and has nothing to do with flat Earth. But they like to. It's the same thing with QAnon, or I don't want to say. I know that messes with the algorithms. The 17th letter of the alphabet. That it's the same thing, in my opinion. I think that's a psyop. So we're all grouped into this crazy wackadoo realm where you might as well be a 17th letter of the alphabet or a flat earther if you talk about aliens, or if you talk about anything that doesn't fit the mainstream narrative.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They're giving the ball to the fake news media. I'm not even calling them mainstream. They're giving the ball to them and saying, you decide where it goes from here. I mean, look at what Twitter did with the Hunter Biden laptop, and then you find out, it really was. No, it wasn't Russian disinformation.
Yeah, they have to apologize now for the Hunter Biden laptop.
But nobody got their accounts back.
Yeah. Oh, I know. My friends lost their accounts. What a good friend of mine, he lost his YouTube channel. He was up to I think 50,000 subscribers. He got it taken out over the Hunter Biden laptop story. And a lot of people did on social media. And now the New York Times comes out, the Daily Beast, all the mainstream publications are like, "Oh, we're sorry, you were right."
See, that's the problem though with some of these platforms. I don't want to say too much because the AI algorithm gods may strike me down. But if they're deleting people who have built channels for 5-10 years, whatever, because they say you're pushing propaganda or inaccurate information, and then it turns out that they weren't, and it was right. Why do they not have to remedy the situation? It's because they don't have anybody to answer to, and they should. And when they reach a certain level,
because look at why the fake news come to YouTube. Because anybody that's been here for a long time, like I have, you noticed what happened. They started losing viewers on the regular TV because everybody was getting the internet and they're just watching YouTube. They're watching all the social medias at the time, or they're watching.
Now they're all at the top of the search engines. These garbage.
Yeah.
Listen, when you look at
when
you look at something like CNN, their actual television ratings are much lower than some YouTube live stream shows.
Oh yeah. They're doing terrible.
The only reason they're surviving is because YouTube is putting them as a trusted news source at the top of the search ranks.
Exactly.
And that's not fair. It used to be, different. And they used to support independent media, but they sort of.
I caught ABC News, and I posted a video on it, by the way, too. I took it down since then. I took a lot of this stuff down. But anyways, ABC News was promoting this war, and I can't remember where it was, in Syria, I believe. I don't remember where it was. But anyways, they were showing footage. Oh, they're on the front lines and this and that. The footage ended up being from something from like 10 or 15 years before. The guy that made the video.
Jeremy's going to get me in trouble with all these audio files because he's been making noise through this whole stream. Thank you.
Now figure this. Okay. Figure this, okay, ABC knew that it was old footage and they knew exactly where it come from. The guy that created the footage in the first place and put it up on his YouTube comes up to, and says, what the hell, you guys just stole my video, and you promoted it as something current. I think it was 10 or 15 years later. So ABC News had to apologize. But look if we did that, small people, if we
get canceled, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but they never paid even a single. Oh, they got 6 million or something. Last time I checked, actually, it was 6.6 million or 6.66 million.
I'm surprised James O'Keefe still has a channel on YouTube, man.
It is weird. Yeah, it's
Didn't
interesting
he lose it
that
and
he's.
get it back?
He spends a lot of money on lawyers. That's how he does it. He spends a
He's
lot
never.
of money.
He's never lost
look at
a
Mr.
court case.
Rittenhouse. Mr. Rittenhouse is suing out the wazoo right now.
Good. Yeah, he should.
I think
he should. People falsely reported that he shot black people.
Yeah.
First
yeah.
of all,
Yeah.
how do you get the story that wrong? That was intentional. That was intentional
horrible.
propaganda.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean,
And they failed to mention that this guy swinging a freaking skateboard at him, and the other one, the thing is, look, he was defending himself. I mean, I think that was obvious looking at the video, right? And all these people just mobbed him. Well, here's the thing, though. If you say anything against their narrative, you will be canceled, and that's just the way it is now. I mean, Twitter. Look at what I'm gonna say. I mean, I do have some cool Twitter followers and stuff. I really don't even care about Twitter because you know what? I don't know how many times I've posted stuff and they throw this thing up saying you're locked out for such and such at many hours. I'm like, so what? What did I put up that was so wrong that you have to do this? So what is it going to be changed if and when Elon actually seats? Because I don't think he's finished the deal yet. I mean,
no, he hasn't.
It's not done yet. Yeah,
he hasn't.
Okay,
they're arguing over bots and valuation right now.
Yeah, valuation.
I got kind of an insider on that deal, and what I'm told is that Elon basically called them on the amount of users, because obviously a platform is valued by real users,
right.
And they said they had this many real users. Turns out that it's a lot of bots, and we've just heard the recent revelation that Stepford Biden, half of his Twitter followers were fake, and that's verifiable. That's true.
Right.
Half of our president's followers on Twitter are fake. Why is more of the mainstream media not talking about that? That's an important story.
It's huge.
Biden couldn't get a rally going with like 50 people when he was trying. It'd be like like a small basement full of churchgoers that were like maybe lured there for some free food. Yet Trump get like an arena full of people. And I'm not a political person.
I can't believe we got new people coming in. Are you kidding me?
Hello, how are you, Stephen?
Oh, joining the live stream?
Oh, you know what?
Bible Man?
This is Star Galactic. Yeah, Star Galactic.
Bible Man's not done.
He was on that. Stephen? Good. You were on that stream where we made clips of Rich bitching about me. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that fucking asshole. You called me a sweetheart in the end.
Yeah, and listen, I want to personally thank you because you don't know me, but Star Galactic defended the fact that some asshole decided it was a good idea to imply I have pedophile friends or may myself be a pedophile. And very few people defended me. Star Galactic was on a stream with that guy, and he was like, "Where's your proof? Where's your evidence, you asshole?"
Yeah.
Thank you for doing that.
I was
Listen,
trying.
you have my personal thanks.
He was going to lie to me. He was lying to me, obviously.
You have my personal thanks for doing that, and I appreciated that when I saw that. I put you in the clip that's on our channel here. Thank you very much.
I'd love to come on your show once a week if you because I've got a lot of stuff I want to tell you, man.
Yeah. We email me and it's truthseekershow@gmail.com, or you can email us from the about section of our channel here. I'd love to have you and talk to you. And I love English accents, so I'm trying to book I just had Rich.
I'm Australian.
Oh, Australian. Okay. Oh, see, I can't even tell. I like that too. You know, shrimp on the Barbie. Yeah, thank you. But honestly, thank you for doing that and standing up for what's right, because nobody should try to associate somebody's name with that word. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
You deserve a lot of respect, because I hate people picking on other channels, mate. It just shits me, man. And not only that, it's just bad. It's just bad for business. Not only that, I just want people to be respectful and have some kind of be respectful, and instead of using the foul languages and the S word.
Well, I'm guilty of that myself.
And saying, "Oh, I'm going to leave the description down in the description," or the videos he shows, but he never does.
He never does. Never does.
No, he's lazy. He's very lazy.
I don't know how many channels do that. I hate that shit. They're saying that they'll leave a link to the UFO video, and then they never ever leave one. It's like, why do you even say that you're going to leave one?
Yeah, I just wish the people should be civilized. That's why we're not getting that disclosure we need, because there's too many people are just not so respectful and not civilized, and too many fights, too many arguments. There's wars. There's going to be a stock market crash. Religion's going to fall if they did actually get disclosure.
Yeah. Well, listen.
What are your opinions on that?
One thing I think is that a lot of people reach out to me and they say, all of this conflict, Stephen, it's not good. You shouldn't fight with people and this and that. You should all get together and work together towards disclosure.
That's right. Yeah.
But some of these people are so scummy, I don't have any obligation or desire to work with them because they're so scummy. I just don't want to be involved with them. I think it's okay to have some people that you just say, I'm not going to have them involved with my personal quest. They can do it their way. Okay.
It's stupid. That's the way they do things, mate. It's just
okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And I subscribe to this guy's channel too, by the way. So yeah, he's obviously reached 1,000.
Oh yeah, Spooky did. Congratulations to Spooky.
Yes.
Who has, by the way, this is our 2-year anniversary celebration. I did okay by myself, but things really took off when Spooky came and started helping me with things like graphics and thumbnails, because Spooky was worlds ahead of me. Like, I'm good at certain things, and Spooky is good at certain things. And when we worked together, I did so much better, and happy for all that help and assistance. So glad that we could do a favor back and get the show that she co-hosts on over the 1,000 hump, 1,000 subscriber hump.
Yeah, just tonight.
We're now
at. How's that? I'm in a wheelchair and I was struck by a stolen vehicle back in '96. That's what happened.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
And by the way, the funny thing is, I don't know if you heard of S11 protest back in 2000 in September, back in Melbourne, at front of Crown Casino. Apparently, I was studying the Mother Shipton's prophecy, and her books are actually at the New South Wales State Library. So I studied the Mother Shipton's prophecy, and there was talks about the slaughter of the bull. And I worked it out, and I put all the puzzle together, and I'm thinking, okay, the Sydney Olympic Games was Thomas Slaughter Yard before the games were built.
Well, that's you know what?
And then next to the game, there was a nuclear reactor.
Oh no, this story's getting deep.
And the terrorist was planning to actually destroy the games by planting the bomb out to the power station setting off some kind of nuclear fallout, and during the opening of the Olympic Games. So I've managed to report this to the military in New South Wales, and that was just the honest call to them, and basically told them the story. And then a few days later, it came on the news, on ABC News, that they caught the terrorist, and he was actually planning to destroy the games.
That's pretty crazy.
The Sydney Olympic Games, that was just about to destroy millions of people. So I managed to save millions of people.
Wow, that sounds like another conspiracy.
Just doing the research on the prophecy, on the Mother Shipton's prophecy, just researching it, and I just managed to save millions of people. Just putting all the puzzle together.
Well, you know what? Star Galactic Federation, I'd love to hear that another time. But unfortunately, we've been here for 6 hours and 32 minutes. And I'm fading out right now, and I got to go get some rest.
Man.
Yes. I want to thank each and every one of you. It was a fascinating, weird... Look, imagine somebody just watching this whole thing and everything we talked about. Their brains are going to explode from conspiracy land. Thank you all for helping me.
There is more weird stories coming out to you, Stephen. On the show again. All right.
Well, I'd like you to be a
This was fun, man. I enjoyed myself.
Maybe a couple of weeks, I reckon.
Yeah, I'm going to be off for a few weeks, but email me. I'll put you on the guest roster. We'll talk more. And now I'm going to start. Now I'm going to start throwing all of you people out of here one by one. Please wait. Please wait until I kick you out, and thank you. So I want to thank Chris K for coming here and giving his unique perspective and personal experience and all that kind of stuff. And
Great to meet you guys.
Yeah. And now I'm going to kick you out of here. Thank you
Have a nice
for your
night.
participation. Don't be a stranger. I hope you're back for the next panel show. All right.
Y'all take care.
All right. We're going to kick him out of here. And next we've got Jeremy. I want to thank you, Jeremy. I'm going to solo you and embarrass you. Thank you for coming here. And I was just busting your balls, but you were making weird noises. I don't know if you were like rearranging your desk or something, sliding shit around. But these audio files are going to kill me because you did that. So thank you for the email.
Rearranging his room.
I'm going to get so many nasty emails, but it's okay because those people are all crazy. Not that we're
I
not.
was muted, but my thing is not.
No, but you're another one. Thank you for coming here. Email me, and I want to put you on the guest roster for a future show, and we'll have a more intimate conversation.
For sure, put me in touch with Michael Schratt. I'd love to talk to him about this.
I will do that for you. Absolutely. He'd love to hear from you and your TR3B story. I guarantee it. He ought to give me a commission. I'm sending him a lot of folks.
I've only just started building my channel, actually, so I'm getting...
All right, we're on Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, and now we have Star Galactic Federation, who I want to thank for defending me when very few people did.
No worries, man.
In a terrible situation. Email me and come back as a guest.
Yeah, no worries.
Will you do that?
I'd love to have you on the show, man.
Yeah, thanks, man.
All right. Thank you very much. And we have... Oh, where we go? I lost everybody. How did I do that? Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Okay, and now we have the Sixth Sense, who is our lead chat room moderator and has helped. Listen, Six's Design has been here since the very beginning and helped in any way that he could. I want to recognize him for that, and certainly Spooky, of course. These are the two people that have helped the most with the success of the show. Thank you, Sixes, for everything that you've done for the show. We really appreciate your help and support.
Yeah, have a good night, man. Have a good night, everybody. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, of course, is here congratulating us.
Thank you. That was fun. Thank you.
I'm still jealous. You got a really nice sounding voice.
Hey,
have a good night, honey.
Thank you. You too.
All right, and we're going to kick him out, and now I'm down to me and Kate. Mrs. Dark Journalist. Listen, you know I need the view. Listen, Kate, I don't want to get in an argument with you, but you know I need the views, right? Like, Can't you just go and wake him up, right? And like shake him and take the camera. Imagine the views that I could get if you woke up Dark Journalist live on my show and made him congratulate us for our 2-year anniversary. I think this is a reasonable request between friends, but I don't want to pressure you. So if you don't feel comfortable doing that, it's okay. It's okay.
You deserve it. You do. You deserve all the views, and you'll get them.
Yeah, I'll get him another way. Then I got to come up with some other shit now. Thanks.
It's all my fault.
No,
you're gonna sign off like, damn that Kate.
Yeah, I want to thank you for your support, and please thank Dark Journalist who has been very supportive as well, retweeting some of my stuff, and he and I agree on many things. So I want to thank
you,
and I want to thank you for saving me from the sausage party, because I always hate that when there's no women here. It's like, come on, we've got women. They're out there somewhere.
Yeah, they're in your audience. I know. It was fun. Thanks for having me. This is my first StreamYard.
Yeah,
session, so that was cool.
We have Kate's worldwide internet streaming debut.
This is the streaming debut.
I gotta hype it up somehow.
I know. Gotta make it,
you won't wake
make
up
it special.
Dark Journalist and shake him. I see it in my mind. Kate shaking the shit out of him. Come on, Steve Campion's live right now. You gotta congratulate him. Come on.
Oh,
that shit would be so funny. I would clip that forever. It would be
That's
great.
so funny.
Maybe, listen.
Maybe someday it'll happen.
Yes, I'm going to do you some favors. And then for my 3-year anniversary, you're doing that. We'll do it.
Okay. Okay. Put me to it. If by 3 years he still hasn't come on, then there's something wrong going on.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
I appreciate it very much. I'm going to kick you out of here too.
Thank you so much. Have a good night. And congrats on the 2 years.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, friends, we're kicking out. We just kicked out Mrs. Dark Journalist, which is weird. Like, in what world would that happen? But it just did. She was here, and I'm glad she was here, friend of the show, and happy for her support and participation. She's got some unique perspectives and things like that. All right, we're gonna have the last beer with Stephen Cambion on Truth Seekers and celebrate our 2-year anniversary. What an amazing journey this has been. When I stop to think about all of these amazing people, just go through our previous shows, and we've had so many amazing topics and so many amazing guests and so many amazing people here. And I've used this webcam and this microphone as a passport to get to some of the world's leading experts on these strange and esoteric topics that I wanted to know more about. And I've gotten to take you all with me on this journey. And I want to thank each and every one of you for making the journey so important and really meaningful to me. You know, the truth is that I have undertaken many creative endeavors and been successful at some. But this show, Truth Seekers, to me, has been my most successful. And I don't mean that from a monetary stance. I mean it from a personal reward stance. This has been the most personally rewarding journey I have ever undertaken, and I'm anxious to continue it. But as many of you know, I have got some medical issues that I need to deal with, and so I'm taking some time off, and I would like to say, you know, I'll be back in 2 weeks, and I'm hopeful that may be possible, or you know, what happens. But you never know with these things. I'm going for some tests and some other things, you know, and I've got to really focus and concentrate on my health for a little while, because I've mentioned that I've been neglecting many things, and that's not good. So I'm going to be focusing on that for a little while. But anybody that knows me knows that I will be editing new bumpers or something, or coming up with new topics or researching things to hit the ground running. I'm going to call tonight what I call Truth Seekers Season 1, even though it really should be Season 2, I guess, because it's this 2 years. We didn't stop. I've been going at this nonstop for 2 years straight, with very little time off. Once we took not even a week off. I think it was 4 or 5 days because of a legal matter.
and I couldn't broadcast until that legal matter was resolved. It's not like I went on vacation. I was dealing with lawyers and angry lawyer letters and all this nonsense for that time. So I haven't taken more than a weekend off or whatever for 2 years. So I'm going to disappear for a while, and as well I should. It's always good to walk away from the canvas for a little while. I found that to be important as an artist. Sometimes, even if you're really passionate and powerful with what you're doing, just the act of walking away from the canvas for a little while will give you some new perspective and new ideas. And then when you return to that canvas, you should be better for that break. That's how I'm looking at this. And so this is the last beer on the show for sure. I want to once again thank I'm going to thank that. I forgot one person. So since beginning the show, I've been a one-man army here, but then a few people stepped in to help me. So we want to thank Sixth Design and also B. Baker and a few others for being chat room moderators and helping make sure that YouTube doesn't get pissed off because people are saying the wrong thing, or they settle arguments in there. They just keep the peace here in our live chat and keep things flowing nicely. And certainly Spooky, who came in and really, you could see this progression. Like as soon as, when I was by myself, I was doing okay. As soon as Spooky came to help with some things here, like graphics and some of the video editing or whatever, all the numbers started spiking up. And that was probably because there was two of us really hammering great work into this thing called Truth Seekers. So certainly want to recognize and thank Spooky for we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be where we're at, and we would not be here without that all of the help of Spooky. And then I forgot to thank, but I want to thank my son Xavier, who is very interested in what his father does. He's my 5-year-old, and kind of like hangs around when I'm doing certain things, or comes into my office and says, "What are you working on, Dad?" And I try to explain it to him. Somebody saw some aliens. I don't know. But he's also I think he's very interested in show business. He's interested in how do you make a YouTube show. He wants to do that someday. So he helped and became our Praise the Cash ambassador, thanking people for super chats. And we've got new ones, which I'll be debuting when I return. Yeah, but he took an interest and he was always willing to help. And he keeps on asking me to help more. I'm trying to find things for him to do. And just to thank all you kind and generous benefactors who are pledging money to help us continue on our journey, you Patreon supporters, you kind and generous PayPal donators, you Cash App people who are sending a couple of bucks and throwing some money in our hat, and of course, super chatters. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash. That's one of the things that my son Xavier's helped us do. Thank you for your generosity and your support in helping us to praise the cash, because that has kept the show going.
You're watching Truth Seekers. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
And we've got new ones with him in a spacesuit as an astronaut that I will be debuting very soon, when we return. Yeah, it's fun that he cared enough to help. He wants to help Daddy with doing a show, and he wants to learn how. He's planning his own YouTube show. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm certainly going to help him as a dad if he really wants to do that. And there's been a lot of other people that have helped me along the way here to get to this incredible 2-year anniversary. I want to thank each and every guest that people don't know. They volunteer their time here. So I want to thank each and every guest that we've had for this incredible 2-year run. And I want to thank the viewers, of course, all the people supporting us. Cal Korf is here in the live chat. He says, Javo will be coming to visit you after your hiatus. Hope not. Alien stuff. Yes. So this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves, friends. An incredible journey. That's all I can say. I started this thing and I went, I want to take a journey deep down a whole lot of crazy rabbit holes. And I want to bring in experts on the subjects of those rabbit holes. Like the Roswell thing, we've interviewed all the world's leading experts on the Roswell event and mystery, many more things. The show has given me a passport to interview some of the world's leading experts on these topics. And I, for one, have been better for that journey. And the concept of the show was that I was going to talk to people and I was going to take everybody with me for the ride. And it all came. And so many more people are showing up to get on that ride. I'm pleased and excited. And I'm, I guess I'm just looking forward to continuing the journey. And thankful for where we find ourselves. It's been like climbing a mountain to get here, though, right? But I hear from people way far above me in this podcasting YouTube world that I've kind of gotten over the hump and things should improve and be easier. At least that's what people are telling me. But I'm still going to attack this with the same sort of hunger and passion that I've always done. I think it's important to stay hungry. I see too many show hosts that are lazy. They don't do any research. They don't make any phone calls. They don't really dig into a story. It's like I was saying that some shows, the show host's level of knowledge and research into certain topics is about as deep as a pie pan. It's just the shallow, quick version, the lazy version. And we've got a lot of new things planned that I'm going to try to prep and work on during my short hiatus. I wish I could tell you how long that hiatus is going to be, but I don't know. I'm going for a doctor's appointment and probably blood tests and all the medical. It's going to be a thing. And I certainly will miss. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I'm going to be a little high strung and unable to concentrate because I'll be thinking about the show, but unable to do the show for a while. But it is what it is. So I guess, the best thing that I could say is that all of you guests, all of you kind and generous benefactors, all of you live show participants, everyone that has been here and experienced this journey with me, all of you have given me an attitude of gratitude. And I can't thank you all enough for taking this journey with me. I hope that, I guess one of the worries that I have is that you lose momentum. We've got good momentum right now and things are kind of popping, right? And taking a few weeks off of doing this, you feel like you're going to go back to zero and then you're going to have to work to get back to the same level or, climb the mountain again, God forbid. I don't think that's going to happen. I think most reasonable people, listeners, and especially supporters will understand that doing this balls to the wall, swinging and punching for this whole time for 2+ years, or 2 years. Officially, it's 2 years. 2 years and 1 day now because we're past midnight. You need a break, and I'm going to take that break. I'll also be spending a little bit more time with my family. I'll be working on my wife's honey-do list because I'm, you got to keep up with things that I just need to do some things around the house and other things that I haven't felt like I've had time for. So I'm going to be concentrating on health and family and healing. and recuperation for a little while. But I'll be back as soon as I possibly can. And as soon as I'm a little more clear about how all of this stuff is going to go, I'll certainly tweet it. So please follow me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. I'll let everybody know of a return show date as soon as I'm able to do so. And, what else can I say? I'm kind of blown away. I was just looking through all the people I've interviewed in the past 2 years. And I think that we've created a pretty incredible body of work, and I'm certainly proud of that. And I'm glad for the journey. I really want to continue it. Now, certainly, there's going to be some changes when I come back. And I can expound on that or talk about that later. But we're going to be making some changes to sort of try to improve, to try to broaden our horizons here and not be so focused on one or two topics. And that's a sign of growth, I think, and a good thing. So, gee, friends, I just realized that this stream is approaching 7 hours. It may be the longest one we've ever done. It's got to be one of the top couple. Yeah, I think this is probably the longest one I've ever done. Maybe I'm just being stream greedy because I don't want to get upset, but I don't know when I'm going to be able to do this again. So I wanted to give all of you as much of it as I could for my last run until the break here. And now I got to go do that. So what else can I say, friends? That's all I got for you for now. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. I'm Stephen Cambion of Truthseekers, signing off.